Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, May 10th. We scheduled this meeting a little bit earlier because we need to go into a closed session immediately this morning, and we're going to be in closed session for about an hour. So for those of you who are standing by to talk to us, we'll be back by 9:30, is that right, County Council? So just wanted to make that announcement very quickly to those of you on Zoom and those of you in the audience. Apologize for that delay. And so with that, we will go ahead and do the flag salute to start our meeting, and then we'll come back and have County Council. Suzanne Jones. Yes.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yes. Right, and the other announcement I wanted to make this morning is that Supervisor Gore is out of town, and you can see her up on the Zoom up here on the screen for those of you. We'll wave to Bonnie. She will be attending virtually today, so all of our votes later on will be roll call votes as we go through the agenda. So anything else I need to announce, Karen, or will you take it from here?
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider 2 items of existing litigation, 2 items of anticipated litigation, and labor negotiations.
Great, it's 9:30. We're going to reconvene our board meeting. Again, welcome to everybody to our Tuesday, May 10th board meeting. We've changed the schedule a bit because we had a closed session early this morning. I'll turn it over to County Council to report on that.
The board met in closed session to consider the following. Under existing litigation, Placer County Deputy Sheriff's Association versus County of Placer. The board heard a report. No action was requested or taken. Under anticipated litigation, under the first anticipated initiation of litigation, the first case, the board heard a report and provided direction. On the second initiation of litigation, potential case which has been noticed on the supplemental agenda of the Board of Supervisors, the board heard a report and provided direction. The remainder of the items has been continued to our closed session anticipated at noon. That concludes the report out of this portion of closed session.
Great, thank you, Karen. Also wanted to make sure for those of you who joined us now that Supervisor Gore, you can see her on the screen up here, is tuning in remotely, and we can all wave at Bonnie and let her know that we can see her up there. Stay awake, Bonnie. So we'll move on now to consent agenda, and my understanding from staff is we need to remove item 26A from the consent agenda. Are there any other requests for items to be removed from consent calendar?
I have none, Madam Chair.
Not seeing any from board. Is there any public comment on consent calendar items you wish to be pulled? I'm not seeing any in the room, none on Zoom. I would accept a motion. Oh, a late hand?
Tyler, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, is this the consent to pass the 55-year deed?
That is an item on our regular agenda. It's timed, I believe you're talking about the Homekey Round 2 program?
Yes.
That'll come
Yeah,
up
so-
next, sir. That'll be,
Oh.
and you can address us after we're done with public comment. So
Okay.
we're doing consent calendar now, then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll come to our timed items. We're running just a bit behind, so we'll be there soon. So with that, I'd accept a motion to approve our consent calendar. Okay, I have all three chiming in. So I'll give the motion to Wygant and the second to Jones. All those in favor, this is a roll call vote today because we do have Supervisor Gore out of town.
Gore?
Aye.
Wygant? Yes. Holmes?
Aye.
Jones? Gustafson?
Aye. Thank you. So now we'll move on to our public comment period. We'll say goodbye to those that were here for consent calendar. Public comment. Persons may address the board on items not on our agenda. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes per person. And we were going to allocate 15 minutes for public comment at the beginning of the meeting. If we're not through with all the public comment, then we'll go to the end of the meeting. The board is not permitted to take any action on items addressed under public comment, but we can hear your public comment. So with that, I invite you up. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Oh, I see you've got a timer and I've got a timer. Hi, so I'm Rosemary LaRocca and I own the property at 6040 Wise Road. Megan is providing you a copy of a summary of what I'll address today. I've owned the property for over 30 years and I've lived there with my husband in retirement for the past 2 years. Donna Del Cilio Vineyard is the adjacent property, and they are consistently violating the winery ordinance. This weekend, Jim Holmes and his assistant Beverly visited and witnessed the Mother's Day event. The Mother's Day event hosted well over 200 people, which is in violation, as an event of over 50 people requires a permit, and I confirmed with Marina Harecki of Code Enforcement that no permit was issued. In addition, overflow parking lot has begun, and both Jim and Beverly witnessed it. We didn't know that they were doing this to accommodate the over 200 people, which again is a violation because special events are limited to 200 people. The winery has a tasting room. In the tasting room, and you'll see this in the attachments if you flip through it's the third page, is 122 feet from our property line. According to the code, we think they're supposed to be either 1,225 or 550 feet from our boundary. And then the bandstand is 65 feet from our property. Again, it should be the 1,200 or the 775. We're just not that familiar with code. Again, a violation as they did their music from the bandstand, clearly violating decibels. Code enforcement has worked with the winery. They are a vineyard, and as a vineyard, they are allowed to have a tasting room, but the wine has to be either produced on the premises, which it is not, according to definition of a tasting room in our county, or made in our county. It is not. It is made in Clarksburg. Again, a violation. The vineyard has been advised that the amplified music is to be kept indoors. They did not. They've been told to lower the door to help with amplified sound, and they were cited in April for a noise violation. A month after their violation and citation, the vineyard ignored the consequences. Their behavior has not been shaped. They staged a musical festival-like event without a permit, exceeding code guest capacity, and generating excessive amplified noise for over 3 hours. We request that no amplified music be allowed, as they do not and cannot meet code. We request the ordinance be enforced. We've patiently worked with code enforcement for over a year and have the right to the quiet enjoyment of our rural residents. And I appreciate your help in moving forward, each and every one of you. If you have any questions, please call. Beverly has our contact information, as does Supervisor Wygant and Shanti Landon, who've also been in witness.
Thank you very much. Do we have other public comment here? Yes, sir.
Good morning, I'm John Cornett, 22-year resident of Roseville. My comment or question I've got is regarding the homeless encampment that is being planned for the area down off of Blue Oaks and Industrial there. I understand there's a rumor floating around that there's a possible alternative use for that site that's being looked at, where the county would build a solar farm there that would reduce the electricity cost to the county by about $1 million a year. I just wondered if there's any truth to that rumor.
We are not able to address public comment. We can take your comment, and I'm sure one of the staff can get back to you with the answers to your questions.
Okay, well, I just wanted to comment that it would seem to me it would be a much more beneficial use of that particular property to the folks of the county as opposed to the other proposition that's out there. So I just want to say that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Dal Cleek. That's D-A-H-L. The last name is C-L-E-E-K. And I am a 3-year resident in Placer County, particularly in Roseville. My wife and I moved here to be closer to our family and our grandchildren. And so let me just take a moment to first thank each of you for the jobs that you've taken on to do and to serve in our community of Placer County. We know it's can be quite a roller coaster ride and has a lot of weight to you, many of your decisions in your days. Recently, on March 1st, we became more aware of the issue of the homelessness, particularly with the, what do they call it? They call it the Campus of Hope Initiative, which is going to be located at 4242 Cincinnati Avenue, Rockland. Actually, it's about a quarter mile from my residence as the crow flies, and so quite an area of established family living. And on March 1st, there was a meeting at the Diamondwood Elementary School, which I was really taken back by the amount of attendance made by the people that lived in that area. It was well over 500. There was no room inside, all standing outside, parking lot was full, and very much I would believe that they were opposing that position. I'm here today to voice my opinion about that as well. I oppose it, and I don't know that it is to the best benefits of that. However, I do believe that homelessness in Placer County, as well as anywhere else, is a high priority with regards to our community and people having a quality of life at all levels and for all people. And I'm sure that you have taken a lot of time to work through this. You've got committees working on it, and you're looking for solutions, some which I have seen recently. It appeared that you're kind of headed in the right direction. So my wife and I are making it known and being part of the opposition to that location and how it will impact. And the only way that I can maybe offer how that reflects upon you is as you sit in this meeting, and every week or wherever you may go, you have these fine young men over here of valiant service of public service and police that are here in your presence. That is the perception of how people feel in our community. They feel like, well, what are we going to do? Because there's so many people that are not quite stable in that element of homelessness. So I just want to leave that with you. I know that my time is up. I have reached out to Supervisor Gore. I've sent her emails. I've called her. I've gone to her office. And there's some deficiency because I've asked to speak with the supervisor matter about this. My wife and I come from with over 40 years of public service in county government. We understand the circumstances in which you deal with every day, and we would like to be part of a solution to that and offer what we have from our experiences that we have. Not that we have the answers, but we'd like to be contributors to it. And so I leave that with you, and I wish you all the very best. I know that many people are very opposed to this particular incident. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public here for public comment? Please come forward.
Good morning. My name is James Mahaney. I've been living in Placer County for over 20 years. I usually don't do public speaking here, so I apologize. I want to talk about the homeless camp on Bella Road, DeWitt Center. I drive by there every day. In my opinion, it's out of control. We've seen it grow over the last couple of years. I've seen tents and tarps and everything else, and it just doesn't match the community, in my opinion. I appreciate that you're not allowing people to trespass on private property, and then we're dealing with the public. And I think the Board of Supervisors can adopt a plan to temporarily accommodate these people. Urban planning goes back to, I think there should be rules and regulations for if you're going to have tents, if you're going to accommodate these people temporarily and provide services to them, they must accept those services, in my opinion. There should be a control on the number of people and number of tents, just like if you go camping at Yosemite, you have a certain number of sites. You can't have unlimited sites. They should be clean. You should enforce tent size. You know, you have to cook, you have to eat, you have to have health services. But there has to be some rules and regulations that are strictly enforced for these people. You have to. You can't, it's not free for all. And everybody has rights, they have rights, I have rights, and it needs to be addressed, in my opinion. If you continue to offer services, I think that's great. You have to, from the health and mental side, getting them from where they are right now to the future. I think it's very, very important. Any crimes that are committed, if there are people there that are criminals that are hiding out in these camps, it should be addressed by the Placer County. They should be permitted to do that. I've worked hard for everything I have right now, and I think with the more handouts you have, and no offense, I appreciate all the people that have been contributing, but more handouts, as soon as they go away, as soon as they go to these people, and I respect that, they have no value. You have to earn something. And if they don't have any goals and objectives, or police their own site, as an example. The camp should be spotless. If you're not going around, the camp should be spotless. You drive through there, and I have no idea all the stuff they collect, and I have no idea where they come from. Anyway, so this is my suggestion: is do something. If you're gonna have a tent ordinance, have it strictly enforced, and treat it like a small little urban society. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. There's another couple more public comments in the room. And then I think we have at least one caller on Zoom as well.
Hello, my name is Ken King. I live in Auburn, my wife and I. We've been here 10 years. I agree with what that gentleman said. I don't know who that is. I may have talked to him before, but I do agree with what he said and would appreciate your help in implementing solutions to that, including what he has said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ma'am, you had a comment?
Hi, my name's Rebecca. This is not a setting that I'm comfortable with, so I'll keep it brief. But I do also agree. We moved to Auburn 12 years ago and came here because it was safe to raise a family. She's gonna kill me for this, but this is my 20-year-old daughter right here. She has been negatively affected by the homeless, where she's had to call the officers out because she has been assaulted 2 times in 1 week. We don't feel safe here. Something needs to be done. I don't know what that solution is, and I hear about the compassion for these people. What about the compassion for the people who live here and work hard and abide by the laws here? And that's my concern. I have 4 children, and we came here because it was safe. We moved out of Southern California to come to a safe place, and we felt that here, and I feel like we're losing that here. And so I just ask that you would have compassion on this community that do abide by these rules. She works in a business on the 49 right there, close to Bell Road, and she works at night. I don't sleep at night knowing she's out there. Is she gonna come home safe? I understand that there's a lot of them out there that are totally harmless. I understand that. But as it continues to grow, will it stay that way? So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Any other comments in the room? Okay, we'll go to our Zoom. Oh, yes, there's one more. Anyone else? Raise your hand, because we're going to try to wrap up our public comment. Okay, going once, going twice.
Hi, Linda Rich. Sorry I was late. But I wanted to make a point, and there's a lot of stuff that's being written about the homeless, and there's a lot of people trying to work on this problem. You have a task force, you have your community, you have religious leaders, schools, this lady that just spoke. But it seems to me that when we talk about the homeless, we're using one word to cover a broad subject. And so there are true homeless that need help, that will get into their whatever programs we offer and at least try. But then we've got alcoholics, we've got drug addicts, and they need to be separated out of this. I know that you can't really do that, but you could stop what's happening and find a way to contain it until we can get some laws to deal with this. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Wendy. Okay, with that, we'll go to our Zoom caller on public comment. Oh, we have 3 now.
Frank, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Okay, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Frank Erb. I'm a 20-year county resident living in Roseville, and there seems to be a theme this morning because I'd like to also address the proposed gathering in Campus of Hope, planned for 4242 Cincinnati Avenue, right on the border of Roseville and Rockland, as a facility to care for homeless in our county. I think almost everyone agrees that we need to do whatever we can to help those who are living in tents and sleeping bags. And I've talked to lots of these people, know many of them by name, and would love to do anything I can to help them. But I'm not convinced that the proposed site for the Campus of Hope is the appropriate location. I also live in one of the communities close to it. It's planned housing for 500 homeless people. From what I've heard, at least 500 homeless people from all over the county. And they're free adults, so they'll be able to come and go and have visitors that they meet with in the area. And undoubtedly, lots of them will have substance abuse issues or mental health issues. And my concern is just about the location. It seems like it may be a great thing, I'm not sure, but perhaps. I think the Gathering Inn does good work. But this is closer to neighborhoods than many people seem to realize. The proposed location, I've measured it on Google Maps. You can do this. It's 1,800 feet from a popular walking trail that hundreds of locals and children use every day. Young women, children out walking alone, riding bikes, scooters. And there's nothing between the Campus of Hope property and this trail. And same goes for a couple of the neighborhoods there. There's just empty land between. It's depending on the route someone would take, it would be less than 3,000 feet from neighborhood homes. And the video on the Campus of Hope site doesn't spin all the way around and show this. It doesn't make it clear that there are homes close by. And when I walked out there to check the site recently, there are kids playing on the land out there, climbing trees, some kids that set up a swing. So we may be inviting lots of people to come and perhaps even camp out in those fields if they're deciding to leave the Campus of Hope or aren't admitted for some reason. They may camp out there and be right around families and homes and these trails and children and so on. It's also an area with extreme fire danger. Every summer we have fires in these fields, and less than 2 years ago had water drops being done by the state and county fire engines and fire services out there. Every year this happens, sometimes 3 fires per summer, and the fires come right up to the homes in our neighborhoods and actually scorch the walls of the houses. And trucks can't get back into that land in many cases. So this is just some of the reasons, but would like you to please reconsider the location and find a better location for the Campus of Hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Erb. Next caller?
Tyler, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, thank you for the time. So I'm actually a new resident to Roseville within the last couple of years. I grew up in Loomis, so very familiar with Placer County. And I used to live in San Francisco, and a big reason for moving to Placer County was to, be able to raise my son where he can walk to school and, not step over homeless people on the way. And, I've noticed, so I live in Roseville, and that Hampton Hotel that's been converted to homeless housing, I've just noticed an exponential increase in the amount of homeless in and around that retail, and then also in and around our residential neighborhoods. So I too am concerned about safety for my son. He's going to be getting older, walking to school, and the unpredictability of the homeless is a huge concern. And my problem with the Homekey, 1, the location, and then 2, to sign a 55-year deed without us really examining the success of it. So something that I just wanted to bring to your attention, can we delay the signing the 55-year deed? Can we bring down how long that is? And can we reconsider the location of where we put the Homekey? Just because it is, I understand this problem needs to be addressed, but the location is so close to retail and residential, kind of voicing similar concerns as other people, at this meeting, that it would be nice to, potentially have something more industrial where, because you can't force people to stay in the Hampton, and be isolated to that one place. A lot of time there's spillover, and so anyway, my main point is just the location is a concern, and then also why are we locking ourselves into such a long deed designation for this location. So, ideally, industrial or somewhere where, there's less spillover effects. So anyway, just that's my concern. Just safety, a huge issue for me and my family, and homelessness coming from San Francisco. They may be friendly for the most part, but it sounds like people have experienced aggressive homelessness. I experienced aggressive homelessness in San Francisco, and it's very concerning. And I know Placer County has the lowest rate, and that's why we moved to Placer County. And I hope Placer County can, find solutions, that don't attract more homeless people. And then it's more about, kind of figuring out solutions that, don't negatively impact the residents that are paying taxes, that are good law-abiding citizens.
Thank you, Tyler. And Tyler, your comments started out in public comment, but then you went to the specific item on our agenda. So we're going to take those as your comments on that particular agenda item. So thank you for your input today. I appreciate that.
Okay.
I'm going to wrap up with the next caller, and then we'll come back to the room here. We have one more? Two more callers, sorry, and then we'll come back to you. They keep adding.
Eric, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, hi, Eric Cohen, and my comments are very similar to the previous speaker. I have concerns about the permanent homeless housing at the Hampton Inn there.
Sir, I'm going to interrupt you. Because the last caller started with public comment, we're not to this item yet on our agenda, so can I hold off, and can you raise your hand when we get to item number 1 on the agenda? This is, you're calling about the Homekey round 2?
Sure am.
Okay, great. We're still in public comment. These are for items not on our agenda today.
Okay,
I know we've
all right,
been
no
talking
problem.
a lot about this issue in general, so.
Yeah.
And the next caller, are you calling in on the item or under public comment?
Greg?
Excuse me, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry. Yeah, I was calling on the same items as the previous
Okay.
two callers. I'm not able to stick around for the specific thing with the Hampton Inns, but I am concerned like everybody else about the homeless and all that. However, there has to be some kind of accountability for these people, and just to have them continually run around and take over things in tents, and we have no recourse. These people is disturbing. So those are my comments. I support all the other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greg. Okay, and then we're going to conclude public comment. There's no one else
Going
on
on.
Zoom? Correct. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I appreciate the opportunity to make a public comment. I am the Reverend Alex da Silva Soto. I serve with awesome people of Sierra Foothills Unitarian Universalist Church just down the road, and I live in North Auburn, and my pronouns are they, them, and theirs. I speak from, of course, a religious place, also a moral, ethical, and humane perspective with regards to homelessness in general. It is, I don't mean to give you a sermon, you don't need one. It's not a Sunday morning or a Saturday morning, but I felt compelled to share a couple of thoughts about homelessness and how it is a systemic problem. It is a very complex problem, as it's been alluded, but it seems to still go over the head of some of our neighbors, that it cannot be pushed outside our county. The county point-in-time homeless count results have given us a good idea of the trend with regards to homelessness and how it is going up, and how it has gone up 20% in the last 15 years. And considering housing trends and housing shortage and fires, mental health crisis, poverty, and all those elements, these numbers are just bound to go even higher. So let us give up on the notion that we can erase the problem and address the problem holistically. Let us give up on the idea that we can shush them out of our county, because individuals that are born, raised in this county are becoming homeless because they cannot afford rent. I am moving out of my own apartment so I can stay in the county because the cost of living has increased as well. In my church, they are very generous and they're doing the best that they can. But rents are skyrocketing, and I'm moving to a cheaper place next month. So let's please pay attention to all these factors that seem to be missed. And something else that is really important for us to continue to pay attention, that the not in my backyard argument is deeply rooted in racism, classism, and fear. Fear that has their reasons for being. I understand fear. I am a person that has grown up with a lot of fear, moved out of the country because of fear. So I can relate to it as well. But this pushing people away, demonizing them, criminalizing them, it is not the way. The homeless people are our neighbors, are our people. Let's take care of one another. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to conclude our public comment period, and we're going to move on to board member and county executive reports. Board members, do you have any reports? Not seeing any?
Just me.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'll speak on behalf of three of us, you and Supervisor Holmes. The three of us attended the advocacy process in DC last week, or the week before, I guess I should say, in which we lobbied our legislators to bring some money to Placer County to help us with our forestation issues and clearing the forest and to try to prevent forest fires. And they were really all very gracious. We met with Senator Feinstein in person, which was a shock. Everyone said that normally her staff meets with you. So we felt a bit honored that she met with us in person. And she has been very kind to the Tahoe Basin with bringing money in to preserve the lake and take care of the forest up there. And we also met with Congressman McClintock and Congressman LaMalfa. And in turn, they were all very gracious and listened to us, and it was a very productive event. We had a good time, and I think I speak for all three of us when I say we enjoyed it.
Thank you, Supervisor Jones. Well said. Okay. And then County CEO, do you have a report?
I do. Two items. One is just to touch base on Supervisor Jones' comments. Honestly, I think some really good work on the policy and advocacy side that we did. But in addition to that, I was fortunate to meet with, there was about 350 residents, either businesses or residents within the Sacramento region for the 50th anniversary of the Cap to Cap event. This is an opportunity for the Sacramento region to come out and advocate for issues of concern, either from a policy standpoint or a funding standpoint federally. So we were fortunate to do that. We did three different areas of effort that were done for this year. One was infrastructure investment was a key component. The other was forestry health and wildfire mitigation, which is a key component that we dealt with when we were out there, and then obviously the recovery efforts around COVID-19. So three core areas. Fortunate to sit on the subcommittee around economic development. We really did a lot of work with EDA and some of our congressional delegation about supporting broadband funding, international trade and export, competitiveness, so identifying some policy issues around there. And then we are I was fortunate to spend some time with our regional partners in Yolo and Sutter about some advocacy efforts that they want to do around wildfire mitigation, kind of on the Flat Valley floor area as well. So some really good conversations, I think some good things to build off of. There are a little over 80 folks that were either Placer businesses or Placer residents that actually were in attendance. So a good contingent from this region and this county, so really fortunate to be a part of that. The other area, and it was kind of mentioned this morning, but I want to talk a little about, based on the work that the board did around the ordinance for camping enforcement, we did our initial, what we're calling our clean and clear effort. This was an opportunity to address the issues with health and safety in the camping area up at the DeWitt campus. Want to give a quick update to this. It went off very well. I just wanted to give a thanks to our sheriff's office, probation, our HHS staff, our code enforcement, all the staff that really coordinated this effort. We didn't have any incidents as a part of this effort. In fact, I think there were actually some really positive things. We had about 20 residents that either came, received other services, or either some shelter housing, so we were able to get them in some other form of housing, get them the testing necessary to actually go into our shelter, so making eligible for that. They got some treatment services, and then we also had some folks that we were able to get them with their families, so moving back in and getting family and friend support. So about 20 of those individuals that we worked with when we did that movement took place. And then finally, with animals and some of their animal services that were needed, we actually coordinated with our animal services group to assist with those individuals. So I think it was a really first effort that went off really successfully and something to build on. So just wanted to share that with you. We had a lot of debris. Obviously, this is a public health and safety issue, so we did some abandoning and cleaning up of services. About 320 cubic yards of debris was removed at the site. 52 propane tanks were left. And some hazardous materials we wanted to clean up on the site. So I wanted to say a lot of good effort. I think Supervisor Holmes, you saw some of the activity, but I think it was a good move. This is about managing it appropriately, and I think the staff collectively did a really good job there. So I'll leave it with that. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to take those.
Supervisor Holmes.
Yes, thank you, Todd. Yeah, I spent 4 hours last Thursday morning from quarter to 8 till about noon and watched the operation. It was a very collaborative effort with probation, the sheriff's office, health and human services, animal services, facility services, very collaborative as everybody came together in order to address this issue. It was a little slow going at first, but Steve Newsom, our facility services director, called in the big tractors with the clam and really cleaned up that area. So it's a quadrant, it's all fenced off, it's clean. And so it was really an eye-opener for how we can work together to solve this issue. And Mr. Leopold explained about how many people actually accepted services. So I was really pleased. There was a little dog that one of the animal services control officers went out and picked up from the lady, little Cornelius. He was just cute. Everybody stopped because this dog was a showstopper. But anyhow, I took him over to animal services and got him shots and make sure that he was okay. So I gave it back to the lady that had that dog in her capacity. The one thing that really stood out for me was the level of severe mental illness that some of these individuals had. They just don't have the capacity to organize things, to plan things, and really, they were angry. They were just confused about what they had to do. They had more than 48 hours to move their material, and they just didn't know how to do it. And it wasn't lost on me as I watched those individuals that they were on the site of the former state mental hospital. It was just, I just couldn't fathom that. Thank you, Mrs. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other updates? Okay. Thank you for that. So we'll move on now to our 9:45 timed item, Health and Human Services Homekey Round 2. Dr. Oldham is here to present this item. Welcome, Dr. Oldham.
Hi, thank you. Good morning, Chair Gustafson and members of the board. Rob Oldham with Health and Human Services. And I'm here this morning co-presenting with Erin Kador, who's our HHS program manager working on our adult system of care. And actually, with us today also, we have Jennifer Price, maybe to help answer some questions. Jennifer Price from AMI Housing, and then over to my left here, Dion Louthan and Tricia Eisen from the city of Roseville. So thanks so much to all of you for coming out. We have 3 action items for your board's consideration today. First, we'll provide a brief update regarding the recent grant award of $23,516,978 of Homekey Round 2 funding from the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Your board previously authorized the application for this award and execution of the resulting award agreement back in December of 2021. And then secondly, we're asking for your board's approval of a 55-year deed restriction to AMI Housing in favor of the county for a 1.68 acre parcel improved with a 73,181 square foot, 4-story hotel building located at 110 North Sunrise Avenue in Roseville, and to authorize the director of HHS to execute the deed restriction with county council concurrence. And finally, we're asking your board to approve a budget amendment in the amount of $21,426,299 within the appropriate accounts of HHS's fiscal year 21-22 budget. So I know we've already provided a lot of detail on this project back in December when you approved our application, and again in January when you approved the purchase and sale agreement. And I know that all of you have had the opportunity to tour the facility, and as have members of the Roseville City Council and of our Homelessness Regional Working Group and Ad Hoc Committee. Rather than going back over all the details again, in the interest of time, we'll just briefly summarize this morning and actually have a few PowerPoint slides. So the first one here, you'll see just some fast facts about the project, the South Placer Homekey site. So the plan is to convert the former Hampton Inn in Roseville, which has been used as our Project Roomkey shelter site for the last almost 2 years, and convert it into 82 units of permanent supportive housing. And the eligibility for those units will be based on funding, but also on vulnerability as determined by our coordinated entry system as part of our homelessness continuum of care. Related to the funding, tenants must pay 30% of their income towards the rent, and this is housing. This is not a shelter. The plan would be that this would be permanent housing where residents must adhere. They have a lease agreement and must adhere to the terms of the lease agreement, including any nuisance behaviors would not be allowed. And then residents, so very much as like regular housing, the one way that it's different is residents will be offered a comprehensive array of activities and services, including employment assistance, mental health, physical health coordination, and many more. And then there'll be around-the-clock staffing. We mentioned the current site, the Project Roomkey, has had 24/7 staffing, but the plan, and I think Jennifer can speak more to this, is to have even more staffing than the current site has, and so more staffing for the Project Homekey site. Here's just a little bit of information about the site itself. So it's close to services and responsive to common public concerns. It's located just east of the I-80 in Roseville at the northwest corner of the intersection of Douglas and Sunrise, south of a power station there. So it's kind of bounded by a power station, the freeway, Douglas, and then there are some businesses there, I guess, on the east-ish side. Close to transit, it's about 2 miles from our adult system of care site at Kirby Hills, where behavioral health services, mental health and addiction services, and other adult protective services are located. It's less than a mile from other, there's some medical there on the Sunrise medical services, there's Aegis, the addiction treatment center, so a lot of different services right there in the area. And it's away from, for the most part, from residential neighborhoods. A lot of businesses there, but not a lot of residential. And as I mentioned, it's served as the Project Homekey site for nearly 2 years and really demonstrated a proof of concept there with actually very few calls for services. We've talked to the City of Roseville and the police chief there, and very few calls for services, and actually the percentages of the calls for services, most of those, the vast majority were not related to Project Homekey guests. And so we think it is a solid location. Last slide, just looking at what this means for our continuum of care. This would be, if approved, the single largest addition to Placer County's homeless housing continuum. So you'll see here this slide, I believe we've shared before in other contexts around the number of beds at different parts of our continuum of care. So this Homekey with this award would add close to a total of 100 beds. And this latest award results in a 55% increase in permanent supportive housing beds. And by the way, permanent, I know we'll talk more about the emerging strategies report, but really identified, even in the Marbert report, permanent supportive housing consistently is identified as one of the gaps in our continuum of care. So additions were made in both Homekey, the round 1 and round 2. Those additions were made in consultation with the City of Roseville and the round 1 with Kings Beach and that community. And I think these opportunities are very closely aligned with what you'll hear about in the emerging strategies report to follow, and really continues the work that's been done. And we've been investing in permanent supportive housing in Placer County for over 2 decades. I saw Maureen Bauman there, our former adult system of care director, and others who really, so we're on the shoulders of giants here, really been working permanent supportive housing for many years. And doing it, and I know with AMI Housing and other partners in a way that generally that has worked well with the community. And so this would be continuing that work that has led to us having the lowest rate of homelessness in Northern California, the lowest rate of unsheltered homelessness, I believe, in the entire state. And so really continuing that progress. Also continuing the idea of holding people, providing compassionate care, but also holding people responsible. So again, this would be permanent supportive housing with real expectations and moving people into the idea of being a good tenant and learning how to do that and providing the supports in place so they can be successful, but also having some accountability associated with that. So before I hand off to Aaron, I first just want to thank the large team of people who've been working very hard on this application and being very patient for a number of months. Starting off with Amy Ellis, who's not here, so Amy's out of town, but our Director of Adult System of Care, but really the entire Adult System of Care team. Aaron, who has really been instrumental in making this happen. But then within we've had a lot of staff working our Project Homekey site, which I said is one of the most successful Project Homekeys in the state. We haven't had a lot of the same issues that some other jurisdictions have had with that site. Again, to AMI Housing for all of their collaborative support in the application. And then our Hampton Inn owner and management have really, they've helped to make the Project Homekey successful, but have also been very patient with us as we've waited. But I did want to thank the Department of Housing and Community Development as well for their partnership through this process. And then here within the county, County Council, this has been a complicated application process. So County Council has done a lot of work. Thank you. Facilities management, procurement. So lots of different departments outside of HHS have been very involved in this. And then, of course, the City of Roseville been great to work with on this. And even mentioned our area businesses that we're really trying to partner with and working collaboratively with those businesses throughout this process, and really committed to doing so in the future. So with that, I'll hand off to Aaron. Thank you.
All right, looks like I'm on.
Yes.
Good morning, Chair Gustafson, Vice Chair Holmes, members of the board. My name is Aaron Kador, and I am the Adult System of Care Housing Program Manager in Health and Human Services. In the past 3 years, the county has successfully launched key housing projects: Brown Bear Studios in Kings Beach, Main Street Plaza Apartments in Roseville, and Mercy in North Auburn. These housing projects are critical as they represent non-shared apartment-style housing for individuals who have difficulty in shared living arrangements, and also have been difficult to house. Despite the success of these projects, there are still unsheltered residents with income, often paired with a housing voucher or subsidy, who are unable to find the previously described type of unit. It's common for individuals who are ready for housing to remain in our shelters and on the street due to insufficient availability of affordable and supported housing. This lack of supportive housing is a problem faced by nearly every community across the state. On January 11, 2022, your board passed a resolution to approve a purchase and sale agreement for $16.7 million regarding the 85-room hotel building at 110 North Sunrise Avenue in Roseville, California, and also allow the Director of Facilities Management or designee to assign rights to purchase the property to AMI Housing. This purchase is expected to be fully funded by $14.7 million in Homekey Round 2 funds and $2 million in CARES Act funding already designated to this project. The remainder of the Homekey Round 2 funding, $8,816,978, will be used for closing costs, operating costs, subsidies, and development costs to transform the hotel into studio apartments, 82 of which will be used for permanent supportive housing, and 3 rooms, along with other space within the facility, for supportive services. Rooms will have kitchenettes added, flooring changed, and conference room space converted into supportive services space. In addition to Homekey Round 2 funding, the ongoing services and supports of this project will be financially supported by tenants' rent, 30% of their income, housing vouchers and subsidies, health partners, Mental Health Services Act funds, and funding sources that Health and Human Services, the Continuum of Care, the cities, and other funders will pursue, all of which will allow for housing support and services. These various funding sources will allow Health and Human Services to connect individuals with behavioral health and other special needs that require additional services and supports to maintain those individuals' housing. Tenants will be eligible if they are currently on the by name list. Individuals get onto the by name list by calling 211, experiencing homelessness, and scoring high on the vulnerability scale, which indicates a need for additional supports to maintain housing. These supports include, but are not limited to, medical services and behavioral health care. Tenants will be screened by AMI Housing, which was the contractor identified for this project. Sex offenders and individuals with violent histories will not be eligible for placement in the project. Services such as independent living skills, budgeting, seeking maintenance services, resolving neighbor disputes, linkage to medical services, job placement, and behavioral health services will be offered on site. AMI Housing will have supportive services staff and property management staff available on site during business hours and maintain security on and around the site during non-business hours. Dr. Oldham and I are available to answer any questions, and we also have AMI Housing Executive Director Jennifer Price here as well if needed.
Thank you very much. Jennifer, did you want to say a few words?
I just want to thank you. Sorry. I just want to thank you for this opportunity, and we're just so excited to have the ability to bring so much affordable housing all in one fell swoop to this county where it's so desperately needed for our folks and for the many residents of Placer County who are low income and can't afford the rents that are incredibly high right now. So thank you.
Thank you. Rob, did you have any
No, just
follow-up?
happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, board members, any questions? Yes, Robert?
I just want to start by congratulating in a huge way the massive, I think the focus should be that we won a gigantic grant. And it's another shout out to the, excuse me, Placer Model of Health and Human Services. And I think also want to thank Roseville for their participation, collaboration with us. But it really reflects the opportunities that we have here to set a standard in dealing with this emerging issue. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, again, thanks to the team. And I said it's within HHS, but really across the county, the amount of work and effort and collaboration necessary on this, and not just in the county, but with our partners. So we really appreciate that. Yeah.
Thank you. Supervisor Holmes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to support Robert's, Supervisor Wygant's comments. Again, it's really a testament to our HHS's ability to bring these kind of items forward. I did have an opportunity to ride with the Roseville homeless liaison sheriff or sergeant, and through that we toured that area, and I noticed that they have a dedicated code enforcement individual with the city of Roseville will be monitoring that area probably on a daily basis. So I feel comfortable in that regard. I just have a question about the process for removing a tenant if they do not follow the rules. Is there a process that goes through Health and Human Services or AMI Housing?
Yeah, and I think it's primarily through AMI Housing, but I know in coordination, so a lot of the residents there will be involved in our full service partnership programs or in enhanced care management. So it's a team effort, but maybe I'll turn to Aaron and Jennifer to answer exactly how that happens.
So of course the individuals at the project will be tenants, so they'll have lease agreements and there will be clear expectations in terms of what's expected of them. So of course, with it being permanent supportive housing, we want to do everything we can to help maintain that housing, which is where the supportive services come in. But we also recognize that there will be times when, unfortunately they will need something else. They will need something different than what the permanent supportive housing is offered, perhaps some sort of higher level of care or some living situation with more support. So as needed, and if those efforts didn't yield success, then we would be looking at, as a last resort, eviction would be it. So that would be the process as needed. Obviously, we wouldn't want it to come to that, but at the same time, we also recognize that programmatic fit is important in terms of maintaining just the functionality and safety of the whole project.
Thank you. And then as far as the tenants, I know you may have mentioned this, but the tenants will have to pay a percentage of their income towards the housing, depending on their level of income.
Correct. Yes, it'll be 30% of their income. And back to the previous question, also, I was just thinking, as far as evictions or moving people to another permanent supportive housing or another, we've talked a lot about kind of diversifying our portfolio in our continuum of care, and particularly for permanent supportive housing. And so having this, this many units come on together really is going to be, has the potential to be transformative for the, most of the times things work out and residents actually, when they get permanent supportive housing, do really well. And I see, but sometimes it's not a great fit, either the location or, there's something about that. And so having more, allows us more flexibility so we can move people around and do some trading and that sort of thing. So I don't know if you have any additional thoughts on that, Jennifer. So you nodding your head.
I will say that eviction is our last resort, but we will resort to it if we have to, if a tenant is doing things that are hurting the community, hurting the residents in the property, hurting themselves, things of that nature. But we do look for alternative placements, and sometimes it's just, would a different floor on the hotel be a better option for them? Is it their neighbor that's causing the problem? Do we just need to move people around? Or is it, do we need to look at more of a shared living type of facility might be better for this person? Or a board and care if they need 24-hour support. So it's really just long-term what is best for the people in the building and the client themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Jones, did you have a question? Okay, I had one question. One of the callers earlier that spoke before we got to the item mentioned tents on the site. Have we had any situation there where there's been spillover? And because I think there was at least a concern about
tent encampments, and I have it
on the site.
Yeah, and I drive by. I live in the neighborhood and drive by there. I haven't seen that, but I think there is a concern. There are other encampments that I'll say, having lived in Roseville since 2014, there have been encampments at places, at least for the last 8 years and probably before that. And so, yeah, I heard the caller kind of talk about, is there some association? I think what we're seeing, and I think we'll in the next presentation see, rates of homelessness have kind of gone up everywhere in Placer and in Roseville, less so than most, certainly most of the state and even the region. And so is there an association between if there have been recent increases in the number, certainly the visibility of homelessness, as we've talked about here on the Government Center campus, has gone up, particularly with more, I think, tent encampments, but certainly I haven't seen them, and it sounds like you all haven't either at the actual site, but this idea that, providing more services somehow generates more homelessness. I think we have a long history here of trying to provide really integrated services, and I would argue that's part of the reason why we do have the lowest rate of homelessness in Northern California. But obviously we need to do that well and do it in a thoughtful way, because there can be blight that's generated if we provide the services in a way that isn't respectful of the community. So we're committed to doing that. But as far as the specific question around tents at the Hampton Inn, I haven't seen any. It sounds like they haven't either. So.
Okay, and those wouldn't be tolerated through any situation here. Okay.
There will be no tents.
Yes.
This is private property, right? So
right, it is private property in that, and I just wanted to assure the public on that. Okay, I don't see any other questions from the board, so now it's our turn to go out to the public for public comment on this item. And if you could please go ahead and line up if you have comments so that we can get through public comment on this item. You're kidding. None of you are here to talk to this item. Okay. Okay, so we have 2 on Zoom, so we'll go to Zoom, and we already had some public comment on this, so we did ask one gentleman to come back.
Gina, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, yes, thank you. I just have something simple to say. I'm thrilled that Project Homekey has received this funding. I'm thrilled that our county is providing this opportunity for expanded permanent, transitional, and supportive housing. And I guess I would just like to encourage the board and all of our residents here in Placer County to, as Dr. Oldham said, expand and diversify our continuum of care. Someone asked about if some sort of eviction has to happen. Sometimes people just need some extra support, and if we don't have any opportunities or other types of support for people who are struggling with the vast range of challenges that make it difficult for them to find housing, then where do they go if it doesn't work out in this situation? And that's why I think that it's super, super critical that we move forward with some sort of iteration of the Campus of Hope idea, a permanent place where a range of services can be accessed, and where people can kind of move from the streets, living on the streets, to maybe like an intermediate place that would make them able to then be ready for this permanent supportive housing, if that makes sense. So I say, as a resident of Placer County, keep up the good work. Please, please, let's remember that there's no us and them. The homeless are not them, and we are not us. We are all part of the same county, and have a responsibility to take care of each other and to make sure that our common resources make it possible for everybody to access a good standard of life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gina. Other public comments?
Julie, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Julie?
Hello?
Go
yes. Ahead. Hi, Julie. We
Hi.
can hear you.
Hi, this is Julie Soto in Rockland.
I do have some concerns about the plan. I am concerned about the 55 years. I would prefer a 3 to 5 year contract. I'm not quite sure if that's just for the hotel or if it's services with Amy. But I am concerned about the duration of the contract, because at some point, funding could change. We could get new electors, or, say something happens to Amy. I'm just really concerned about the time period for the Hampton Inn. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Are there any other callers on Zoom? Then I see a couple have stood up in the audience. Please come forward.
Good morning, my name is Tina. I have a couple of questions as well. I also have a concern with the 55-year limit time that we're putting on there. I think that's a little excessive. That's a lot excessive. We need to have a point where we reassessed in 5 years or 10 years, or certainly 55 is much too long. Also, as a member of the public, where do I go to get more detailed information on the actual program? There were comments that residents would have some sort of assessment or requirements for getting in and staying in. How do I find out what those are? Also, are we gonna still leave the name, the Hampton Inn there? Is that sign gonna come down? Are we naming it something else? Or how will the community know that it's not a hotel? Thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning, Maureen Bauman, Placer County, longtime resident, former employee here, and I am just thrilled. So congratulations to everybody. I can't believe this. It's for me, solving homelessness requires housing, and it's been the hardest piece for us to get through. We've done a lot of other things, and I just really, really want to appreciate all the efforts from all of the people to get this amount of housing. And permanent supported housing is, I mean, to me, it's such a relief to have people be in housing and be supported to be there. It's like the last thing that's scary, because they're going to have wrap services and they are going to be able to move forward in their lives. And AMI has a long history of very successfully helping people, and they track how many people stay in housing, and it's long-term housing, and they move to other better options. It's not, certainly some people fail and we have to get services, but it's really a success story in terms of the community, the participants, and so again, just congratulations, move forward. I think this is great. I'm guessing the 55 years is a condition of the dollars, but I'm sure staff will explain that, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Okay, Dr. Oldham, would you like to address any of?
Sorry, we have one on Zoom.
Oh, I'm sorry, we have one more on Zoom. Yep. Stand by. Oh, I'm sorry, one more here. Anyone else? Okay.
Eric, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Yeah, so I guess my question is this a done deal? Or is it possible it can go to another site? Because if it's a done deal, there's, obviously not much you can do. That's what I'd like to understand.
We'll address that at the end of.
And that's my only question. So so this is this Homekey 2.0, this Hampton Inn, this is only one of 4 in the state, right? Is that correct?
We'll answer your questions at the end of public
All right, it just seems like maybe there could be a better spot. I just moved to this area to get away from, a lot of these issues you see, particularly in the Bay Area with the homeless. And the eyeball test tells you there's a lot more homeless, wandering the area. And it wasn't quite what I bargained for when I moved here, and if I would have known this was happening, I don't think I would have invested in this community to move my family here. So the location seems a little close to residential areas to me, a little too close for comfort for my preference.
Okay.
You don't want to turn into the Bay Area.
Thank you, Eric, for your comments. Okay, it looks like we have 2 more speakers here.
Oh, good morning again. My name is Reverend Alex da Silva Soto again. And I might be developing a reputation to be the angry minister of Placer County.
With a smile.
With a smile, of course, and great glasses, by the way, right? Thank you. But I'm shocked that we don't have a fanfare outside celebrating this amazing accomplishment. we've been debating and discussing the problem of homelessness, and there's finally an incredible solution to part of the problem. And it's shocking that some people are still having qualms, and I'm glad that they're participating, and I hope they get the answers to their qualms and their questions today. So my main focus right now is to congratulate HHS, the City of Roseville, and AME to really taking care of us and providing housing where other residents live. It is important for people transitioning back into a safe and stable life to have safe and stable neighbors. It is in a perfect place, and I'm glad that you are doing it. And the alternative would be for individuals to be sleeping on sidewalks and parks and tents, and we all have agreed that that is not humane, that's not acceptable. So deepest gratitude, congratulations, and let's have a party.
That didn't sound angry. And our last public speaker.
Keith Dieterich, President CEO of the Gathering Inn. Very supportive of the project. I think the bottom line is almost everybody wants to do something about the homeless. They just don't want it anywhere near them. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Wendy wanted to come back up. This is last call. Anyone else want to speak on this item? Okay, you're going to finish.
I'd just like to back up with what Keith said. I think all of us are in favor of helping the homeless, but again, we need to separate out the people with mental illness, alcoholics, and drug users that are causing the problems in our community.
Thank you. And Megan informs me we have one more on Zoom. So Dr. Oldham, stand by.
Ty, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. The issue's on our end. Ty, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Okay. So I had a few notes I had taken, Rob. We had a question on the 55 years, and I would also ask council if there was an issue, can we get out of that 55-year if there's a problem with that? More information where people can find out about the program requirements, the naming of the facility, and this issue of are there only 4 of these in the state? So those are the 4 I took down. I may have missed some that you picked up on.
Great, yeah. And so on the 55-year deed restrictions, and these deed restrictions, these are typically what we do in working with either AMI Housing or others. We do an RFP and then do a deed restriction. The contract with AMI Housing, and I don't know the exact term for that, but it's much shorter, maybe 2 or 3 years. Yeah, two years. And so that was awarded through a request for proposal process. And so that goes through our normal. The deed restriction, my understanding, and maybe defer to council, that's to protect the county. We don't anticipate anything will happen to AMI Housing the next 55 years. I hope they're around for for at least that long. But if an organization weren't able to perform, continue to provide those supports and that sort of thing, that it would revert back, is my understanding. But maybe let the lawyers tell me if that's correct. Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't get you wanted to finish. Okay. Let me explain a little bit more about the 55-year deed restriction. This is a deed restriction required by HCD. 55 years is the term that HCD requires, and it is a deed restriction to ensure that the property is used for this use. So this is not the contract with AMNI, that's a separate contract, but is a deed restriction on the use of the property, very common.
Thank you.
So that Jennifer doesn't go run a hotel, right?
Okay. But I think from the community's perspective, they wanted to be assured that we're monitoring and watching the site and responding to issues if need be.
Absolutely.
So, okay.
Well, and I think it's fair to say also that it's not just the county, but HCD. was
Right,
monitoring.
As far as the more information on the program, I might defer to, I know we have on general on homelessness, including our continuum of care on the Placer County website, and including around permanent supportive housing, and kind of talks through some frequently asked questions around permanent supportive housing, so we can circulate that again, because I know those questions do come up. A lot of misunderstanding about what permanent supportive housing is, and so that's more in general for permanent supportive housing, the services that we provide. But I don't know if, Jennifer, you have any specific, or Aaron, on this particular site, where to go to get information about it.
So, I mean, one thing I will note is that AMI has a long history of doing this work. I believe it's 18 projects, if I'm not mistaken. So 18 projects, including transitional housing and permanent supportive housing. And so they've gotten a good sense of, what makes for good participants in these programs, what's likely to lead to issues, what makes the project sustainable, because that's a big part of it as well. So, I mean, in terms of the assessment that they'll be doing, they're going to be looking at the strengths of the individual applicants, weaknesses, needs, benefits, medical and behavioral considerations, just everything that goes into making sure that it's going to be a successful living situation. Because if it's not, then it's really not going to work out for anyone. They also look at long-term goals. So what exactly is the goal of the individual, and really making sure that the housing fits that. And so those are some of the factors that they consider. They also consider other factors. I will say that one thing that has been made clear too is that when it comes to the sustainability of this project, that's key. And so when it comes to the tenants, I mean, there's going to need to be some sort of payment, whether it's payment from income, whether it's payment from a subsidy or a voucher, whether it's payment from any kind of grant that's related. Basically, there needs to be a sustainable financial model. And so when it comes to individuals that are in this project, the expectation is that if they don't have some sort of income that is coming in, then we're going to work with them to connect them with job training or job support if they're able-bodied, or help connect them with benefits to which they're entitled. But if all of the above does not work, then we would be looking at essentially other options, because the thing is that the project does need to remain sustainable. And so just for additional information regarding the project, because I know that was something that was brought up, Jennifer did say that she's available to answer any questions afterwards, clarify any concerns that individuals might have. I know that in terms of, let's see, foreign the state, I'm not sure of the foreign the state. I'm not sure to what exactly that referred.
Well, it sounds like AMI has 18, and there's other providers out there providing these.
I think I might know just this particular award. So the Homekey Round 2, it comes out in waves, and I think there were 4 counties that got from this wave. But I know, for instance, Sacramento County, Yolo County, some others in the region got it earlier on. So we applied back in December and just now got our award. But this round, so Homekey, I think there have been over 100, a lot of different awards all over the state. So this is not unique to Placer, but I will say this award for a county of our size was like I said, it can be transformative. So.
Thank you.
And just lastly, in terms of naming, so the name would change. It wouldn't be the Hampton Inn anymore.
Okay.
If you have any ideas, let us know.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you for addressing those. Then I'll come back to the board. I know Supervisor Gore wanted to make some comments.
Great, yes, thank you. Hopefully you can hear me. I really appreciate this opportunity.
Oh, no.
Roseville. When this first became a Project Homekey site, we had HHS take some of us out there along with some of the council members, and I see City of Roseville staff sitting in the audience. And this couldn't have happened without the county working collaboratively collaboratively with the city of Roseville. I just really appreciate the willingness to talk with them, to talk about if this would work. We've had some experience with the project Homekey, and we're so fortunate to actually get this funding. And I think I want to say that we'll continue to commit as a county to make sure that issues get addressed along with the city of Roseville when it comes to if there's need for enforcement or police services. We're fortunate that we have a partner like the city of Roseville that'll step up and has services to mitigate concerns that residents may have. And, I understand that people can be concerned about having a large site like this, but we've seen that we have not had huge problems with this site over the past really more than 2 years now. So I'm very supportive. I'm very fortunate. I think we're very fortunate as a county to have an opportunity like this to provide another tool in the toolbox for the issue of homelessness.
Thank you. Supervisor Jones, did you want to make some comments as well?
Yes, good morning, Dr. Oldham.
Morning.
And thank you for the reports. I do have a series of questions. First, I'd like to start off with the point in time count for our homeless in Placer County, if you will.
Yeah, and I know in the next presentation, we're actually, we have our 2020 data. We're just in the midst of kind of about to push out, I believe, the 2022 point in time count. That's run through our the continuum of care, and so kind of coordinating with the continuum of care on the release of the 2022 point in time count. I'll say, that it has ranged, over the last, I'm familiar with, I came in 2014, and so it's been in the, high 500s to mid 700s as far as the total number of people experiencing homelessness in Placer County. And so that's what we refer to when we talk about some of the, around the lowest rate of homelessness in Northern California per capita relative to, any of the other counties in Northern California, and particularly in the region, we're doing quite well. And I do think just from the preliminary data, we'll hopefully be able to share very, very soon the final data around the point in time count. I do think that we can expect some continued growth. As was said before, we're seeing large amounts of growth in the number of people experiencing homelessness across the state. And so, looking forward, I don't know if Aaron has any additional thoughts on this, and certainly we'll speak more to this, I believe, in the next presentation about kind of thinking about the future and strategy. But the point in time count for 2022, not released yet, but hopefully will be very soon.
Can I rely on the chart for the next presentation, which shows the count in 2021 was 708?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Okay. Just trying to give everybody an idea. I have a lot of constituents, as you can imagine, that are very concerned about this project. I did meet with the businesses in the area, and they did share their concerns, and their concerns are based on the project Homekey right now, which is completely different than what we're moving on to the project Homekey. But they've had in that surrounding complex, the businesses have had a lot of problems with the homeless. Both of you were attending with the business owners with us as well. Problems with the homeless sleeping. They had to remove a cement bench because they were sleeping on the cement bench right there in the little hallway, or I should say the walkway that surrounds all the businesses. They've been using the flower beds as their toilet, if you will. They harass often in the parking lot. They're out yelling at people as they're either getting into their cars or getting out of their cars. They go into the beauty salon there and they sit down, help themselves, sit in the comfortable chairs. They said they roam around the beauticians and oftentimes they just steal things from them. I know Mandango's has had the homeless sitting in their outdoor dining area, running off all of their customers because of their behavior. And of course, they don't patronize the businesses and they don't have anything to eat. They just come and harass everybody. So there are a lot of grave concerns there with that. And I think what we need to do right now is to set them at ease that this is not going to be a continuation of what's going on right now. Although I do have concerns with, once we do displace the project Homekey folks that are there, what will we do if they come back? Because, if they're not part of the project Homekey, then they will be displaced from the Hampton Inn. And what will we do about that to ease the concerns of the businesses there? One that really shocked me was the dentist there. They service autistic children early in the morning before they have any other customers. And they say those, when the homeless are out there, they're actually they're frightening those children. And it's very detrimental to their business because they will lose that business if we can't help protect those young children. I know you mentioned, you all, I don't remember who said what, but there was mention of the affordable housing apartments that have been built in Roseville, and I've seen them. They're very nice, and I really like the product, and I do believe they're very successful, as well as the Mercy housing that's nearing completion up in Auburn. So I'm just wondering if you can compare the similarities of the Hampton Inn with these projects. What is similar about the Hampton Inn and these two projects that were actually built affordable housing, whereas we're converting a hotel?
Great. All right. Well, I'll start and then maybe hand.
Let me.
Oh yeah.
Let me just finish that while I'm thinking about it, because otherwise I'll surprise you with the second half of the question. Is so I want similarities with those projects, but I also want you to tell me the differences between the Hampton Inn and those types of projects.
Great. All right. Well, so on the first question around the businesses, and spoke to this a little bit before, but yes, we're working closely, getting to know those businesses. I think the complaints that from some of the businesses that you hear are similar to complaints that you hear from businesses in this area or in other parts of Roseville, and so that's one of the challenges is figuring out, well, how much of that activity is related to what's going on at the Hampton Inn, whether it be the Project Homekey or the Homekey. I know Aaron, for instance, talked to the city of Roseville and the police chief there and got some data as far as, one, just a really low number of calls for services associated with Project Homekey. I believe it was like 27. Yeah, so very, very small number in the last year. And of those, when they were kind of investigated, one was actually related to an existing Homekey resident. So I think that's important when we hear, yes, I think throughout the county, throughout the state, you're hearing from businesses and the impact of homelessness or other just as people, other people who are coming in and causing, they may or may not even be homeless, right? So it's kind of figuring out and where they're coming from. I think it's a complicated question, but we're committed, certainly for those businesses close to the proposed Homekey site, to really provide some extra support to make sure that those any issues that they're experiencing, whether they're Homekey residents or not. As far as the question around or Homekey residents, as far as displacing current Homekey residents, that's actually part of our application. So HCD requires us to have a plan for any relocation. A number of the Homekey residents, I think, will qualify for kind of remaining there through Homekey. And then as far as comparing, and I'll let the experts fill in with more good details here, but I just finished as far as comparing the Hampton Inn to Mercy Housing, the new project up here in North Auburn, but also the project in downtown Roseville that I know AMI Housing is also involved in. So I'll talk at a high level and let them tell you the more detail. But how are they similar? So they're, for instance, the Mercy is mainly affordable housing. So some of the units do have some supports built in, but in general, that project is not just for permanent supportive housing. Whereas Main Street is, right, and this is. So I think the Hampton Inn actually has more in common with the Main Street project than with the Mercy Housing project. So some similarities between the two. In general, we need more affordable housing, and this, all these projects sort of address this, but this is a specific niche of people, as Aaron described, who, when we do the assessment through our coordinated entry system, identify those people who need extra supports in order to be successful in housing, and that's what the Project Homekey site at the proposed site at the Hampton Inn would do, similar to the Main Street and other. Like I said, we have, and here you'll see the number of permanent supportive housing units. So we have a lot of these, and as I said, have been doing this for a long time. Largely, previously these were houses in neighborhoods, right? And so I think what we're hearing, and again through the feedback, even through the regional homelessness process, is really a desire to not have as much of the housing in the neighborhoods and having it, located, in other areas away from residential neighborhoods. So really trying to be responsive to that. So I don't know, Aaron, if you additional thoughts.
Yeah, no, I mean, actually, Dr. Oldham did a good job of really addressing a lot of the questions that your constituents had. And so just to round out what he was saying, so in terms of the concerns that the business tenants have, we were concerned about that too, because we don't want Project Homekey to be an issue for the business tenants. I mean, ideally, we would like for it to dovetail, not thinking of it as a sort of, either Project Homekey or the business tenants, but really thinking of it as Project Homekey and the business tenants, Homekey Round 2 and the business tenants. And so we actually delved into the data a bit, and we actually received call logs from Roseville PD, so calls for service, dating from February 2021 to February 2022. As Dr. Oldham had mentioned, there was a subset that involved identified individuals, because as you can imagine, with some of the calls, they involve individuals who ultimately were not identified. So of those identified individuals, there were only about 27. We cross-referenced those with our Project Homekey guest records to really get a sense of how much overlap there actually is between Project Homekey and these calls for service. We found that only 4 or 15% had any Project Homekey history. So not concurrent history, but just history of Project Homekey at any time, only 15%. Then we further found that only 5%, one person, was concurrently enrolled in Project Homekey while that call for service happened. So again, looking at this data, we really didn't see a clear, correlation between those calls for service and Project Homekey. But we've still been very responsive to the business tenants. As you know, on March 16th, we did visit. We spoke to the majority of the businesses there in the shopping center. We actually met with them. We gave them our cards. We explained Project Homekey, talked about Homekey 2, and invited them to call us if there were any concerns. And so since March 16th, we've gotten one call, and that call involved someone who is indirectly related to Project Homekey, so not an actual resident. But we still took responsibility for that. We promptly responded the same day, and that owner was extremely appreciative. And that's the kind of approach that we hope to take with Homekey Round 2, just to at least make it clear. We want to work with the business tenants, not in a sort of either-or situation. In terms of displacement, I think that Dr. Oldham spoke to that extremely well. With HCD, their emphasis is to not displace. I think the 55-year deed restriction is part of that, again, preserving this resource and the support for this purpose. And additionally, they've really made it clear that they don't want anyone to be to be displaced. So even if someone is going to relocate, there are really various criteria related to making sure that they are appropriately relocated with sufficient support. And then in terms of similarities and differences, I think that there are many of each. As Dr. Oldham was mentioning, overall with the Main Street project and Mercy North Auburn, there's actually a mix. So you've got affordable housing, and within that you've got these subsets that are related to adult system of care. So with the Main Street project, I believe there are 10 units that are related to HHS, and then with Mercy North Auburn, it's 20. And those are actually for individuals who are in one of our clinical case management programs, usually individuals with pretty notable mental health needs. So they have that very significant wraparound support. This project is different in that there isn't going to be that sort of minimum in terms of behavioral health needs. So that is a difference, but it's not to say that they wouldn't be connected to behavioral health supports as needed. So of course we can link them to the variety of mental health supports available throughout the county, whether it's county provided or with a community provider. But we're also looking at having on-site behavioral health, which, by the way, is extremely novel. And at least from what I've gathered in terms of the Placer Way, innovation is a key part of that. And so, I mean, that is something that is unique to our project in relation to the other projects that have been approved with Homekey Round 2, having on-site behavioral health, which is what we're looking into doing. Another difference is that with, and I'll try and make it quick, I know it's kind of several questions, but I do at least want to speak to the concerns of your constituents. So in terms of the population served with Homekey Round 2, we'd be looking at those who are experiencing homelessness, chronic homelessness, and also transitional age youth. So that's something that would be different than the other two projects that focus on that population, that subpopulation as well. And then in terms of similarities, again, they can be connected to offsite services as needed. The populations would be somewhat similar in terms of experiencing homelessness or chronic homelessness. Basically service linkage as needed to help support their housing and help keep everyone safe.
Thanks,
Okay.
Erin. Suzanne?
Yes.
You still have more?
Yes, I still have more.
Okay.
So you said the Roseville Police reported where there were calls on 27 individuals? Is that what that was?
In terms of identified individuals, yes.
Okay. So I just want to say that that is kind of the basis for the concern for constituents and business owners. It's not the actual program itself, because I do believe when you have the Homekey, you're going to have 24/7 staff available, and you'll have services available and the like. Is that correct? Okay. So the concern is that it's going to attract other homeless people. And based on that, these 27 individuals could not be identified as either Project Roomkey or prior Project Roomkey, we'll put in mind that these are people that are coming there because they know what is the program that's existing there. So that is a concern of my constituents. Unless you can allay those concerns for them.
Yeah, and again, I would speak to, this is the data around that, that area. I don't know, and we don't have anyone from Roseville PD here, but my sense is there are a lot more calls for services across the entire city. Is that right? And so this is 27 calls in a year, right? So maybe about two calls a month. And again, as Erin shared, very few of them related to Project Roomkey. So I think there's kind of a baseline, as a novice epidemiologist, there's a baseline level of calls from businesses in the area, and that's really the question: is does this area have more calls than, say, other businesses in the area? I don't think we're prepared to answer.
Right. Right. No, I agree. So I mean, looking at it on that macro level, there's that perspective. There's also the reality that we have good partnership with the city of Roseville. So we actually have a liaison. We're filling a second liaison position that is embedded with Roseville PD. And so we can actually work with that liaison, Roseville PD, look for ways to strategize to basically, help make sure that, in terms of homelessness that is in the area, that it can be addressed in terms of being identified, seeing what kind of efforts can be made with Roseville PD in concert, with Placer County and our liaison.
Right. So you're adding, the county's going to add a liaison?
It's existing. So there's actually a liaison currently. There's another position that is in the process of being filled. So those are two positions that can actually help to address that issue.
So did you say that there were going to be transitional youth also in the mix?
Yes. So of the 82 units, 5 would be transitional age youth.
Okay. No concerns about having young people housed with older people with mental or substance abuse issues?
Well, they would be approximately 18 to 25, and chances are that they would benefit from many of the supportive services that would be offered through the project.
Okay, and if you would, could you explain just briefly, maybe Janice, about the eviction process and how that works, if you've ever evicted anyone in your other permanent supportive houses, how difficult or easy? I know in the regular market, if we're renters or landlords, I know the process to evict is nearly impossible.
Yeah, I can speak to that. We have had to evict people in the past. We do it we give them multiple notices for their behaviors. Generally, it's their behaviors that are going to get them removed from one of our projects. And so we keep detailed records of those behaviors, of the notices we've served the tenants. We have a lawyer who works with us, and then he will serve any eviction papers to the tenants, and we'll go through the court process. So far, anyone that we've needed to evict, we've been able to evict. We haven't lost any cases yet.
Okay, that's great. And I'm just curious about the permanent supporting housing in neighborhoods. Is it true that the law precludes us from having staff 24/7 at those permanent supportive housings, or do you have staff at those?
The law does not preclude that. It's not typical because it is pretty expensive to have 24-hour staff. And generally, these are folks that are living independently on their own, and they don't need that. But all of our permanent supportive housing projects have staff that visit the facilities.
And approximately how many permanent supportive houses do we have in Placer County?
Don't have that.
Maybe, Ami, you know how many you have.
I know we own 15.
Yeah, I was going to say
And then the
20,
Gathering Inn
25-ish,
has
you know.
some. The
And there
Gathering Inn has 7.
Yeah, and I was going to say there are other, so there's permanent supportive housing. So this is not just a county, right? There can be permanent supportive housing that, and there's those that go, that are connected with our homeless continuum of care and that go through coordinated entry. And but there's other, anyone can just kind of do permanent supportive housing and call it, So there may be others in addition to those through AMI and the Gathering Inn. But yeah, roughly that number.
Well, the reason I bring up the permanent supportive housing in the neighborhoods is kind of significant to the constituents to understand that permanent supportive housing in the neighborhoods is a contentious issue for some of the homes and some of the neighbors. And what Project Homekey will do is it will house, it'll be much like an apartment complex, because I know Facilities is going to be doing a lot of work to renovate, basically put kitchenettes in every room, so people will be, rather than in a hotel room, it's going to be like being in your little mini apartment complex.
Exactly.
Studio suite or whatever. So the difference between permanent supportive in the neighborhoods and this is going to be much better controlled. They're actually going to have services there. So I mean, there are advantages to this as opposed to having more permanent supportive houses. Because correct me if I'm wrong, but they house approximately 5-6 people.
That's correct.
6 people, okay.
Some less.
So and this one is going to house 85 or 89?
There's going to be 82 units with the manager's unit. So, and some of those units will be occupied by couples or maybe individuals with a child. So you will have more than 82 residents there.
So that's approximately 12 permanent supportive houses in neighborhoods that we won't need.
Exactly.
Correct?
That's right.
Okay, well, I'm just going to say that my constituents have grave concerns, mainly because it's close to the highway, busy road, the businesses surrounding them. Many of my constituents, they don't live close to this, but they felt that they didn't get any notice about any of this. They just heard about it in the last 48 hours, mainly because people are sending around notices. And so I think it's also important for people in Placer County to understand that Placer County, as you said, we have 708 homeless people. We have our own issue. I've had a lot of people email me telling me that we should send all the homeless to Sacramento County, which we cannot do. It's highly illegal. So we may not have a big problem in Placer County, but 708, we have a problem in Placer County. And we need to figure the solution out ourselves. And I know the permanent supportive houses are a nice fix, but I think that I'm still going to profess that we need to go down that track of working on solving the homeless issue. And whether we need to have more town halls involving people, everyone is scared to death that we've already approved building the Gathering in the Campus of Hope on that parcel of property, which nothing is more false than that. None of it has been approved or anything else like that. But there's a lot of misinformation going around, and I think if we could have more transparency and involve the public a lot more in some ideas that we do need to solve the homeless problem, if not there, where, if not now, when, issues like that. And so I'm only torn because of my constituents and how they feel about this place. I do think it's a step in the right direction. I believe there's going to be a lot more control, a lot more governance, a lot more, or a lot less problems with this than there will be if we left it just Project Homekey. So that's basically what I have to say, and I appreciate everything you've done and all your comments.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other board comments? Okay, we have 2 actions before us today. And that is to approve the 55-year deed restriction and then to approve the budget amendment. I'd like to take these in 2 separate votes. So first, I'd ask for a motion on the approval of the deed restriction.
Move approval.
Motion Holmes, second Wygant. And we'll do a roll call vote on this.
Gore?
Aye.
Wygant? Holmes?
Aye.
Jones? Gustafson?
Aye. Okay, and then we'll move on to approve the budget amendment in the amount of $21,426,299 within the appropriate accounts of HHS.
Move approval.
Holmes and Wygant, and roll call, please.
Gore?
Aye.
Wygant? Holmes?
Aye.
Jones? Gustafson?
Aye. Again, thank you very much. I think we all feel similarly mixed about how do we deal with a problem that no one seems to have the answer to, but we do have and want to remain the lowest rate of homelessness and unhoused in Northern California, and so we do need to take steps forward. So thank you very much, Jennifer, Aaron, and Dr. Oldham for bringing this forward. Okay, we'll move on then. I know we're just getting to our 9:55 item, and this is our Placer Regional Homeless Response Task Force presentation. Becky Regan is going to lead us through the beginning of this. I know many of you are here for this, and I see some folks are here for our next item. I apologize that we're running behind, but it's important for us to conduct our business in public and take public testimony, so thanks for your patience.
Good morning, Chair Gustafson, members of the board. Becky Regan from the County Executive Office. I'm joined this morning by Raul Martinez, HHS Assistant Director. We've had the privilege to serve as your county staff responsible for working with project consultants MIG on the day-to-day coordination of the regional homeless planning effort. Before we begin the presentation on Phase 1 results, we'd like to first acknowledge the contributions of county officials and staff who've taken part in this process. Supervisor Holmes, Supervisor Gore, and District Attorney Geyer served as ad hoc group representatives. In addition to Raul and myself, our CEO Todd Leopold, Sheriff's Captain Shane Wright, HHS Department Director Dr. Oldham, and HHS Adult System of Care Division Director Amy Ellis served as regional working group members. We'd also like to acknowledge the jurisdictions in Mid and South Placer and local subject matter experts who've joined discussions on one of the more challenging policy issues facing local governments. I'd also like to note that we are joined this morning by representatives from the City of Roseville, Roseville Assistant City Manager Dion Louthan, Tricia Isom, Roseville Housing Manager. They've been great partners throughout this effort and on the Hampton Inn project just approved by your board. We'd like to thank them as well as officials from Auburn, Lincoln, Loomis, and Rockland for the invitation to present Phase 1 results before their councils. Last summer, in recognition that sustainable solutions hinge on collaborative partnerships, your board directed staff to initiate a regional planning effort to address homelessness in Placer County. This process started with a homeless summit last June and with contracting with MIG to facilitate this process. MIG was selected by a cross-jurisdictional panel who agreed that MIG brought the right mix of subject matter and process design expertise for this project. It's important to note, since the last assessment of homelessness was conducted 7 years ago and relied largely on the external expertise of Dr. Robert Marbut. And while Dr. Marbut's report led to development of the emergency shelter in North Auburn, along with other services, this process, in contrast, is based on local subject matter expertise and the need to develop solutions that all jurisdictional partners can support. This process began with a review of existing conditions, and by engaging those closest to the issues here in Placer County, the continuum of care, law enforcement officials, homeless services providers, and individuals with lived experience. That mix of quantitative and qualitative data was brought to two groups an ad hoc committee of elected officials representing each jurisdiction in Mid and South Placer, and to a regional working group of staff, funders such as Sutter, and local subject matter experts. Over the next 5 months, the groups developed a continuum of homeless services, solutions, and a set of emerging strategies to test with the public. The information stemming from that process is captured in the Phase 1 report, which MIG will present next. One final note, the focus of today's presentation is not on the Campus of Hope concept. And while the concept came up in many regional homeless response meetings, participants were assured this process was designed to identify a homeless solutions framework and potential strategies, and not on any particular initiative or project. At this point, I will introduce Carolyn Verheyen, principal of MIG and project facilitator, to present a summary of the Phase 1 report, along with summaries of comments received during previous presentations to our city partners.
Thank you, Becky. Good morning, board members, staff, and members of the public. Congratulations on your Homekey Award. It was a competitive process, and it's a sizable grant that'll really make a difference. So, I'm from MIG. We're a planning, design, and communications firm of about 250 people. We work on housing and land use homelessness issues every day. And I'm really honored to work with Placer County and your city partners and members of the public in this effort to craft an effective action plan to address homelessness in the area. And there's a lot of concerns, as we heard this morning, and additional action must be taken. So next slide. Next. I'm going to present an overview of the work that's been done so far in Phase 1. This is a report that was generated through a very collaborative process with a focus on Mid and South Placer. Next slide. So here's an agenda of the presentation. I'll just quickly inform you a little bit more about our process, cover some data, just some data to represent the current conditions, and then present the strategies that are emerging through the process and what we heard from our ad hoc committee about each strategy. Next slide. So we had a very robust, active process, starting with the summit, then intentionally beginning with data and interjurisdictional conversations to develop something real for the public and for all stakeholders to respond to. Next slide. Here's our steering group membership there. We work closely throughout with Becky and Raul as core team members who were guiding the project on a weekly basis, and then also with this steering committee, steering group that consulted on process and reviewed findings as they emerged. And so Dr. Rob was a part of it, representatives from the larger jurisdictions. Next slide. Then Becky mentioned our ad hoc group, and Supervisors Gore and Holmes were active members, along with DA Geyer, collaborating with city elected representatives, 2 from each jurisdiction, as you can see. All of these groups met regularly over about 6 months to provide comments and edits to the emerging content. Next slide. Becky also mentioned our regional working group. This is a key group, and they were also cross-jurisdictional, but composed more of people close to the ground, close to the issue, direct practitioners, service providers, others, with some type of responsibility for managing homelessness services and impacts. As you can see, we had 3 major steps in this first phase, starting with discovery, moving to big picture planning, then to surfacing some proven and promising potential strategies that would build on and extend your region's efforts. It's extremely participatory, productive, and also, as you can imagine, difficult at times, as we've experienced in our work in other places as well. Next slide. We took time researching, reviewing documents, reports, and best practices as a first step in this phase, including interviews with people who have lived the experience of homelessness in Placer County. This resulted in our Issues, Opportunities, Best Practices report, also known as Existing Conditions report. Next slide. So it's important to note in this Phase 1 report that the strategies detailed here are still emerging. There's no real consensus on these yet, and they await review and discussion with all of your constituents across the area. Regional Working Group identified the set of potential strategies. They were informed by expert opinions, by best practices, and the ad hoc members as well informed them. And then we want to test these strategies in Phase 2 with the community in direct town halls and other formats. So July to December, next slide. July to December was Phase 1. Phase 2 is now underway, where we cast the net further to all council members using the same presentation, presenting to each jurisdiction and hearing their comments. And next, we'll go to the public for review, comment, refinement of these ideas, and add detail to the strategies that are prioritized through this next Phase 2 process. Next slide. So we like to stay grounded in data and have a shared foundation of facts as we consider what to do about homelessness in the region, how to provide options for the unhoused, and prevent and mitigate any negative impacts on the community. So all of the following information that we have to share with you is taken from the Phase 1 report. We want to highlight how important it is to take time to study the data and understand the issues and be familiar with the current resources available and suggested by the data. So I won't dig into the data presented here too much in our limited time, because we really want to hear from you on the emerging strategies. But let me present at least some of the facts next. So you'll see here Placer is one of the fastest growing counties in California, yet even during this population growth, the homeless count has remained relatively flat, which is not true in other communities, even those that haven't experienced the same amount of growth. So there's a comparison there. Next. It's critical to remember that homeless is not a monolithic category. There are a variety of needs and particular conditions and challenges for individuals experiencing homelessness. It's also important to discern the difference between chronically homeless and non-chronic homelessness. Chronically homeless is defined as having a disability and living in a shelter or on the street for 12 continuous months or for 4 separate occasions in the last 3 years. That's the official federal definition. So please note on this slide that 73% of homeless people, according to the last count, lived in Placer County for over a year before becoming homeless. So it's not that people are streaming in from other places. Next. The report includes data on where the highest rates of homelessness are reported in the county, as you can see here on this map, mostly concentrated in Auburn and central Roseville and along the 80 corridor in Rockland. Next. The report also includes background information about both the legal context, you're all aware, the 2018 Martin versus Boise, and the current capacity of existing shelters, which is about 150 beds plus 90 for specific groups, and the estimated need, which is about 200 new shelter beds. Next. So we highlight these next slides to point out the specific information about bed availability, the resources available shown here, and that it spans the continuum, this housing continuum we call it, from emergency shelter to interim housing, used to be called transitional housing or temporary housing, to permanent supportive housing. Now, of course, these numbers that you see up there are about to change significantly with your approval of this morning of the Homekey Award. So the 149 on the right there of permanent supporting beds will increase to 231, 55% increase, and the total beds will increase to about 683. Next slide. So for each of these types of housing, there are entry criteria. So for emergency beds, you can see the current rules or entry conditions. And by the way, the 290 registrant are the sex offenders. So you can see they have to be sober on the day of entry, they have to be a Placer resident, have to arrive at a certain time, and not be a sex offender. Next slide. So for rapid rehousing and transitional beds, you can see the criteria here. They have rather strict conditions to stay, as you can see, and rules for expedient dismissal from the program. Next slide. And for permanent beds, which have eligibility criteria that you see here, and you heard a little bit about the eligibility criteria for the project Homekey beds. Next. So we did a series of maps presented to the ad hoc group and the regional working group, looking at proximity to various amenities such as healthcare and transportation as this heat map you can see. And it's overlaid with the range of concentrations of homeless populations that are shown in the gray scale. So you can kind of see where those services are. Next. So this no way represents recommended sites, but we think these maps might be helpful when we begin to look at potential locations for siting new housing and or services. And this map shows the places where there are 3 or more amenities clustered. So in the kind of light orange is 3 amenities, and in the darker red is 4 amenities clustered together. All right, next slide. So before I present an overview of the specific strategies, let me say that they were collectively generated and discussed by the regional working group and then advanced to the ad hoc group in a couple of meetings, but also in a joint meeting between regional working group and the ad hoc group took place in December. So it's a stepwise process that will take this to the community in phase 2. So in this report, we've outlined you'll see in the phase 1 report, we've outlined the benefits and concerns for each strategy. This is based on our objective review and understanding of best practices and what's worked elsewhere. So you'll see that associated with each strategy. Next. So this graphic shows the impact areas we described in the existing conditions report. This is a way at looking at different stages or elements of homelessness, prevention, crisis response, and housing. So we use these to assess the adequacy of the system as a continuum to meet the needs and goals of the region and to focus investments. So the five impact areas, because we added the 2 at the bottom there, are prevention, crisis response, housing, integrated programs and systems so that it all hangs together and works together and is not a bunch of fragmented efforts. And then, importantly, community engagement and support. Next slide. So what are we striving for? We had some discussions about this and tested a vision statement with the ad hoc group. They wanted to know desired outcomes and measurable outcomes. And we agreed on kind of this overall outcome to maintain that lowest rate of homelessness in Northern California. We could probably be even more ambitious than that over time, but we wanted to start with something that's truly measurable. All right, so next slide. So you'll notice as I go through these slides summarizing each strategy that we've characterized the level of overall support from the ad hoc group, because we tested it with the group in that meeting. And they wanted this to be in the report, even at this early stage, and made the point that they didn't want to approve any strategy until their colleagues could discuss them, and most importantly, until their constituents could weigh in on these strategies. So the first one is in the prevention category here, and you can see the strategy itself. Continue to explore the need for emergency shelter in South Placer outside of residential neighborhoods with on-site services or proximate access to services. And we know that in the prevention category, you have rental assistance, counseling, eviction prevention efforts, but shelters are an important way to prevent people from living on the streets or in parks. So this is a strategy that the ad hoc group expressed mixed support But they were open to exploring it a little bit further in phase 2. Next. So here in the prevention category as well, to renew the conditional use permit for North Auburn Emergency Shelter, the ad hoc group was largely in favor of this strategy, and some really felt that the North Auburn community should make the final decision about that, but they felt that it was an important resource to have that North Auburn shelter. Next one. So Safe Park, or safe camp locations. This one was our most controversial of the process so far, and our ad hoc group were strongly opposed, although some were open to considering it, depending on how it would be managed. And it is something that is happening elsewhere. Often faith communities like to be involved in this and manage it. It is successful elsewhere, but we had limited support when we tested it with our elected ad hoc group members. Next one. So in the crisis response impact area, our first strategy here is to expand partnerships between law enforcement and social services for outreach and response. This is very, very popular. It's successful, it's working, and the ad hoc members are, point to that success and support it largely. All right, next one. So also there was some interest, cautious support from the ad hoc for a sobering center, which would be short-term respite, urgent care center for people experiencing intoxication or mental health crises. Instead of them going to jail, they would go to the sobering center and get appropriate support and services. So that was, somewhat favored by our ad hoc members, and they are interested in exploring it further. Next one. In the housing and supportive services impact area, which is really trying to make homelessness non-reoccurring through permanent housing, we want to explore the possibility of growing the amount of supportive interim housing by converting hotels and motels into interim housing informed by the siting criteria, which we'll discuss in a minute. And the ad hoc group was mostly in favor of this strategy, wanted to talk about it further and get public input associated with it. Next. This one, also in the same category, is to resume the focus on additional permanent supportive and/or affordable housing and distribute that across the region. The Homekey Award helps in that direction for sure. There had been a pause on that, creating more permanent supportive housing, so this is a huge step forward to have the Homekey Award, and more may be needed. And the ad hoc group showed mixed support for this one. Next. Adopt Placer County regional housing siting criteria and apply them consistently. The ad hoc group was largely in favor of this strategy because we need to have criteria with which to select appropriate sites for additional housing or services. And it would be great if it was consistent across the region and not determined jurisdiction by jurisdiction. So there was a lot of support for this. Next slide. Explore creative solutions for point-to-point transportation. This was a little bit mixed, although not terribly, not a lot of opposition. I must say, when we interviewed people who were homeless or formerly homeless, they did note that transportation was a big burden, time intensive and expensive for them to get to the services that they need, or food or whatever. Next slide. So system integration and coordination is about promoting and sustaining a shared responsibility and clarity of roles. And the ad hoc group didn't discuss this particular one, but we wanted to evaluate and strengthen the coordinated entry 211 system. Next. Also in this category is implement regionally compatible ordinances and law enforcement practices. They didn't discuss this, but some of those discussions were underway involving law enforcement and trying to agree on regionally compatible ordinances. So again, it's not different from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, moving homeless people around depending on what they can do, what they're allowed to do. So that'll be important. Next one is designate an interjurisdictional task force to provide stewardship of and advocacy for our resulting homelessness response action plan. So this is about accountability and stewardship of the plan to make sure that it is implemented and implemented with all the conditions that will make it successful. Next slide. In the community engagement impact area, we want to create regionally coordinated public information around homelessness. There's a lot of myths out there, misinformation as well. We need some facts to be shared and for people to understand the level of homelessness in the region and some of the urgent needs of those community members and the protections in place for the public. All right, next. So next steps, let's see, let's go to the next slide. We have a phase 2 plan which includes these presentations to jurisdictions. The last one is tonight in Loomis. And then we will launch some town halls, a statistically valid survey. We'll convene a representative planning group similar to our regional working group to really dig into the details of the emerging strategies and draft an implementation plan. We'll also have technical working groups that will jump into siting, funding, timing, prioritization, and oversight. And then we'll finalize the plan as well. Next slide. All right. So we did hear from some of our jurisdictions, by the way, and we made some progress on this framework, on the 13 strategies emerging, all those presentations. We had a brief summary of what we heard from the city councils, and some of them felt that the pace was too long of this planning process, which was directly contradicted by our ad hoc members who wanted to spend a lot more time discussing. And so, we're kind of caught a little bit there. Concerns about funding in some cases, how this would be funded. My slides are not here, but, and no support for the Safe Parks, Safe Camp, as you saw. So thank you for your attention, and now we're here to entertain any questions you might have, and I turn it back to Chair Gustafson to receive your comments.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the report and all the effort that has gone into this and all of the process that you used. While you must be in the middle somewhere when both sides, one thinks you're going too slow and the other thinks you're going too fast. So you've done something right there. Okay, board members, we'll start with Supervisor Holmes.
Thank you, Chair Gustafson. And Carolyn, thank you for your presentation, and I want to thank Becky Regan and Raul Martinez for their guidance for this, our ad hoc committee. We had 14 elected officials just discussing this. Why wouldn't it take so long? But I think one of the problems was, and we got around it, but none of us were able to meet in person. And so I think going forward with phase 2, it would be more beneficial to meet in person because you'd have a better understanding of, and you know how hallway conversations work and parking lot conversations. I think that would be the next phase. There's some issues there as far as the safe park and safe camp. That's controversial, particularly in some jurisdictions. I think there may be a way to find a way that we can do that, but have to take some baby steps with that because it could be a challenge. And the sobering center is a very idea that warrants some further, looking into that. Personally, I would like to go visit one and see what the pluses and minuses are. I know it would take the challenges away from the emergency room and the jail, because everybody knows that those are the two sobering centers, whether they like it or not. And it takes up a lot of time and space, and you have deputies in the hospital trying to make sure that those folks are not disruptive. And so anyhow, all in all, I think we came to after all those meetings, and it was torturous sometimes, but I think we've come to a place where we can move to the next phase. Again, I want to see meetings in person so we can have a better dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Holmes. Supervisor Wygant.
Couple of questions. Been around Placer for a long time, but less knowledgeable about the rest of the state. So I obviously hooked on to the fact that we have the lowest rate of homelessness in Northern California. What's the best place in the whole state, and what's the best county, or how far off that mark are we? Does anyone know?
Thank you for the question. As far as the lowest rate of homelessness, it's actually within one of the continuums of care in Southern California, and it's actually within the city of Glendale actually has the lowest rate of homelessness. So when we look particularly at our neighbors in our region, Nevada County, Sacramento, Butte, et cetera, far and away have the lowest rate of homelessness in this region. But the lowest rate goes to Glendale, which has its own continuum of care.
Yeah, thanks. And the reason why I ask is because to me it's smart to study different models that have been successful and compare that to what we're doing. And I was born in Burbank, right next door to Glendale, so I'm sure my influence at that moment had a strong positive.
We didn't explore that topic, but we'll follow up.
One of the homeless people moved to Placer is what I got out of that. So
at a young age, unfortunately. So where was I? So I'm not on this working group, but I'm wondering, I'm thinking that one of the reasons why we might perform well throughout the state, but particularly Northern California, is it strikes me that cursory view by me would be that the county is strong as it relates to the preventative services, but that it sounds like to me we're short potentially on capacity as it relates to a comprehensive program that deals with people who are currently homeless. So do you have any comments or insights on that? And I guess my bias is, not being a member of the task force, is that for me, any housing, its linkage to success is going to be whether or not we actually have wraparound services. A lot of devil in the details with regards to what those look like. I'm thinking, on one extreme, there are those who are violating the law who are homeless, who my predisposition is they actually should be arrested. And I'm thinking of potentially even incarceration that does require, though, wraparound services, drug rehab, alcohol rehab, those kinds of things. But it's a whole continuum. There's obviously people who are not offending who need assistance too. And so just throwing that notion out for general comment by anyone on staff.
I would say that, the mix of solutions is critical because, as we say, it's not a monolithic category. There's a lot of individual needs and circumstances that have been exacerbated, frankly, by the pandemic and now inflation, rising rents and all of that. So we need a variety of solutions across the continuum and a lot of supportive services in addition to the housing types.
And Raul, yep.
Thank you for the comment and the questions, Supervisor Wygant. I think, so if we look back to the Marbit report, one of the outcomes, one of the recommendations and resulting sort of focus areas was on chronic homelessness and providing greater services to chronic homelessness, those that are chronically homeless in our community. And I think that you see some of that, the outcomes reflected in some of the perspectives from some of the ad hoc group members that sort of applaud and sort of laud the partnership between law enforcement and social services. Folks want to see those partnerships strengthen. They want to see those services strengthen. I think at this time, as we do that, sort of continuing to link those folks and add to the homeless housing continuum That's one of the capacity areas, I think, in particular to focus on in the next phase as we do more sort of exploration and analytic work.
Thanks. That's it.
Thank you. Supervisor Jones.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I have a couple of questions regarding your prevention strategies. You address rental assistance, eviction prevention, and counseling. It's on the first, it's on page 3 of the board documents. And so I'm just wondering is that really strictly what homelessness is about? Is that people can't pay the rent anymore and they're being evicted and they're not receiving counseling? Is that what is causing homelessness?
It can be a variety of things, Supervisor. It can be a healthcare crisis. It can be loss of a job, being kicked out as a young adult. It can be, rents being raised or being evicted for using drugs. It's a variety of circumstances. Each individual is different and has a different set of circumstances that cause them to be homeless. So rental assistance, counseling, and eviction prevention are all strategies that are active in your region and pretty successful. But that emergency shelter option is important as well, I'd say.
But emergency sheltering is not long-term.
No, but it can be a step into stabilization and services, and then ideally they move to transitional or interim housing and then permanent supportive housing.
So
that's the ticket, housing first with services.
Did this process include getting into the community and interviewing the homeless to find out why they're there and what they're willing to do to get out of that?
Yes, we talked to, I think, 5 individuals who are either homeless or previously homeless. And, their circumstances were as different from each other as you and me. And most of them were excited that this process was happening and that there's some caring out there and that solutions might be coming along for them and some of those that they were, with in the homeless circumstance.
Mm-hmm. Do you think interviewing 5 when we have a population of 708 really makes a qualified sample?
Well, we also were talking with our regional working group members, many of whom have direct daily interface with people experiencing homelessness. And so they were able to represent those points of view and some of those circumstances. And they would attest to, the varying conditions and there are people who don't want to come inside. They want to live outside. There are those who are very anxious to have stability and housing and ideally a job. So, there's a lot of variation, but I think we heard from enough people that we got a sense of that variation at least, if not, the needs.
Did any of the strategizing include how to deal with the folks that don't want to come out of that current form of living?
Well, and that's where maybe the safe park or safe camp might be desirable, so people could live, semi outside, but in a place that's safe for them. And a lot of people who are homeless, they find a community. They find a sense of community. I've worked in Oakland, where there's 300 people on Wood Street under the freeway, and some of them don't want to move because it's their neighborhood, it's their community.
Right.
And so some of them perhaps don't want to live alone in a really nice permanent supportive housing, project, Homekey. They'd prefer to camp with their friends. So
it almost sounds like there's not going to be a solution to homelessness completely.
Yeah, we want to make it rare, brief, and non-reoccurring, right?
Right.
But ending homelessness would be tough. Remember, for many centuries, we've had hobos who, like to jump trains and live outside and find friends and community, and that's their alternative lifestyle, I suppose.
The only difference between then and now, though, is we had vagrancy laws which kept them all moving. Now, they've eliminated all the vagrancy laws, and so now they stay in one place for a long time. So my other question would be, I'm sorry, Raul, would you go ahead?
If I may add, if that's
Sure,
okay, Supervisor,
sure.
thank you. I think in the deliberations with the regional working group and the ad hoc group, folks also talked about the challenge that Martin v. Boise presents, and having sufficient beds, to be able to take enforcement actions, for instance. So that was something that was talked about quite frequently, and sort of a challenge to engaging those that may be declining services.
Well, your argument actually supports my argument that we're in desperate need of something like the Campus of Hope, whatever location we ever, if it ever happens, and what location we ever find, is that Campus of Hope provides all those beds. So now law enforcement can pick up the homeless and take them to the shelter. Now, if they decide to leave, then the police can pick them up again and take them to the Campus of Hope. And at some point in time, those people who don't want to stay there, if life becomes uncomfortable for them, they may leave the area. So that is really, I think, the only solution is something on that scale that's going to give us enough beds to enforce Boise. So my question on part of this is that you're saying that the non-recurring to make the experience of homelessness non-recurring through permanent housing. Do you have any idea if all of our homeless people have an income? Because it looks like permanent supportive housing requires that they pay some portion of their income as rent so they can stay there.
Yeah. Many of them do not have an income. Some, of course, do. Again, that variation.
Right.
But with something like the Project Homekey site, there will be assistance, job training, and assistance in securing jobs to provide that match or that income
Right.
for rent. So Aaron spoke to that, specific to
Right,
Homekey.
but until they get that job, they won't have the income to live in permanent supportive housing.
Yeah.
So there's a certain amount. And the other thing too that I noticed, the tent, the safe camping, many of your folks in the group did not like that idea.
The ad hoc members, which are the elected officials, didn't particularly like it. There were some who supported it, and there were some city council members who I presented to over the last month who supported it, and there were a number of people on the regional working group who thought it was part of the package of solutions.
Mhm.
So, but it seems that most of our ad hoc members did not support it.
Right, correct. And another crisis response was to expand partnerships between law enforcement and social services for outreach and response. I'm just wondering, how much more can we expand our partnerships? I mean, are we kind of reaching the limit with partnerships, or will it require that all agencies hire more people so we have more partnerships?
I think someone from HHS should.
I think, so that was one of the more sort of popular strategies in looking to the ad hoc group members that are on the board for affirmation there. I think one of the challenges is, while it's popular, it's how do you go about funding it, sort of in the short and the long term. So that will be sort of exploratory work as we apply implementation considerations to that specific strategy.
Okay, and then one other system integration and coordination points was implement regionally compatible ordinances and law enforcement practices. So with regard to the regionally compatible ordinances, I'm not sure if that's a one-size-fits-all. California seems to be different from many other states in this country. Can we legally make more regionally compatible ordinances? I mean, we still have to operate within the California laws as far as what we can do for homeless.
Well, I'm not sure I understand your question, but there's no such thing as a regional ordinance. Every jurisdiction takes action to adopt ordinances and, frankly, resolutions. So that wouldn't change. Regional, that would have to come theoretically from the state if you're looking at something regional.
Yeah.
So there's nothing to prevent, and I think that's what this ad hoc was clearly illustrating. There's nothing to prevent jurisdictions from collaborating with each other as to having consistent ordinances so that it is across a particular region consistent as how this particular issue is addressed.
Okay, sounds good. Then my last item is that you talk about the initial focus of the next phase is the process of community concerns. So I'm just curious, how will you be contacting the community members? Do you have a plan yet, or maybe you're in the process of making a plan? Because my constituents are not hearing anything about it, and as you know, I'm getting the idea that my constituents are maybe one of the loudest groups when it comes to expressing their concerns. So they will be very interested in knowing when you're ready to have community outreach.
Yes.
And I'd be very interested in making sure they all hear about it.
Yes, thank you. We will definitely develop a communication strategy and outreach strategy so that we have as many people turn out to our town halls. We'll have some that are virtual and some that are in person in both South and Mid-Placer. And so we'll try to get a lot of participation in those. And then we'll also have that statistically valid survey, and then work with the more technically oriented planning group. Planning group, I might mention, will also have representatives from the jurisdictions working directly with the technical experts. That's one thing we heard from our ad hoc group, that they were meeting alone and the regional working group was meeting alone, and we were communicating back and forth, but they only had one joint meeting. And so the ad hoc members really want to join together with the technical experts and work side by side to develop the strategies further.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Jones. Supervisor Gore, do you have any questions or comments at this point?
Thank you. No real questions, just a couple of comments, which I think is helpful as we move forward. It was great to see that we have nearly 600 beds, and actually with the new project Homekey, over 650 beds. And there's still a delta. We're still short enough beds to make sure we can address the Martin Boise decision. But I think what's really interesting is that we have these many beds. And one of the things we want to make sure that not only do we have the beds, but we also have the wraparound services, all the different supportive services that folks need and have taken advantage of. And it's really important that we communicate that with our community, and that the task force will do that in this next round, is really letting folks know what not only the county has done, but the city of Roseville has done, how we have done a number of things, especially based on the Marbet report, to address especially some of the chronic homeless. So I think that's excellent, and it's demonstrated in the fact that we have a low rate of homelessness. I really appreciate the fact that we're going to continue moving forward with our city partners. You know, we won't always agree on every tool that we use, but I really appreciate the partnership in hearing the different perspectives, and I know we'll hear a lot from our community. So I'm looking forward to the next portion of this, but I think I just want to highlight to our residents that this has been an issue that our county has been working on for a number of years, really for 20 plus years. And it's evident that although we are seeing more of the homeless in our communities, in our creek beds, places where we don't want to see people, for their own sakes, and for our own residents, the comfortability and the safety factor, we've done a lot of really good work, and I look forward to continuing to work with our city partners as we use a number of these strategies moving forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. I had one question, and that is, do we have examples of any jurisdictions in the state that have provided the low barrier shelters and then eliminated the unsheltered situations on the street or in the creeks or those areas? And if so, where is that example? Is that Glendale as well, or is there another example of that?
So appreciate the question. So I think that it's one of the things to explore sort of in this next round. I think that within the existing conditions report, it's been a little while, so we'll have to dust off that report when we look through it. But I think even looking at some of those examples, the ad hoc group was also emphasized that, yes, let's continue to look at best practices, particularly in our region. Maybe we'll go down to Burbank and Glendale for a site visit. But let's also rely on our local subject matter expertise too. I think that sort of conveying some of the sentiments back from the ad hoc group is, let's stay attuned to what's happening elsewhere. There's a lot that's going right in Placer, and let's tap our local subject matter experts on that too. So as we apply those implementation considerations, that will be work that we do in sort of this next round, drawing from the existing conditions report as well.
Thank you. I know for all of our communities, all of our constituents in the county, we've heard a lot on this subject for a number of months now, and obviously the leadership of the staff to establish this process, to bring everybody together, to holistically approach the situation we're facing, to protect those that are unsheltered, and also to support our communities and their quality of life and their safety. And so working together, I think we've stumbled into, the bottom line is everybody wants a solution, just not in their backyard, right? I mean, I can summarize that nobody is going to raise their hand. Very few will raise their hand. I won't say no one, but very few want the solution in their backyard. And so I think we have to continue to exhibit our leadership and push to build on this report and get to some solutions for our community, because the wave is coming toward us, and other jurisdictions are starting to enact more stringent issues, and that may push people to areas that they haven't been before, and we want to be prepared. I think our quality of life throughout Placer County, we heard a lot of testimony under public comment this morning, and then under our last item is people have moved here because of the safety and the quality of life they see, and they want us to be innovative and proactive at protecting that. And that's going to take some tough decisions, I know, for all of us to come to a compromise where we can try some programs, but we've got to be nimble enough to adjust them. And I think that's people's fear of government in general. We start a program, we don't tweak it, and we go, well, there's nothing more we can do. We've got to put tools in the hands of our law enforcement, our health and human services, to be able to innovate and try new things and solve those problems. So I'm going to support that. But in the meantime, we need to take public comment on this item. So I know many of you have sat here patiently, and thank you for that. We'll go ahead and start our public comment. Wayne, you can be the first.
And Karen and Todd. I'd first like to say that I'm really impressed with the direction that things are moving in. This is providing this housing through Homekey and some of the other housing that you've put together is how this is actually going to get resolved. These people need a path to changing the direction of their lives. And the only way that's going to happen is through discipline, accountability, and responsibility. And these environments do that for them. Otherwise, they have no motivation to change the direction of their lives. So I want to commend the county. I think you're moving in the right direction. I want to commend the Health and Human Services and the Sheriff's Department for making some progress on the homeless camp. We still have some big issues there, and I want to address that if I could. I continue to be, I would say, stunned by the incidents that are being inflicted on our North Auburn community. And that is a wide range of issues. I mean, there's obviously verbal assaults that are going on, there are thefts, there's vandalism, there's public indecency going on, there's urinating and defecating in public. Our local hospital is turning into a psych ward and drunk tank. These issues need to be addressed, and I'm grateful for the work that's being done, but I'm concerned about analysis paralysis. We need answers now. We need solutions now, not down the road. And I understand that navigating Martin versus Boise is very challenging, but there are gray elements to that decision that I believe gives some latitude. Most municipalities won't approach that. They take a cautious position because they do not want to get sued. So, but I believe that it's time to do that, and I think the door just opened on that 2 weeks ago. Federal Appeals Court made the decision to allow Caltrans to clear, for safety issues, some camps in the East Bay and they did not require them to give them housing. So I think that there is an opportunity to push this, and where I want to see it pushed are those people that do not want help. And I think all of us are ready to help anybody who wants help. And again, great, I want to commend HHS and the Sheriff's Department. They are doing incredible work in offering the multitude of services that the county has available to these people. But I believe the real troublemakers are the ones that do not want help. They are creating the havoc in our communities, and we need that dealt with now, not later, but now. And so I would encourage the county to really, I think, push against Martin versus Boise in ways that you deal with these people who will not move forward with their lives, and they want to continue this destructive life that spills over into our community. This few amount of people has a broad impact on our community, and that's just not right. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Other public commenters, please. I'm going to urge you to jump up and if you don't mind standing a bit, you've been sitting a while. That way we can get through this. We're very late on our agenda for some other items, so I'm going to try to keep going.
I'll be quick. I'm David Stringer. We moved here about 5 years ago when there wasn't really a
Oh, can you come a little closer to the mic? Thank you.
We've moved to North Auburn about 5 years ago when there was not a perceived homeless problem. Of course, now we're seeing that every time I drive up Bell Road. It's starting to impact our property values, our whole way of life. I mean, people visit us, I say, don't come that way. I actually tell them, don't come up Bell Road. I say, go the Atwood Road way to avoid all this. What I think annoys me more than ever is that myself, if I had an RV or a car and I parked in the car park where the public buildings are, made it my home or did whatever, there's cars that haven't moved there for months. I would get ticketed for having a car. If I have an RV, it was on the road, I would get ticketed because it wasn't insured or whatever. But you're allowing these people just to put these junk cars everywhere. That is one thing I get really messed up about. But my other story on this is that we in our property, we look after it, and we have a little rental apartment. And just recently, we rented it to a person that came out of that homeless camp. He made a decision to go and look for a freaking job. I can't swear, but I will. I can be careful not to swear. And he got a job because he went out and did that. He had 0 credit rating, 0 everything, but he got a job. And that guy came to me and he said, I've got a job, David. Can I rent your apartment? And I gave him first priority over other people. And I trusted this guy. No references, nothing. He is now the best renter you could have. He pays me in advance. He walks to work sometimes an hour and 1.5 to 2 miles if he can't get an Uber ride because he doesn't have a car. But he gets people to bring him home. And we had a frank discussion the other day about it. He said, David, I came out of there. The reason you're seeing that there's half those don't want to get off there and work. They don't want to do anything. This guy, and he's sometimes has some mental health issues as well. And I understand that because my daughter's got mental health issues, and I had to deal with that. We had to deal with that ourselves. No state helps us on that. I'm going to hopefully retire here in 2 or 3 years. I don't know if I can because we're paying for my daughter's mental health treatment. But also, you know, there's other things, but it can be done. These people, half the people there, I think, they're just sponging off our state. They're taking advantage of all these rulings that have gone on when COVID's over now, so get them out working. And there's lots of jobs available. This guy, he walked into, I'm not going to even mention the company, he walked in there and said, "You got any jobs?" And the guy said, "Well, what can you do?" And they took him out and he got the job the same day. It can be done. You can get out of this. You know, we're offering this our apartment. It's a nice little mother-in-law flat, and he's paying the rent for it. Great. And I know there's other people that could do this to those type of people, but maybe they need some financial assistance from the government to help them with those people transitioning. But this guy, I gotta say, is the best renter out. I just want to give you that.
Thank you, David.
And I'll keep quiet now.
Thank you, David. Appreciate it. Hello?
Good afternoon, Board. Is it afternoon or morning? This morning has been a great example of humanitarian work. And I just want you to know, I really support everything they're talking about. But
We need your name for the record, I'm sorry.
my name's John O.T. But they're missing 4 economic factors that I think we need to start thinking about today that are going to impact us. One you're already aware of. COVID-19 has caused the people who live in San Francisco and Silicon Valley to say Placer County is the place to live. And they're moving here. They've already taken over Tahoe. They're coming soon for Roseville and Rockland. The prices of rent are going to go extremely high. China, which has completely mismanaged its COVID-19 response, is having to shut down manufacturing. Well, that means the price of everything you buy at Walmart is going to increase exponentially. The Ukraine war shows no sign of stopping for 2 years. Russia is the #1 exporter of wheat. Ukraine is #5. The ports that they export the wheat from are going to be closed because they're in a war zone. And finally, in order to control the inflation that we're starting to see, the Federal Reserve is raising interest rates. The problem is the people in Placer County and California have so much money saved up that raising interest rates will not lower inflation, it will increase inflation. That means in the next 30 months, the 8.5% inflation we currently have is going to continue for all 3 years. 8.5% for 3 years is 27%. Your own website for the county lists that there are 16,628 people living in households that make less than $25,000. Now, that's 43,000 people when you consider that 2.6 people live in those households. 43,000. If only 20% of that 43,000 is priced out of their house and can't buy food, you're looking at 8,713 people who are going to become homeless in the next 2.5 years. The humanitarian work is critical, but this is a tidal wave that's going to overcome us. We need to start thinking now, what are we going to do for those 8,000 people? Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Keith Dieterich, President and CEO of the Gathering Inn. This is perhaps the major issue of our time, it seems. Most of the comments today are about homelessness. I think we need to be certainly aware of today, but we have to be planning for the future. To Supervisor Gustafson's earlier question about efficacy of programming throughout the country, I would suggest Dr. Marbut, since he was the homeless czar for the federal government, he would be a very good resource and can certainly connect you to him again. And I think his report back in 2015 was a good report, and I think that it was well served to the Board of Supervisors at that time. I think it's useful to look at the lowest rate of homelessness in Placer County. I think I would like to look at what are we doing with our own rate of homelessness. Is it going up or is it going down? And I think that might be a good question to consider as well as we move forward. Unfortunately, the point-in-time count will indicate over 800 homelessness in Placer County when it comes out. And if you go from 708 to over 800, that's 12 to 15% increase in 1 year. And that's my opinion. That's what the numbers are going to say. So what do we do? What do we want to have as a community? And I think that's the question, is like, what outcome do we want? And I think we want to lower our rate of homelessness, I think for sure. I think we want to be Martin v. You hear a lot about Martin v. Boise. The best way to address that is just become Martin v. Boise compliant. And what do you need to do that? You have to have one more eligible bed than the demand for the beds. That's all you need to do. Just have to have one more. Never be full. That's what you got to do to be Martin v. Boise compliant. Also, it can't just be any kind of bed. You can't pick a tent and say, well, the tent's a bed. It's got to be a qualitatively better offering than what you have today. Okay? It also has to be an eligible bed. And what I mean by that is you've got folks that are on the DeWitt campus and they're intoxicated. There are no eligible beds in Placer County for those folks right now because we don't have a program, a clean and sobering center type program. So I think that's very important. I think also, as we're kind of looking at everything, and I'll end up here pretty quick, at the end of the day, the task force is going to come out and they're going to come out with some more recommendations and citing and all that. And I think what it eventually comes down to is we need beds to be Martin v. Boise compliant. We want our communities to be safe. And it's all going to come out to where you put it. I mean, that, and you indicated that, Supervisor Gustafson. It's all about the location. And if you got a great location, that's where you got to put your programming. And programming is best what's on a single site location because you interviewed homeless individuals and they say access is a problem. Well, if you have a single site location with all the programming there, you take care of the access issue. And if you have a single site, you take care of the funding issue because it's about 30 to 40% less expensive to have it all in one place. So the last thing I'll say is I'd like to explore a little bit when people say, well, those people they just want to be homeless and they want to live outside. I like to ask the follow-up question. Why do you think that is? And most of the time, there's a significant mental health issue there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Still good morning. I haven't had lunch, so it will still be morning until I do. Thank you for the report. And, oh, I'm sorry, Reverend Alex da Silva Soto, yada, 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 angry, joyous minister. I'm a bit shocked by parts of the report that share that members of the ad hoc group expressed mixed support for sobering center in permanent housing and affordable housing opportunities. And I'm going to read the slides that I read and correct me if I misread it. Strategies that address the root causes of homelessness in addition to financial assistance and case management support that prevents individuals and families from ever becoming homeless. And another slide reads, culturally specific programs and services that create pathways out of homelessness and into permanent housing. I'm dumbfounded that not every member of the ad hoc was supportive of the strategies proposed. And it just strengthens my fear that a lot of the work being done is much more about circumventing Martin versus Boise than actually addressing the homeless crisis. How can we live with the law and not address the root cause of the problem? I'm also not surprised, but need to express my frustration for what it seems to be the complete opposition on Safe Park and Safe Camp as just one of the strategies to address this mammoth of a problem that we have and will always have. Quoting another angry minister, the poor will always be with us. So Safe Camp and Safe Park is necessary because there are individuals that cannot, to the best of their ability, cannot reside confined by walls and roofs. They need to be outside, and they need to be outside because of their mental health conditions, which is another crisis, interconnected and needs to be related. And this very month, May, is the Mental Health Awareness Month. So we have to offer at least a place for people to reside if we're not offering them the mental health care that they need. And even those with health insurance cannot afford mental health. I am one that have had my own mental health needs and cares, and my bills are, astronomical. And anybody that has had mental health needs know that it's not cheap to have a therapist. It's not cheap if you need medication. It's not cheap if you need to see a professional in the industry. So I want to voice my shock at the mixed support of some really important strategies. Sobering centers, permanent housing, affordable housing, and please consider Safe Park not as a solution, but as a step towards a solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there others here in the room that would like to address us on the task force report? Are there any on Zoom? Okay, is there any further direction from board members? It's not okay.
Gina, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yes, thank you again. My name is Gina Rupert. I'm a resident of Placer County. I'd like to direct my comments just specifically to Supervisor Holmes because he's I'm his constituent, but of course to all the board. For Supervisor Holmes, I just wanted to say thank you for your comments regarding the homelessness task force's report and for your willingness to participate in it. I know that was not a small commitment. And I appreciate your stated intention to consider all options that were put forward and to personally explore their effectiveness. I believe that is, the whole board's job, as well as to continue dialogue to improve Placer County's integrated continuum of care. Yes, it may be challenging to find consensus, but I believe in you guys. I have to believe that our elected officials can find ways to work together to make Placer County a good place for all our residents, not just the ones who happen to have houses. And this is going to require improvements across every area of care, from plenty of affordable housing and services to prevent homelessness, to Campus of Hope or some similar facility to assist those in crisis, as well as services to move folks toward capacity to take advantage of longer term housing, and expanded, of course, as we mentioned before, expanded permanent supportive housing. And while, yes, you guys are elected to do, quote unquote, the will of the people, it's also your duty to make decisions that are going to be in the best interest of our entire community. And that means considering everyone's needs, maybe not just the loudest ones. And I might suggest a little bit of PR, a little bit of pushing back against myths and misinformation, and repeated othering of people who are experiencing homelessness. I think that might pave the way for acceptance of increased implementation of better services for everyone involved. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gina.
No further comments.
So no other further public comment, and I'll bring it back to the, oh, I'm so sorry, I missed you. Is there anyone else in the room? Okay, you're it, ma'am. You're the last.
Okay, my name is Sherry Sharp. I've lived in Northern Auburn for 12 years. And I think the most important part in helping out the homeless is controlling their trash. I'm sure we've all been camping before.
Sure, you need to speak into the
I'm
microphone.
sure we've all been camping before. I like to look who I'm talking to. And we've all been on campgrounds. And there's no trash cans there. On most of them, Lake Clementine, there's just water. But you take your trash in, you take your trash out with you. I'd be more than happy to donate hundreds of thousands of trash bags to these homeless areas to collect their trash properly so that their health is maintained. Bad health comes from bad living conditions, and trash creates that. And I don't know why that hasn't been put under control. The mindset would be so much better for these people if they weren't living amongst their trash. I don't know if they just drop it where they are, or they can't find the trash can, or they could even just make one pile. But they're hoarders. They don't need that stuff. It's their mindset, and it's not their fault. It's not their fault at all. But if they didn't, it'd be like me coming up there and throwing all your papers around. Would you be cluttered? Would you be confused? You wouldn't be able to make right decisions, would you? Without your notes in the complete order. These areas have trash. That should be the one focus. Get trash cans out there so they can use them. I don't know if they will, but get people out there to show them how to use a trash can and to make a nice camp. There's people in Alaska that live off the grid in a tent in sub-degree weather, and they have mansions because they're organized. You don't need an education to be organized. You just have to have the mindset, and you don't have that good, clean mindset unless you have a clean camp. And it's not that hard to bend over and pick up your trash and put it in a bag. And that's the biggest part I don't understand about the homeless. I mean, the people that have mental issues would probably go away somewhat if they didn't live amongst trash. Nobody's mentioned that. You look at a homeless area, and it looks like a junkyard, correct? It shouldn't. I mean, all this money for beds and stuff, they're just going to trash those. You got to train them. You got to change their mind. You got to push that reset button in their mind so they can become better. Does that mean I'm up?
That means you're done.
Okay. Well, I think I got across my point.
Thank you, Jackie.
God bless.
Thank you. And so with that, we've concluded public comment. Board members, did you have any further comments? I'll go to Supervisor Gore first. She's shaking her head no. Any other comments? Go ahead, Supervisor Holmes. And I would add to that that I'd really like to see us move as quickly as possible into phase 2. I do agree with Supervisor Jones on the public outreach, the town halls, and the survey, but that does come with public education as to the issues. And then as one member of the board who is not on the task force, it is challenging because we hear a lot of feedback from our constituents and other electeds about the concerns that, today we're hearing this finally, but we've been hearing about it for months. If there's a way to create a process in which other board members can participate in subgroups that are not talking about the same issues, so we keep county council happy, but where we can also have more statistical data, examples, and learn as we go so that you're bringing us along with the group, I'd really encourage that because this is the time. A lot has gone into this process, and I don't want to be the problem that stops us from moving forward quickly. We don't want to end up looking back and say, why didn't we move? If in fact, those counts continue to escalate and we're being reactive versus proactive. So I think we want to be innovative and proactive and bring us along with you in whatever fashion you can design that meets county council's support so that we don't have a quorum talking about it. I'd really urge that. And talking about the scale, I think also pilot programs that can be tried and implemented and build trust with the public that we are going to monitor and maintain behaviors in those situations. I think that can be quite helpful so that it's not too large, too quick, and overwhelming for any one particular area. Otherwise, I thought the report was excellent. It's just I've been hearing about it for 3 months, and finally we're getting a chance to talk about it. So that would be any other. Oh, I'm sorry.
Just as another board member who's not on the task force, I certainly endorse Cindy's comments about trying to keep us more up to speed.
Yeah, in my comments, I want to reiterate my interest in reaching my community, so let me know what I can do in any fashion when it comes time for public outreach and public participation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you again for all the effort and all the public comment on this very important issue for our community and our constituents. Okay, because I'm running so late, I have failed as chair. I've tried to offer it to others, and they haven't taken me up on it. So a little bit of humor here for all of you. 8A and B have been moved to the May agenda. So if you're here for items 8A or 8B, we are going to move those to the May agenda, May 24th agenda. Is that correct? Thank you, staff, for allowing us to do this. We're going to move immediately to our 11 a.m. timed item, which is the Ridge General Plan Amendment. And then we will take a break. Board members are going to stick with me here, and those of you in the public, thank you for your patience while we've waited through this agenda today. So Chris and EJ, are you ready to go?
Good afternoon, Chairperson Gustafson and board members. Chris Schmidt with the Planning Services Division. Before you today is a residential subdivision project. The applicant is Ken Topper of engineering firm Morton and Patello on behalf of the property owner. The project site is located southeast of Clark Tunnel Road and 193. That's east of the city of Lincoln, north of Penryn, and west of Newcastle in rural Lincoln. The project site is 25 acres. It is a horseshoe-shaped property on top of a ridge, so the project is aptly named. The valley below is owned by the project applicant. It's called LaFale Ranch. The project site is bound on 3 sides by the Bickford Ranch development. So here you can see the approved Bickford Ranch project, 1,900 acres, 1,890 residential units. The first phase is currently under construction. Access to the property today is from Clark Tunnel Road, which is an unimproved road off of Highway 193 that connects to Penryn to the south. Project access, however, is only going to be provided through Bickford Ranch. So off of Sierra College Boulevard, Bickford Ranch Road would be extended to serve all the Bickford Ranch project and also this project site. A couple pictures of the future home sites. It is flat, not many trees on top of the hill where the homes are proposed. You can see the slope heading into the valley to the north. A couple pictures, a few scattered oak trees, but also an amazing view to the north of the LaFelle Ranch property, which is cattle grazed by the applicant. No homes proposed in the valley, they're all on top of the hill. So the project includes 34 residential lots. All the development is south of the Caperton Canal, which heads over to the city of Rockland. And we'll talk about the importance of the canal in a little bit. There is an open space lot of a little over an acre, which will be a stormwater management pond that's in the northwest corner of the property. A 300-foot shaded fuel break, which is technically off-site, but will be maintained by the homeowners association. 6 low-density lots ranging from 1 to a little over 2 acres. So these are custom home lots. And then 28 medium-density lots ranging from 13,700 square feet to a little over 38,000 square feet on the southern portion of the project site. Access to Bickford Ranch Road would be gated. There are also 3 emergency vehicle access points, one on the east and west connecting to future Bickford Ranch development, and one out to Bickford Ranch Road in the southwest corner of the site. So a few project entitlements required: a general plan amendment to change the land use designation from agriculture timberland, 10-acre minimum, to medium density and low density residential, a rezoning out of farm minimum building site of 10-acre minimum to residential single family B8, so 8,000 square foot minimum, and also residential single family 10,000 square foot minimum, and then approval of the vesting tentative subdivision map. We did prepare an environmental impact report for this project. We started in late December of 2020. The draft EIR was released October of last year, and the final EIR was released in February. So project timing is really contingent on future development of Bickford Ranch. So since this project site is so far from Sierra College Boulevard, you can't finance the infrastructure needed to access this site: road improvements, sewer, and water. So this project really can't move forward until the 3rd phase of phase 1 of Bickford Ranch. So there's phase 1A, B, and C. Phase 1A is currently under construction. So this project is a little early, but based on the home lot sales to builders in Bickford Ranch, we're probably looking at 2 years before this project would start. So the applicant here could start construction after phase 1C of Bickford Ranch. That'll bring water, sewer, and roads 400 feet to the west of the project site. So it would involve extension of Bickford Ranch Road and then frontage improvements to the project site. Here you can see the ridge in the valley below, and also how close Bickford Ranch phase 1 is to the west. So that phase 1 construction, this is from last fall, work is much further along with as far as roadway improvements. So the general plan amendment, current designation is ag timberland, 10-acre minimum. The large lots would be changed to low density residential, and then the smaller lots to medium density residential. Zoning to the south, east, and west is Bickford Ranch specific plan designations for smaller lots. And then to the north, you can see a range of farm zoning, 10-acre, 5-acre, and 4.6-acre minimums. So existing zoning, farm 10-acre minimum, RSB 10 on the north, and RSB 8 on the south. Project would include frontage landscaping along Bickford Ranch Road, gated wall, and signature entry feature. The modified shaded fuel break, since fire is on everyone's mind these days, and there is a slope to the north of the property. A fire-safe plan was prepared for the project. The key recommendation was the provision of a 300-foot shaded fuel break, which the property owner will be providing the easement to the HOA, which will be responsible to maintain this, which involves, thinning, tree trimming, vegetation management, and that would be doing that annually in perpetuity, funded by the HOA. This has the measures that the HOA will be required to do, setting standards for tree height, brush, tree limbing, etc. Other safety measures have been incorporated into the fire safe plan to reduce wildfire risk. The Bickford emergency vehicle access points was a discussion point at the MAX. There are 3 EVAs in the Bickford project, 2 on Clark Tunnel Road, 1 to the north to 193, and then 1 to the south to Penryn. Those are gated and only used for emergency vehicle access, and then also 1 down to Sierra College Boulevard. So habitat on site, the shaded fuel break is mostly woodland, not very much woodland. On the project site where the homes are proposed, there's a 1/4 acre of seasonal wetland in that shaded fuel break area, and then a depressional seasonal wetland, just 0.11 acres that would be filled in by the project construction. So trees on site impact to almost 8 acres of oak woodland, less than 1 acre of oak foothill pine woodland, also 46 significant trees on site, of which 25 would be either avoided or minimally impacted. So project aesthetics are always important since this is a ridgetop development. We did do a couple of visual simulations, one from Highway 193 and the second from the future interior of the Bickford Ranch project. So this is the view from Highway 193. The home sites are about 3,600 feet south of Highway 193. Current is on top and proposed with the new homes is on the bottom. Very hard to see the homes. You can zoomed in here, you can actually see there are homes in that visual simulation, but that is a zoomed in view. And then internal to the project today, looking to the east towards the future home sites, currently grassland with woodland beyond. And then you can see the phased out homes are the Bickford Ranch homes, and then in the background where the arrow is are the proposed ridge homes. So as we are dealing with home sites on a ridge, aesthetics are always important. So we do have a bunch of development standards that apply to the starred lots here, and that includes no pad grading. We're limiting the height of any potential retaining walls. The buildings have to be stepped down to follow the slopes, so no pad foundations. 2-level limit facing downhill side of the lot, so no walkout basements. So if you see any homes from 193, all you'll see is 2 levels of living space. We have restrictions on earth tone colors, no floodlights, preserving as much vegetation as possible, and also landscape screening required, subject to defensible space requirements. Comparison to the lot sizes in the Bickford Ranch project, our lots here being proposed are 13,700 square feet. The smallest lots in Bickford Ranch are as small as 4,500 square feet. Those are for your age-restricted homes closest to Sierra College. The other low-density lots closest to this project site in Bickford are 5,500 square feet. So the ridge home sites are more than double that are proposed in Bickford Ranch. Trip generation, we did look at level of service and also VMT. This project generates 322 daily trips. For reference, Sierra College Boulevard currently handles over 8,600 vehicles today. There's a significant amount of growth approved in the city of Lincoln and also with Bickford traffic, so Sierra College traffic is going to significantly increase. AM peak hour trips at 26 and PM peak hour trips about 34. So Bickford Ranch improvements, there was a lot of discussion at the MAX about whether Sierra College can handle all this new growth coming in Lincoln and also unincorporated Placer. So phase 1 of Bickford Ranch currently under construction. They will be constructing a signal on Sierra College Boulevard at the main project entrance and also doing some widening on Sierra College Boulevard just where that signal is. Prior to the 750th home in Bickford Ranch, they'll be installing a signal at Toll Bridges Drive and also doing some more expansion on Sierra College. And then in phase 3, Sierra College gets widened up to 193 with a signal installed at that intersection. And at Phase 4 Bickford Ranch development, the balance of Sierra College Boulevard would get widened to 4 lanes. So there is one significant unavoidable issue found in the EIR, and that is to traffic and vehicle miles traveled. Just by the nature of this project being so far from schools and shopping and jobs, it did not meet our residential threshold for VMT. So this is the first project, I believe, that we are significant unavoidable with VMT, but in these rural areas, we're probably going to see this more frequently. Loss of farmland is always a concern at the county. The GPM rezone will result in a net loss of agriculturally zoned land. The project is classified as farmland of local importance. It's currently cattle grazed, mostly in the valley. The cows really don't get to the top of the hill. Placer County defines farmland of local importance as farmland is not covered by the categories of prime, statewide, or unique. Almost all covered development activity in the PCCP area of this part of the county would result in conversion of agricultural or natural land to urban, suburban, and rural residential use. Just over 30,000 acres of ag or natural and semi-natural land would be converted for urban, suburban, and rural residential development in this area of the county. So this foothills and I-80 corridor of unincorporated Placer accommodates a relatively small amount of future growth in the county, about 17% of all new housing units anticipated. But the low density of this type of development means 33% of PCCP land development occurs in this area. So conversion, which is the ground disturbance of natural lands within the proposed project site, including the oakwoodland impacts, grasslands, and impacts of wetlands, will be subject to applicable PCCP state and federal permits and impact fees. Agricultural buffering was a big issue at the Ag Commission, so we do have General Plan Policy 7B1 that requires the county to identify and maintain clear boundaries between residential development and farm zoned land. It says it requires a land use buffer between such uses where feasible. The policy also continues that these buffers shall occur on the parcel for which the development permit is sought and shall favor protection of the maximum amount of farmland. So here, the minimum buffer between cattle grazing and residential homes is, the general plan requires 50 feet. We don't have the 50-foot buffer on the project site, but with the Caperton Canal and the setbacks from the canal, there's an effective 50-foot buffer, even though it's technically off-site. The Ag Commission thought this was precedent setting, that it wasn't provided on site. Here you have a property owned by the applicant that's technically off-site, providing the buffer to the new residential homes. So the project is a GPA rezone. It is subject to the affordable housing fee. It's small enough that it's not required to build on site, so they are eligible to pay the in lieu fee. The project, we went to the rural Lincoln MAC back in 2021, just as an information item, because this is outside their area. Issues raised here, plans for parks and recreation facilities on site. The answer is no, because it's so small, but they will be accessing or be using the Bickford Ranch proposed amenities. Issues about grading and ridgeline development, what type of environmental review the county was doing, some concerns about the land use change and how it was consistent with the general plan. Ag Commission recommendation, we went there for a vote back in February. They recommended denial of the project on a 7-1 vote, mostly because of the buffering. They thought it was precedent setting, that it was off-site and not provided on the development parcel itself. The Horseshoe Bar Pendrin Municipal Advisory Council, we went as an information item back in 21 twice. Similar issues to at the rural Lincoln MAC, future plans for Clark Tunnel Road, timing of construction, infrastructure plans, concerns about the proposed density, any groundwater impacts, ridgeline protection mechanisms, consistency with the general plan, and concerns about the schedule. We did go back in February of this year for a recommendation. The MAC did advise or recommend that the Planning Commission and Board approve the project, 3-2 with 1 abstention and 1 absence. The Planning Commission did consider the item. Similar issues were raised. Where's the Caperton Canal heading to and what's the water used for? Is there adequate water supply for development in this area of the county? Compatibility with nearby farm and rural residential development? Some questions about the timing of Sierra College widening, EVA location and design, the timing of this project moving forward, and then questions about the 50-foot agricultural residential buffer. The Planning Commission did recommend the board approve the project. It was a split vote. So certification of the Ridge final EIR and amending of the land use plan was recommended 4-0 with 2 absences and 1 vacancy. And then the rezoning and approval of the project map was 3-1 recommendation, with Commissioner DiMattei voting no and 1 vacancy. So with that, staff does recommend the board take the following actions. Adopt a resolution to certify the final EIR for the Ridge project prepared pursuant to CEQA. Adopt the findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations. Adopt a mitigation monitoring reporting program supported by and incorporating by reference in its entirety the findings of fact included as attachment G of the staff report packet. Adopt a resolution to amend the Placer County General Plan land use diagram as shown in attachment D of the staff report, and also adopt an ordinance to rezone the Ridge project from farm minimum building site of 10-acre minimum to residential single-family minimum building site of 8,000 square feet, and also residential single-family minimum building site of 10,000 square feet, as shown in attachment E of the staff report, and approve the Ridge subdivision vesting tentative subdivision map. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Questions, board members? Supervisor Holmes?
Yes, thanks, Chris. Thanks for your presentation and your work on this. The only question I have is about the fire service. I know that Ridge is going to be, the fire district from Penryn is going to provide the service there, but they have to wait until Bickford, which is serviced by Placer County Fire. So is there some kind of accommodation? I know we're going to be building a fire station at the Bickford project. Is Penryn Fire going to contribute to that?
So this isn't, the service area for this project is Penryn Fire. It's kind of an island surrounded by CAL FIRE. So the immediate responding or closest responding agency will be CAL FIRE. So homes, future homes in this project, if approved, their fees will be going to Penryn Fire. At building permit, there's a condition that they must pay towards the Bickford Ranch future fire station. So they'll be paying that capital facilities fee towards construction of the station, knowing that eventually the Bickford station will be serving this project. But we are not moving them from Penryn to the CAL FIRE fire district.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Jones?
Yes, thank you, Chris. I have a question about the letter from Josh Hunsinger, our agricultural commissioner, attachment 1. He says that the commission had a robust discussion of the proposal, and their primary concern identified by the commission included a general concern about the county's continued conversion of farmland to residential use. So I'm just curious, do we grant those all the time, or should there be a limit as to how much we convert, or should there be an issue? What do you think?
Well, it's always, since it is a GPA rezone, it is a board action. This site, and the applicant can speak to it better than I can, but we did talk about this at the Ag Commission, that even if this project wasn't approved, so it's marginal grazing land, it's hard to access because of the slope. The cattle, they can climb the hill, they're probably not going to swim over the canal to get to the top. So even if the applicant wanted to continue grazing up here, they'd have to bring the cows off of Bickford Ranch Road through residential neighborhood. So it's really not a great agricultural site. Okay. It is a small 25-acre parcel. It's a weird remnant piece on the top of the hill. So yes, it's always concerned when we're losing ag land. There's tons of general plan policy about, preventing conversion of ag land. I will point out that the PCCP acknowledged that growth in this area is most likely going to be conversion of farm property. So this is a future growth area. We do have other agricultural land further west in the flatland that's more appropriate for cattle grazing and other agricultural uses.
Okay.
So
Okay, great, yeah, it makes,
It's based on location, really, and size and the circumstances.
and
to this property.
practicality, I guess, huh?
Exactly.
Okay, and then the other question that I have, in your discussion about trees, it says that 25 would either be avoided or minimally impacted. So I'm just curious, you know how my residents are about protecting trees. Will there be any that are earmarked for protection as they were in Rancho del Oro? Or is this just a kind of a loosey-goosey, we'll try to save them?
Yeah, the marginally impacted means there's probably some grading in the drip line, and those are usually trees that are in the non-residential where it's not going to be disturbed. Can be on the private lot, but also off-site in the shaded fuel break that extend onto the lots. But there are a few significant big trees that are following property lines that we're hoping to save. There's one giant one near the project entrance that we talked about putting in a conservation area, but then it would be maintained by the HOA. It'll be on private lot, but we're gonna take big effort to try to save that because it's a giant.
Okay, but there won't be any that are specifically marked for preservation like there were in Rancho del Oro?
We do show trees that are supposed to be saved. So in the improvement plans, we'll have them fenced so that they're not disturbed during construction.
Okay, will you make sure they follow the rules? Certified arborist or forester to identify the health of those
We've learned our
trees?
lesson.
Okay, thank you so much.
Any other questions? I had one, Chris or EJ, or potentially Karen. So the 300-foot fuel management zone that's off-site is not typical for us. And while we have common ownership, it will, of course, be relatively easy to go along with. But I look to the future when or if the ranch is sold to someone else, and then what kinds of conflict we may anticipate that happens in the future. And so is there any other way we can ensure this easement and the access to maintain this property as the conditions indicate?
Yeah, so it is an easement granted to the HOA, so that'll run with the property. I think the applicant can better respond to the issue of what if the HOA goes under. So they have.
I was actually thinking if the ranch sold and then, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
If the ranch sells, their property will still be tied to that easement.
That easement will still remain in place and they'll
Correct.
still be required.
Regardless of who owns.
Future owner would have to allow access to the HOA to get in and take care of that fuel break.
And I know part B of your question previously was about if the HOA goes under, what happens? And the land use attorney for the applicant looked into that and can provide an answer to that.
Okay.
And it basically is that the county CFD could take over that and bill those property.
And we'd have the
property owners.
authority to do that. Okay. Just want to make sure that we're able to create that situation. I didn't have any other questions, so we'll open up to the applicant first and then to the public.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Bob Shattuck. I'm representing the applicant today, but we also have the applicant here, and we have other members of our team if they're needed to address any questions you may have. First thing I'd want to do is thank staff. This has been a fairly long and detailed process. They've given a really thorough, detailed review, and thank Chris for the thorough staff report. That allows me to be somewhat brief. But I would like the opportunity to respond to questions if that becomes appropriate. This is, just to sum up, this is a very uniquely situated parcel, 25-acre parcel. It's surrounded on three sides by planned development. It is cut off or separated from the ranch below by the Caperton Canal and a very steep wooded slope. The access to the property will be removed. It's currently by Clark Tunnel Road. That will be removed, and the Clark Tunnel Road is being rerouted as an EVA, and so the current access to the property is not going to exist anymore. It will only be accessible by driving through the residential neighborhoods of Bickford Ranch. Bickford Ranch Road itself runs along the frontage of this parcel and will bring all urban utilities, all public utilities. We'll have water, sewer, electricity, gas, and telecommunications right there at our frontage. So it's a very uniquely situated piece of ground. It's been carefully designed in every detail in a couple of years of process with staff to be compatible with the surrounding Bickford Ranch development in every way. It mimics our lots and everything, mimic the immediately surrounding development of Bickford Ranch. We're required and conditioned to meet all of the standards that are imposed upon Bickford Ranch, meet or exceed. And in addition to that, there are some additional standards that we're doing for the Ridge that will further limit visual impact and will further provide additional fire protection. We've worked hard with the staff on the details, trying to get the details right. We think we have the details right in a quality project. We appreciate your consideration and encourage your support of the staff recommendation and Planning Commission recommendation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Board members, did you have any questions for the applicant? Okay, then we'll take public comment at this point. Are there any members of the public who would like to address this item? I don't see any hands raised or people jumping up to the microphone this afternoon. Is there anybody on Zoom, Megan? Okay. Then before us, we have 4 actions to consider. We need to take 4 separate motions on these. And Supervisor Gore has had to drop off on Zoom, so we can do these all just by affirmative vote without a roll call. So with that, I'd accept a motion on item number 3A1A, adopting a resolution to certify the environmental impact report. Okay, I have a motion Holmes, second Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? We'll show Supervisor Gore was absent. And we'll move on to item B, adopting a resolution to amend the Placer County General Plan land use designation of the Ridge Project site from agricultural timberland, 10-acre minimum, to medium-density residential and low-density residential.
Second.
Again, motion Holmes, second Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. We'll move on to item C, adopt an ordinance to rezone the Ridge Project site from farm, combining minimum building site of 10 acres to residential single-family, combining minimum building site of 8,000 square feet and residential single-family, combining minimum building site of 10,000 square feet.
Second.
Again, motion Holmes, second Wygant. All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? And finally, on item D, approve the Ridge vesting tentative subdivision map for the subdivision of the 24.95 acre site into a 34-lot residential single-family subdivision.
Second.
Again, Holmes and Wygant. All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstention? Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience today. And now we're going to take a break. We are due back here. We were due for a 1 o'clock timed item. Yes, item 8A and item 8B. Again, for the public, anyone else watching, 8A and B. Okay, we're going to adjourn to closed session. County Council?
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider 1 item of existing litigation and labor negotiations.
Can we be give an estimated time for anybody else in the public?
45 minutes.
Probably 45 minutes till we're back. I apologize, we're running very late. we're back. The Board of Supervisors is back from closed session. Karen, do you want to give a report out?
The board met in closed session to consider the following: Placer County Deputies Association versus County of Placer. The board heard a report. No action was requested and none was taken. On conference with labor negotiators, for the record, Kate Sampson was identified as a member of the negotiating team due to illness. Her second in command participated. That would be Nicole Lopez. In labor negotiations in DSA, the board heard a report and provided direction. In the PPEO, the board heard a report and provided direction. For the record, on these particular items, Supervisor Gore was not present. That concludes the report out of closed session.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, given that we're running late today, we're going to change up a few items on our agenda. So we're proposing for the rest of the board to hear this, that we will go to item number 5 on our agenda on the Mental Health Matters proclamation. Then we would go to item 9A, which we again think is a relatively short item, and then come back to our 1 o'clock item on housing-related code amendments, and then our 2:15 library studies report. So we hope we can get caught up a little bit by taking these in that order. So thanks for your indulgence. We'll move on then to item 5 on our agenda, the Mental Health Matters Month, and this is to approve and present a proclamation declaring May as Mental Health Matters Month in Placer County. So while you're coming up, I'm going to read a proposed proclamation by the Board of Supervisors, and then we will take public comment, and then we will take a vote and present the proclamation. So the proclamation reads, whereas mental health is essential to everyone's overall health and well-being, and whereas mental health challenges impact both the person experiencing mental health challenges and those persons who care for and love the person facing the challenge. And whereas every day people face stigma related to mental health and may feel isolated and alone, struggling for years before receiving any help. And whereas individuals with a serious mental illness have difficulty functioning in everyday life, and if left untreated, have a life expectancy that is 25 years shorter than the general population. And whereas recovery can and does happen, and all Placer County residents should know that support and help is available to them regardless of their situation. And whereas creating a community where everyone feels comfortable reaching out for the support they deserve is crucial to ending the stigma around mental health. And whereas each business, school, government agency, healthcare provider, organization, and citizen share the burden of mental health problems and has a responsibility to promote mental wellness and support prevention efforts. And whereas we call upon the citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools in Placer County to recommit to increasing awareness of mental health challenges and reduce the stigma surrounding mental health, educate the public on the steps our citizens can take to protect their mental health, and ensure appropriate and accessible services for all people with mental health conditions. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the above proclamation was duly passed by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Placer on behalf of the citizens of Placer County at a regular meeting held May 10th, 2022, and hereby proclaims May 2022 as Mental Health Matters Month in Placer County. So before we vote on that item, we will ask for public comment on this. Thank you so much for being here. Yes.
Hi,
And
good
staff.
afternoon. Chair Gustafson and members of the board. My name is Amy Haynes. I'm actually the new Assistant Director for the Adult System of Care. It's my honor to be here this afternoon to present on this topic. With me today, I have Sue Compton, who is our Mental Health Services Manager, the manager over our Mental Health Services Act. I have Sharonda Williams, who's with the Speaker Bureau, which is part of the Placer County Speaker Bureau, and I have Alex Dimmy, who's the peer coordinator for the Adult System of Care. All right, so I'm out of order. We're very happy to be here today to ask you to proclaim May as Mental Health Month We wanted to take this opportunity to speak to you the important topic and to each person and each Placer resident to take action towards mental wellness. Sue Compton, our mental health services manager, will introduce this year's topic and the ways for people to get involved. Thank you.
Nice to see everyone. In recent years, stress, depression, and anxiety have become more common due to the pandemic, social isolation, and transitions back to school and work. It can be difficult to know what to do when we or our family, friends, or peers are experiencing these feelings. Our goal for each Placer resident is to experience support and wellness in our community. We have launched the Take Action for Mental Health statewide campaign that focuses on 3 key actions: check in, learn more, and get support. Placer County residents can join people across California this May in making and sharing a personal pledge to take action for mental health, which states, I will check in with myself to identify mental health needs. I will learn more about mental health. I will get support for my own mental health and support the mental health of others. I will share this pledge with others to help them take action too. Feel free to go to placerccw.org or takeaction4mh.org to take the pledge and find more ideas about taking action towards mental wellness. Today, we'll be presenting the board with a photo collage, which reflects a snapshot of how our system of care is working together to take action in our community. At this time, I'd like to introduce our speaker, who is here to share her personal lived experience, Sharonda Williams, a member of our Placer County Speaker Bureau. She is 41 years old, with 4 children and 1 grandchild with whom she enjoys spending most of her time with. She commits time every day studying to strengthen her spirit and indulge in hobbies to enhance her creative skills. She loves helping others and doing anything to help herself and her community. Thank you for joining us, Sharonda.
Okay. Hello, my name is Sharonda Williams. I'm coming to you in hopes that my story will help anyone who works in, suffer from, or is affected by mental illness. I've lived with mental illness for 12 years. My children and I were living in a homeless shelter because I'd become a pit bull to anyone looking like or felt like they wanted to harm us in any way. So I decided to remove us from the very toxic environment we were living in. Little did I know this would be a gateway to my psychotic breakdown. I remember feeling alone, angry, and lost. The program required that I get therapy to deal with all the traumas I've experienced and the way I was behaving. Unfortunately, the program could only afford an intern therapist. So as my high-level traumas attempted to build skills in her career, her lack of experience knocked me down by applying tools that made me relive trauma while in trauma. And life as I knew it took a turn for the worse. I started having racing thoughts, my body parts began to fail me, I had fainting spells, I lost my eyesight, and whatever motivation I had to do anything. The staff at the shelter made this experience so much worse than it already was. The rules and requirements had no mercy or experiences towards mental illnesses. Dealing with all that and trying to find ways to provide for my kids as a single mom with an infant and 3 school-age boys was very difficult. I remember waking up in the emergency room with restraints on me and an officer outside my door. My heart pounded in fear because I was sure I'd done something to have CPS take my kids. Instead, a team of doctors came in with questions that implied I didn't love myself or the things that I wanted or needed. At a time like this, I never wanted to remember anything from my childhood, but it was required of the program. They walked in and out, leaving me sitting in my thoughts, which were all over the place. They ran test after test. I was so frustrated with time. Finally, after 5 long hours, I remember they told me that I tried to commit suicide by taking a bottle of pills. I was fighting family and friends and officers who were called to help, and as well had destroyed my home. This explained why I was handcuffed to the bed. I was diagnosed with bipolar 1, PTSD, anxiety, severe depression, and schizophrenia. How? From there, I started a roller coaster of medications like antidepressants and mood stabilizers. I felt like a zombie all the time. All I could do was sleep. I didn't feel anything like myself, but I knew and understood I had to get back to my children. At that time, when I had decided to make better choices, I had started the abuse all over again, but this time it was strangers. I had to figure this out. How was I going to get back to my children was my biggest worry and concern. Well, I had to prove that I was well enough to be in society and around others, and well enough to parent my children without supervision. Needless to say, my children was everything, so all I could think about was not losing them. I was up against new emotions, medication, environments, doctors that I didn't trust, and lived in a shelter who hired staff that enjoyed seeing us, treating us like criminals in a maximum security prison. Took 50% of our income for savings and 80% for food stamps for food that was cooked by people who weren't licensed and didn't practice sanitization or how to prepare the food. We were threatened with CPS day after day to get their demands met. When I finally stopped fighting and chose to do something about this, I embraced my illness and did whatever I could to get back to my new normal. I started applying skills gained from all the workshops I've learned. I learned to read and speak through studying with my kids' dictionary. I used helping them with homework as a tool to refresh my grammar skills. I surfed the internet looking for anything that I didn't know or understand. I used my doctor's words to study things on the internet. I challenged myself to get up as much as I could, walk and exercise, and get mobility back into my body. I downloaded a ton of apps and hobbies to affirm my day and show me how to deal with problems and stay true to myself and circumstances. If you're one who struggles with mental illness, please know that you can get through it as well. And remember, it's totally okay to take your time, and patience is a virtue. Thank you for listening and have a blessed day.
Thank you so much for sharing with us that very personal story and that ray of hope for everybody. Are there any other public comments?
That was amazing.
Yes. Okay, so with that, I read the proclamation earlier. I'd ask for a motion to approve the proclamation.
Second.
Motion Holmes, second Wygant. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, we're going to take a quick picture and present this. I'm asking all the board to come down for the photo.
Nice to meet you. I'm gonna have you line up right here in front.
Okay.
Hopefully we can get everyone in.
Sure. I like your,
Yes, you got the opportunity to you guys last year.
Come on.
All right. Should I
So,
go?
yeah, come in there.
You can watch right in there next to the city of the week of Robert.
you squeeze in, make a window.
Have everyone take a selfie.
Yep, there we go. We'll be tight together.
We got it. You can come in closer.
Closer,
There you
okay,
go,
all right.
Amy.
Gets us all lined up.
Okay, we lean.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Bend our knee just right, put our hand on our hips.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You did a great job. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
It's nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Okay, all right, thanks.
Okay. With that, we're going to move on to item 9A, Public Defense Pilot Program Grant. Amanda.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes.
Chair Gustafson, members of your board, I'm Amanda Flo, Management Analyst from the County Executive Office.
I'm here today to request approval to enter into a grant award agreement with the California Board of State and Community Corrections, also known as BSCC, for the Public Defense Pilot Program for the period of March 1st, 2022 through March 5th, 2025, in the amount of $512,523 annually, for a total amount not to exceed $1,537,570.11. We also are asking to execute an agreement with Kokol and Associates, BSCC Program Inc., to administer the Public Defense Pilot Program, as well as to approve a budget amendment to increase revenues and expenditures accordingly. With me today is Dan Kokol, your Placer County's primary public defender, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to him to talk a little bit more about the grant program.
Thank you. Chairperson Gustafson, members of the board, my name is Dan Kokol, and as stated, I provide the Level 1 Public Defender Services in Placer County. I'm here today to encourage the board to execute the final documents necessary to move forward with the grant that Amanda mentioned. I'm referring to the grant that compensates the county for expenses incurred because of new requirements placed on the Public Defender's Office. You may recall in February, this board authorized the county to submit an application for the grant. As a result, Placer County was awarded $512,000 and some change annually for a period of 3 years with no matching requirement. In preparation, I've formed a separate corporate entity to compartmentalize the costs associated with administration of this grant and to comply with the grant's reporting requirements. And I'm asking the board take the action requested in the county's May 10th memorandum. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Dan. Any questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment on this item? Not seeing any, so I'd entertain a motion.
Second.
Motion Holmes, second Wygant. All in favor? Oh, roll call. Okay, thank you, because we have a budget amendment, so sorry.
Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes? Jones? Gustafson?
Yes. Great, thank you very much. Now, we'll go back to our 1 o'clock timed item on our housing-related code amendments. Thank you for being patient while we rearranged a few items on that agenda to get them out of the way, so we can focus on housing.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. I'm Patrick Dobbs with the Planning Services Division, and I'm joined today by Devin McNally on the county's housing team, and he's going to take the lead on today's presentation. And this is the information session or workshop that you requested for the proposed housing-related code amendments. As you recall, we presented these amendments to your board back on November 16th of last year, and forwarded the Planning Commission's recommendation that your board approve the housing code amendments. At the November hearing, the board provided some direction to staff and asked for, said you wanted some more time to review the amendments. So at the conclusion of that November 16th hearing, you continued the item and requested a workshop prior to taking action on the amendments. And that is the purpose of today's informational session. So staff has 2 requests of your board today. The first is that you provide final direction to move towards adoption when the amendments are brought back for action. That's tentatively scheduled for next month at your June 14th board meeting. And the second request is to direct staff to incorporate 2 changes that have been made to the zoning ordinance text amendments since November. The first change would add a public noticing for multifamily and mixed-use projects. That was a request of Supervisor Gore at the November hearing. And the second change relates to bringing the amendments consistent with the most recent updates to California state density bonus law. And so with that, I'll hand it off to Devin, after which Shauna, EJ, Devin, and myself are prepared to answer your questions and look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Deb McNally with the Community Development Resources Agency. So I want to do a quick overview and review of the project. The project began in 2017 with the first annual housing program. It put forward a number of goals, including promoting a diverse mix of housing types, aligning our residential and commercial zoning, allowing for housing in commercial zones, reducing vehicle miles traveled, and also implementing our adopted general and community plan policies. So as part of that, we put together a housing strategy and development plan, which was adopted in 2019. On the table, you can see some of those strategies that were incorporated into this package of amendments. They include flexible design standards, mixed-use zoning, and then also updates to the density bonus to conform with state law. So this package of amendments has 4 components. There are general plan amendments, zoning text amendments, combining district rezone of a little over 1,900 parcels, and then a new multifamily and mixed-use design manual. As part of this project, we completed an environmental review, and we have a final environmental impact report that's on file with the clerk of the board. So there were 4 major questions that came out of the November 16th public meeting. The first was public noticing for multifamily and mixed-use projects, decision-making authority of the Planning Commission with regards to housing projects. There were some questions about the location of the combining district rezones, and then additional questions about how the design manual could be updated going forward. So I'll start with public noticing. Based on the comments we received, we went back and proposed some new language that is based off our existing adopted public noticing requirements. And this would notify property owners within 300 feet of a proposed multifamily or mixed-use project. This notice would be sent out upon the receipt of a complete application, and those comments could be passed along to the builder. These decisions would be appealable to the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. Just as a quick note, the review of the project is limited in scope to the adopted objective standards. And this gets into the second question regarding kind of jurisdiction's authority to regulate and condition housing projects. So there are 2 major state laws that relate to the development of housing and local jurisdictions. The first is the Housing Accountability Act, and the second is Senate Bill 35. The Housing Accountability Act functions as a sort of builder's bill of rights, and it says that a housing development cannot be conditioned or denied if it is consistent with adopted objective development and design standards. So these would be those that are passed by a legislative body, such as the Board of Supervisors, and also that are objective. That generally means that 2 individuals can look at a project and come to the same conclusion. A rule of thumb would be numbers and calculations. Senate Bill 35 provides for additional streamlining if the project provides a number of affordable units. The number is based on the jurisdiction's progress in meeting its state-mandated housing goals. They're the Regional Housing Need Allocation, also known as RHNA. So as part of this, the multifamily and mixed-use design manual kind of layers on top of our current zoning. So under our current zoning, our objective standards are height, setbacks, lot coverage, parking spaces. What the multifamily and mixed-use design manual does is add on to those. So for example, there are standards based on the location of the project. If it's within a certain distance of a residential single-family zone. There are requirements about the amount of open space based on the number of units. There are standards that provide for articulation or entryways, such as the minimum porch space. There are also requirements around landscaping. And the idea is to provide a very clear framework and expectations, not only for the community, but also for builders as well. And so there are some examples right here. As you can see, they get very detailed. There are specific measurements that we're requiring that these projects meet. And we put these together with the help of an architect, Diet and Bhatia. And so the idea would be is that up front, there are very clear rules. So there's also some questions about the location of our combining zone districts. I'd like to note that they're not changing the base zones. These would only be the combining zones. It's a little over 1,900 parcels. Most of these are within our existing communities. 89% of these parcels are already developed. This would allow them to possibly do some sort of adaptive reuse or redevelopment at a further time. You can find this as attachment D in your packet on page 521. The final question related to the design manual. Since it will be adopted by ordinance, it would be updated similar to the Placer County Zoning Code. This would be a review and analysis of language by county staff, which would be brought forward to the Planning Commission as part of a formal hearing where the draft language would be commented on and discussed. They would forward along a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, and if adopted, that would change the manual. It would depend how complex and widespread the change would be, and that would kind of control how long the process of an update would take. So there are a few changes to the density bonus that we made. These are in consultation with HCD, the Department of Housing and Community Development. There have been several changes over the years to the state density bonus law since we started this project in 2017. And so as a result, they noticed that a couple of our tables relating to the percentage of units allowed and some of the concessions were a little out of date. So this is already existing state law, and so what we did was updated the language to make sure it conformed with what was in the state law today. There is also a clarification that SB 9 is not subject to the density bonus. It's two separate entities as well, which is an important kind of distinction. So the next steps would be, if you direct us, we would revise the ordinance to include these changes related to the design review noticing and the state density bonus law, and then tentatively we plan to return for action by the board on June 14th. So we're happy to take any questions you have, and thanks for your time.
Thank you, Devin. Any questions for the staff or comments from the board on this, these items? Suzanne, I'm looking at you. Okay.
I do have one. You mentioned that this was geared more for affordable housing, but in the staff report under section 4, multifamily and mixed-use design manual, it goes on to say the design manual provides measurable objective standards for multifamily and mixed-use projects that will streamline the review process and provide greater entitlement certainty, therefore reducing time and cost to build affordable and market rate duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, townhouses, multifamily, and mixed-use projects. So I thought this was mainly for affordable, but this says also market rate.
So the standards under...
You can push the button there.
Perfect. So the standards apply to any multifamily project that comes in. And any housing development, regardless of its affordability level, is given the same protections under the Housing Accountability Act. So we have to treat these the same. There are additional incentives that affordable projects can tap into, but the standards would apply uniformly to any multifamily project.
So it seems to me the bottom line is then we're just streamlining building of multifamily housing for any purpose, whether it's affordable or market rate. And in doing so, in streamlining, this is taking away the Planning Commission, the process of going through the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors for approval. correct? Because then it just goes through the design review committee.
So and Shauna, if you want to jump in, but
So I think it still comes back, Shauna Purvines. Good afternoon. This is this is to implement the state law that Devin has explained. So all housing is subject to, regardless of its affordability level, per the state law, is now required to only be subject to those adopted objective standards. And that's why I think the distinction between the affordable and the market rate is important. What this does is it does streamline that review, but at the same time, the proposal here is to allow for the noticing of those projects so that those that may find that the objectives are not being met have an opportunity to know the project is going through review and can raise that as part of an appeal that would then go to the Planning Commission or the board. So it still has the opportunity to go to the Planning Commission or board, but the first step is just to go through the design review checklist and ensure that the project that's being proposed is consistent with those adopted standards.
At what point is it appealable, or how is that going to work? Is that going to be presented to the public? Who's going to see it to know to appeal it?
So I don't have control of how do we get it back?
Oh.
And if you could be more specific, we're talking about two laws, aren't we? We're talking about a density bonus, and then what's the other?
We're talking about a number of different laws. The primary law is the Housing Accountability Act, and that was the one that was had the substantial changes over the last couple of years that does require local jurisdictions. So as Devin stated, the Housing Accountability Act now limits local government's ability to condition or deny any housing developments that are found consistent with those adopted objective standards. So that's kind of to the root. There are additional laws such as SB 35 that provide additional provisions based on the level of affordability or the percentage of the units that are affordable in the project. Another law that we have also spoken of is the density bonus law. And that is one that is that provides the opportunity for either increased density or concessions and waivers on projects that meet certain density or affordability levels as well. So just a number of different laws together, but I would say at the root of all of those laws is the Housing Accountability Act, and that's the one that had probably the substantial changes over these last few years, which are starting to reduce or limit the ability of local jurisdictions on projects that they may deny if they can be found consistent with those adopted objective standards. And the intent of that is to streamline that review so that projects do move through the process, housing projects move through the process much more quickly.
I think people can understand my concern with the state removing our approval authority on building and development in our own county. So I don't agree with that at all. But.
Sure. So I wanted to also respond to your question about the public noticing, and that was a request of the board the last time we were here, is to ensure that those units or the neighbors that are adjacent to projects that are being proposed had the opportunity to be notified. So that's where staff went back and looked at our existing noticing requirements and determined that we could actually then notify on these staff review items. And so the proposal today and what staff is seeking direction on is direction to add to these code amendments that the ability to notify the 300 feet, which is consistent with the adopted standards that we have today regarding notification. And then that notification would be as part of the review process, so then they would know if it was something that they say maybe wanted to have it appealed to the Planning Commission or the board.
So how will these houses be able to see this? Will they be able to go to a presentation where the committee is gonna present what the project is, and that it's complied with the checklist and all that stuff? How are they going to know there's a time for reviewing something if they want to appeal it?
Yeah, so I can speak to that, Supervisor Jones. EJ Valdi with the Planning Division.
So they're all subject to design review. So it would be our, our design review process. So with the added notification in this ordinance that your board would consider, they would be notified of that, and then they would be at there would be a public meeting for the design review. And any decision of that meeting is appealable.
Okay, which kind of leads me to ask, why are we changing anything anyway? Because basically, that's the way it works right now, when it goes to a planning commission and not a design review. I mean, there's notification, then there's a public is invited to the planning commission.
Yeah, so different level of review.
Kind of theater.
Different level of review. We have, staff review, we have zoning administrator review, we have the planning commission. It's timing, it's the level of review. So this would, expedite that process, but at the same time, still provide for notification of those projects that are coming in.
Mm-hmm. And another thing too, I'm a little bit concerned about the notification, only 3 houses within 300 feet, is that it? Because in areas like my district, I mean, people are on parcels of acreage. And in the instance, I mean, I'll just use an example, is the Bayside project. The houses around Bayside are more than 300 feet. The ones across Sierra College and the ones up the hill and everything. So how do we conquer that? I mean, if the houses within 300 feet are only, say, 5 or 6, property owners, is there something else we can do if there are no houses within 300 feet? Because they're going to be affected.
Yeah, so that was brought up by one of your colleagues at the last meeting. We did incorporate language in this text amendment in front of you. If within that 300 feet we do not hit 30 properties, then we would extend that notice out until we hit at least 30 different properties.
Okay, so 30 properties. Okay. I need to do some more reviewing here before I've got notes everywhere, but that's all my questions for right now. I'm sure I'll have a couple more.
Any other board questions or comments? I think, staff, you've done a great job. I'll just make that comment of addressing some of the issues that came up in our previous 2 hearings on this and making adjustments so that we're assured that there is transparency to the public, but also understanding we're in compliance with state law. So, are there public comments on this item? Yes, sir. You've waited a while to testify today, so.
Diopoulos. I own the property on Penryn Road and Highway 80. Was the old event center, the gas station buildings. And right next to me, somebody tried to build some condos, apartments. How will that affect my property there? Will that take away some of my uses, which I do right now? As the planning indicated to me, your project now has to confront with a new things. Anybody can answer that?
Okay, well, do you have any other questions? What I'd like to do is take all the public comment, and then we'll come back and ask staff to address your question.
This is the main question. How will that affect me? Because on the past 60 years, we operate as a restaurant, event center, gas station, different offices, and all of a sudden right now, Supper plans to build houses on the back, and will start affect me.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the main question, really,
Okay.
When they start building the houses, they should be aware what was there before and not affect me at all. On my uses to maintain as the previous uses were there. As when they decide to build houses, they were aware what's there and they accept it. Okay?
Okay.
That's the main questions. I have some of permits from my previous users which will allow them to be used there. If you wish, I can give it to you or I can mail it to you.
Okay, thank you. And what I'm going to do is ask if there's any other public comment, and then we'll ask staff to respond to your question.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Are there any other public comments? I'm not seeing any in the room. Anybody on Zoom? Okay, so now, staff, do you have any response to the comments? and
Yeah, I'll try to
questions?
answer some of Mr. Matthiopoulos's questions. So I am familiar with his property. I'm not certain that was included as part of this. It's a commercial property right at I-80 and Penryn Road. If it was included, they would have the same change with that design corridor. I believe they're in a design corridor right now, so that probably wouldn't change much. Is that the north of that property? I'm looking at Supervisor Holmes. Penryn Townhomes was a previously approved project, has an existing entitlement. I don't know that zoning offhand. I want to say it's residential multifamily, but don't quote me on that. But I don't think there's any changes to that. It's an existing entitled project there, and those entitlements are still alive.
Okay, and so what we'll do, I will ask that you address him outside the room and answer more detailed questions. You can meet with
Absolutely.
them.
So the main question is, will that affect me right now?
Go ahead. I
Because
don't,
like I say, I have an email from a staff from the department, which claims due to the new things, what's happening in the new laws, we're going to restrict some of your uses. And I don't think so. It's
so
not
the
acceptable to be restrict some of my uses because of it.
Yeah, so the
Mr.
quick,
Holmes is aware. We have a meeting with him a while back, and he talked to me regarding some things, and I say, as long as it does not affect me, I have no problem. I have no problem anybody does anything to build on their property, as long as it does not affect me, which should be the same way for everybody, you know.
So I think I can answer your question, then I'm more than happy to meet you after this item. But the base zoning on your property, if you're one of the parcels included, if you did get notice, I'm assuming you are, the base zoning of your property and the allowed uses, that does not change.
It allows me to do what?
The base zoning of your property is not going to change as part of this proposal?
It's not going to change any of the previous uses either.
Correct.
Right? So
Correct.
if I have events that are previous, it's not going to change tomorrow, will it?
Oh, I'm talking about allowed uses.
Anything
under
which
the zone
allowed
district.
before, anything which was permitted before.
Under that zoning, correct.
Okay, like I say, anything was permitted before. If I hear a permit to operate a cut house there, it will continue to do so.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk to you after.
I think
after
this is a
item.
detailed question for staff after the board meeting. It doesn't apply to all the rest of the
Okay,
county. So thank you,
wait.
sir. As soon as we're done with this, he said he'd talk to you. Okay, I'm not seeing any other comments, any other questions, Suzanne?
Yeah, just one other. I did have constituents contact me saying they received letters from the county notifying them that their properties are going to be included in the ones that are rezoned. And so I looked through all of your information. I'm sorry, I can't tell which ones are in Granite Bay. Is there any way you can give me that information regarding Granite Bay properties? Other than this, I would have to really do my homework on it. I'm not.
I found the maps were really good. That's what helped me. I don't know if you were able to kind of decipher.
I did, but I was really curious because I have a couple of constituents that were very upset, and I'd really like to know about their.
Yeah, Supervisor, I think for the, upcoming board meeting, we can certainly break out the rezone properties by supervisorial district.
Okay.
If you need that ahead of time, we can provide that.
Thank you, that would be very helpful. And then the other thing that I was noticing as I was looking through all of the charts here, it looks like that there will still be some kind of requirement where they're changing minor use permits and conditional use permits. There still is always the C there, meaning that, tell me, Shauna.
So just as we had talked about, under the use table, under the base zoning, if there was a use that required a conditional use permit, that still remained the same. The changes to the map, and it was to modify the combining district, so it's the additional letters that usually come after the zone letters, to make those design review or have that design control over them. But the uses in the tables, the uses that are allowed in the zone, as we were just speaking of, those remain the same.
Okay. But I also noticed too, there's the setbacks and all those requirements are really shrunk down quite a bit, right?
In some instances, yeah, and that is to meet those design standards that are proposed.
So we're basically going to have a lot of building on completely filling up the parcel.
It still depends on the type of use, and it depends on the type of the densities that are being allowed. So the design standards are pretty detailed.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you. This was a very large document. Any way to make it any simpler would be greatly appreciated.
Okay. So the action requested today is to receive that presentation, accept public comment, which we have done both of those, and then provide direction to staff on any changes to the proposed amendments. I don't have any changes. I think staff has done a great job of addressing those requirements. Okay? And then Supervisor Jones, were you okay with these amendments as proposed?
Yes, I think I can live with the notification of the houses that are not within 300 feet.
Okay. Great. Was there any further action requested on this?
Nope, that's exactly what we were looking for, and we will return as soon as we can get a
It
date.
sounds like it's not going to be soon. So you'll have to remind us of what we talked about today again. And
We will return at your pleasure.
Yeah, well, I was just getting information that we're kind of already booked up for our June 14th meeting, our May 24th meeting, then our June 14th, so it might be the end of June. Apologize for that.
Thank you. Chris, thank you very much.
Thank you, and great job on all of this. I know we're trying to comply with state law on so many things. Okay. And am I correct, this is our final item today, which was supposed to start at 2:15, so we have caught up a bit. Oh, and we have one more departmental item. Okay, so not quite our last item, but now we'll move to our 2:15 item, our county executive report on library services study report. And I believe Jane Christensen will start out with this item.
Good afternoon, Board. Board Chair Gustafson, Board members, Todd, Karen. Pleased to be here this afternoon. I'm Jane Christensen. I serve as the Assistant County Executive Officer, and pleased to be here today with members of our library team. Unfortunately, Mary George is under the weather, but we are here with Assistant Library Director Sophie Bruno and Melissa O'Neill of our CEO office, who work together with our consultant team by the creative name of Constructive Disruption to share the results of our recent library study. As you may know, we undertook our library study in late 2021 to address several issues. The goals of the study, as noted here, to review current library service models and facilities pursuant to the grand jury recommendations both from 2016 and 2021, to identify trends in library alternative services. We certainly had many lessons learned during the pandemic. I think the library team pivoted more than just about anybody in terms of their evolving service models through Alpha, Delta, Omicron, and what have you, to identify potential alternative service locations in and around North Lake Tahoe. The board chair has been very compelling in emphasizing the need to better ensure the sustainability and the continuity of Eastern Placer library services, which can be a challenge, as many of us found trying to get back over the hill last night. And also to explore collaboration or partnership with Nevada County and the town of Truckee and their evolving library service model. I believe the board also received a letter just yesterday from Nevada County, the town of Truckee, and the Friends of the Truckee Library, whom we have worked in partnership with throughout this survey effort. What information did the study review? It included quite a few things, which I'll summarize here, And then our consultant team who are assembling will go into greater detail as they review the results of the study. Facility site visits. 6 branches, Applegate, Auburn, Kings Beach, Penryn, Rockland, and Tahoe City, as well as a tour of alternative county-owned sites. Great thanks to our facilities team for accompanying Sophie and our consultants in and around Lake Tahoe to kind of explore potential venues around the basin. Data review. They did a deep dive into the budget and operational information, our library usage numbers, library visitation, and a member of the consultant team who will be introduced shortly actually was a former Placer County librarian and spent some time with the California State Library. So brought to the report, consistent with the board's comments at our April 5th department budget presentations, quite a lot of quantitative data, comparable comparisons to see where Placer County Library Services stand relative to California County Library Systems at large. Outreach engagement. Great thanks as well, not only to our friends in Nevada County, the town of Truckee, and the Friends of the Truckee Library, but our Placer County Friends groups who were engaged throughout this process and provide much valuable feedback throughout the months of the study. Library staff as well who took part, and members of the public, as well as some targeted outreach to underserved user groups throughout our system. Lastly, as I mentioned, comparisons and case studies, really getting a sense of where we stand among California library systems at large, as well as taking a look at different operating models that might inform our potential paths forward. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to our constructive disruption team. Stephanie Chase is the founding principal. She is here with Susan Hildreth, our Library Director Emeritus for Placer County, as well as Judah Hamer, to go into greater depth about the various elements of our study to date. So if you'll just cue me on the slides, I will keep us going.
Thank you so much, Jane, and thank you so much to the Board of Supervisors for including us in today's agenda to really share the results of our months-long study into county library services. As Jane mentioned, my name is Stephanie Chase. In addition to being the founding principal of Constructive Disruption, I'm also the executive director of the Libraries of Eastern Oregon, which is a 50,000 square mile resource sharing cooperative that covers about half of the state of Oregon. And as I mentioned, I'm here with Susan Hildreth and Judah Hamer, who I'll have them introduce themselves in just a moment. But before we start, I just wanted to share that we are really excited to bring really a tremendous amount of library experience that we have, about 125 years across our team, to this project to really look at the future of library services. And we had several team members who are not here with us today, including Cindy Fessmeyer and Maria Estrella, and then also Jill Ayers from the Group 4 Architecture and Research firm in California. So just want to acknowledge that they were part of creating the report that you saw and the work that Jane highlighted. So Susan and Judah, do you want to introduce yourselves before we get started?
Sure, I'll go after Susan.
I'm here. Thank you, Judah. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. So nice to be with you. Again, I'm Susan Hildreth, was your county librarian from 1988 to 1991, later served as your state librarian under the Schwarzenegger administration, and have always had Placer County in my heart. Was very happy to work on this study with your great team there in Placer County, and looking forward to sharing our findings with you. Judah.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. My name is Judah Hamer again. I have a cross-section of experience over 31 years working in a range of busy urban and suburban libraries in the New York metro area, and a set of actually small urban and rural libraries in Vermont. It's actually where Stephanie and I met. And I now work doing consulting with Constructive Disruption, and I'm the vice president of Banduho Advertising and Design, a small boutique ad agency in New York City. I work on operations, strategic outlook, and human resources there. Great to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So next slide, please. So I just want to touch on what we'll be covering in our presentation, and we've been sure to save plenty of time for your questions. So again, we're starting with the opening remarks and the overview of the project. So thank you so much to Jane for that. And then we want to share with you, Judah's going to share really some key context around the library services. And then Susan and I will really walk you through the paths to service that we highlighted. So the options that we really see available to you for library service in the county. And then again, plenty of time for questions. So I want to emphasize that really underpinning the report are the findings from the 2 grand jury reports that are really directly applicable to system level and or county level service. So really a call for greater cooperation between library services, ensuring access to all libraries in the county for residents, and really ensuring communication and discussion about changes to service. And so this report and presentation are really just the beginning of the discussion the county must have about changes to service. Really the most pertinent takeaway we see from the grand jury reports can be summarized as follows: that the library services as described in those reports require a reset of funding. So in addition to those grand jury findings, again, really being the base of what we started our research on, we really were highlighting all of those goals that Jane shared as an overview of the project. So as I mentioned, let's turn to establishing a shared understanding of the current state of Placer County Library Services through some key data and context, and then an overview of our findings. So I'll hand it over to Judah to really share that context.
Okay, I'm ready for the next slide, key context. So as Stephanie mentioned, my role is to provide you the key context, or kind of the backdrop in a big picture way of the pieces we looked at as we started really delving into what are the next steps or possibilities or pathways for Placer County Library. And in doing that, just the preview of what I'll speak about over the next half dozen slides, give or take. I will talk about funding in some particulars. Stephanie mentioned there's funding constraints. I'll certainly begin with that. It's a main output for any library. It gives you a basis for what you have to work with. Placer is not alone for this. It's a frequent problem of libraries. And then staffing, how that's impacted in part by the funding that's available, hours and visits, which really is woven through with staffing because staffing drives access to libraries to a great extent. Collections and lending, they're a cornerstone legacy service of libraries. It's probably the most identifiable service for public libraries to many stakeholders and the public. And also technology, which I feel like at 47, I should stop saying it's new because it was new when I was 15. So, but it's certainly become, in the arc of libraries, a newer cornerstone, but certainly an important one. Just earlier, we were watching just the discussion on homelessness and so forth. And when we talk about the importance of access to technology, this part of the fabric of our community is exactly what public libraries think about when we talk about technology and access and these kinds of things. And then finally, I'll do an initial touch on facilities that will be echoed later in the presentation. So if you could move to the next slide, that would be helpful. Thank you so much. So the key context for I think we skipped ahead to triage staffing. I think there's a previous slide maybe called, yeah, thank you so much. The key context is financial support for library services. So just to give everyone a sense of how Placer fits in with the state, there are 185 libraries in California. Placer ranks very close to the middle at 99. That 99 ranking out of 100 is 6 places ahead of the bottom half of the state in terms of funding, in terms of the dollars that are actually available to the people who run the library and the community that benefits from the library. So on one hand, Placer's kind of, in the middle, but really, really close to the bottom half. And depending on what your vision is for a library, aspirationally, many of us would like to be ahead of that. And then when you look at the average, not just the median ranking, the average, which takes everything into account, Placer is 30% lower than the state average. So when we look at where Placer falls in the middle and where it falls in terms of the average being about a third lower, this puts Placer County Library in terms of funding really more in a group of libraries that we might consider have not libraries that are really struggling with having the funds to provide staffing that's adequate for hours and visits and technology and content and lending, as opposed to the libraries who really do have enough, or some of them, perhaps more than enough to have these key components of what it means to have robust library services. So there's a very particular, if you want to move to the next slide, that would be great, thank you. There's kind of a particular way that this plays out in Placer County Library, and we call it triage staffing. Another way to think about it is all hands on deck approach to getting the doors open. So Placer has 0.25 staff members for every 1,000 people. And this is on par with libraries that by some are considered underfunded, like Yuba County Library and Lincoln Library, which have even fewer staff members per 1,000 people, about half as Placer. And if we look at other kind of peer libraries that Placer County might look at as a reference point, such as Nevada County, they have more than double the amount of staffing as Placer County Library, and Napa is nearly at that doubling point. They have 43% more staffing. And so if we think about what it would take to have Placer County Library look in terms of staffing more like Nevada or Napa County, that would be 14 additional full-time equivalent positions. If we're looking at the nearly 50 positions that exist in the library, it's adding full-time. All of those 50 positions aren't even full-time. So we're just looking to benchmark Placer County Library, there's absolutely a gap. And so when we also look statewide, the level of staffing at Placer County Library is 22% below the statewide median of per 1,000 people. So there's definitely a challenge of staffing on a very daily basis. So all staff at Placer County at all levels focus every single day that the library provides public hours on meeting a minimum level of staffing that is safe for both the staff and the public to have an open public facility. And at times, because the staff is stretched, this just comes at the expense of staff having stability to do the jobs they need to do to provide a sustainable, regular approach to library service. And so the staff is constantly pushed to the limits in terms of opening the doors for the public and setting things aside. And what this means is there's really no capacity among the existing staffing in terms of level, not the individual staff who work hard and do their jobs amazingly well, but in terms of just capacity to absorb small changes. Even one staff member calling out sick can create kind of this domino of who has to go where to make things work, to keep things running for the public. And to do this, Placer County Library, often staff are cross-trained and they move staff from one location to another so that a location is not shut down because there's lack of staffing. This means, in addition, the library is paying staff for travel and time for travel to get from one facility to another. So this is an ongoing kind of disruptive pattern for workflow. It does impact customers. Staff certainly do their best to limit the impact, but and there's also a level of frustration about an ability to say, hey, I got here on Tuesday. I know I have these things I need to get done that are important. Oh, but the staffing emergency always comes first so that staff can maintain their hours. And with this, it's really difficult for the library in terms of capacity to meet the expectations of customers. So pre-COVID, Placer County Library, like many libraries, saw more people in the building. So, some people believe the myth that technology made libraries less busy, and it is absolutely a myth. It made them busier than ever. So people come, they borrow materials, they access digital content, they use computers and Wi-Fi. Many of these people need support from the staff. Libraries are busier than ever in terms of people who need staff support when they're there. And of course, with programming, community room rentals, and study spaces, this also means more people in the library. So it's really important for there to be enough staffing to ensure that there's a backbone of people to support all of that activity. And then, of course, when the library is closed, there are many things that happen. Materials come back, they need to be put away, they need to be set aside. There's people request materials. There's a back of house level of activity that also goes on when the library is not open. And when staff are repurposed in order to cover open hours, it stretches the staff's ability really to get those tasks accomplished and to keep the library not just keeping its head above water, but moving ahead with what it needs to do for the community. So if we could just take a little sidestep to funding for staff, because there's a bit of a numerical perspective on this. So I'm ready for the next slide if someone wants to move forward. Thank you so much. And so if we want to consider this situation in terms of how other libraries are staffed, the Institute of Museum and Library Services, federal agency that looks at benchmarking what happens in libraries, looks at most libraries have staffing on average as 67% of the total library budget. And that excludes retiree obligations and pensions and that piece of the staffing equation. Obviously, those costs are there, but this measure does not include that. This is a measure of library staffing in the budget that really relates to how people think, oh, 67% of the budget, this is what we have for staffing now, not obligation for staff who are no longer with us, but as part of the public contract, we continue to provide benefits and so forth. And so if we look at the Placer County library budget, 62% of funds are allocated to staffing, and that's both retiree and current obligations. If we back out retiree obligations, it's 55%. So according to this national benchmarking, Placer is 12 percentage points behind the national average of what it spends on staffing. And just like many of us, we've all managed libraries or businesses or organizations. There's not enough money, which means we don't have enough staffing. And that is really why staffing is in triage mode. So if we could move to the next slide, of course, what many of us know about libraries is it takes staff to open a library. And that means that Placer, just like Yuba County, has fewer hours than other people. So if we take a look at hours and we compare Placer County Library to peers, Placer and Yuba have about 28 hours per week per outlet. And then if we take a look at Lincoln and Nevada, they're just a little bit ahead, at 7% ahead. It's 30 hours a week. But if we look at Roseville and Napa, they're open 40 hours a week. That's 42% more than Placer, more than Yuba. Placer and those libraries are much more typical of the amount of public hours that are available, because Placer's open 45% fewer hours than the average library in the state of California. And so, of course, when we look at visits, how many hours are open impacts how many people can actually visit your facility. They go hand in hand. There are other things that impact how many times someone visits the library, but hours is a key thing, because it doesn't matter why or when they want to come. If the library's closed, the library's closed, right? And so we can take a look at Placer, Yuba, and Nevada counties. They have comparable visits per open hours, but they all rank far below the state median and average. So in both ways of comparing libraries, they really have just a lower level of use. And this completely jives with the fact that there are fewer hours open. And so if we look at our own system, meaning Placer, because I've been adopted for a little while. So if people can't come in the evening when they're off from work, they can't come. It doesn't matter. So when we look at that difference between 28 hours and 40 hours, and we look at things like evening and weekend hours, and when working folk or children who need a ride to the library, these very pragmatic things, these drive library visits. It's having the libraries open when people can get there who otherwise cannot get there during the day. And so if we look as a contrast, Roseville has 74% more visits per open hour, and Napa has 58% more visits per open hour. So there's a symbiosis between visits and hours. They really do go hand in hand, and part of it really goes back to the level of staffing, the capacity of staffing to have X number of facilities, X number of hours open. It's a pretty straightforward formula when you look at any facility and what you need to open one up. And so this is why Placer comparatively ranks the way it does for number of hours and visits. Now let's take a shift to what I referred to earlier. If you want to do that, thank you. The next slide, collections and lending. So borrowing books, borrowing media, digital borrowing, accessing databases. This is what we mean. This is what collections and lending looks like. And when we look at the total of Placer's budget for the library, 6% of the total budget is for collections and content. And a kind of a national benchmarking is 10 to 15% of the total budget should be spent on collections and content alone. So when we step back and say, okay, well, that's the funding situation. What does that mean for collections? What does that mean for borrowing rates? And how do we make sense of that? If we look at collections, Placer ranks the lowest in collection size compared to all of the peer libraries that we looked at. So that's Roseville, Lincoln, Yuba, Nevada, Napa. It's behind all of these libraries. And there's just simply much less content for people to get, whether it's in print, whether it's a DVD, whether it's something digital and streaming, because of these funding constraints. It just takes money to buy content. And if there's less of it, you buy less. And so if we look at Placer beyond this peer group, it ranks far below the state median and average for collection size. So Placer offers 1/5 the state average for content. So if the state average is 1,000 items, Placer is offering 200. There's just an enormous gap between what Placer has to offer and what other libraries and other communities are used to having available to them. And what's interesting is we look at circulation, Placer's rate of lending is lower than some of its peers like Roseville, Nevada County, and Napa County. Understandable if we think there's less to borrow. But if we also look at Placer's rate of lending vis-a-vis the rest of the state, it's actually on par. And what this tells me, and people who look at these things all the time, is there is a hunger within the county among its community members to access content in its various forms. So they're making very good use of what is there, of what is well curated and selected by the staff, what the staff turn around on limited staff time to get back to the shelves, to make it available to the public. But the collections are smaller, so there's just less that's available. So what's hopeful is people want this, and the library is doing a good job at this, but it's just constrained by the amount of content that's available. So if you could move to the next slide, please, that would be great. And libraries don't have as many benchmarks as a group on looking at the amount of technology that's available to the public. So very traditionally, we kind of count hardware, and that's really the baseline we have to work with. But I would say looking at hardware, looking at internet workstations, a computer you sit down in the library, you might use Microsoft Word, you have some other applications you can use, is a baseline way libraries compare themselves to kind of check in where they're at. But I would also say we did not put this here, but it's also looking at hardware as kind of a symptom of what's happening with the entire infrastructure. So sometimes we can count hardware, but it might mean that if we're under par for the amount of hardware we can offer the public, maybe we should look at the rest of the technological infrastructure as well. And that's my caveat to a standard measure here is how many internet terminals are available per 1,000 people. So Placer ranks far below the state mean and median, both benchmarking approaches for providing access to technology. Libraries across the state, by both of these measures, are really generally have double the amount of technology that's available in Placer. And this plays out when we look at peer libraries as well in the amount of technology, with the exception of Yuba County. So Roseville, Lincoln, Nevada, Napa counties offer twice or more than twice the amount of hardware access that is available to the public in Placer County libraries. So when we're talking about things like looking for a job online, downloading apps to change your life and move ahead in different ways, providing online homework support to your children, there's half of this is available to the public in Placer County. So if you could go to the next slide, I'll kind of cap off my section of this overview of the study with relaying some of Jill from G4 Group Architecture, who did the tours as was mentioned earlier, to look at the current facilities. And overall, her comments are that Placer County's library locations are welcoming and they're pleasant, but some branches really cannot meet the community needs and the community interests. And in particular, she identified that neither Tahoe City nor Kings Beach has the space, the physical space, to meet the community needs for kind of needing space in a library for a variety of activities, having more than a few people in a library, and having space for programs. And these two facilities she referred to as substandard, and suggested that regardless of the path that you consider forward when you're looking at our input and our perspective as a team, and along with Jane and Melissa and everyone else on your team as partners, that these facilities should be replaced with an optimally located full service location that's better to serve the entire Tahoe Basin. And ultimately, her comment was that additional funding is needed to maintain and improve the library services within these facilities. And so in the next portion of our presentation, Stephanie will take over and talk about the potential paths to move forward. I feel like I'm a little bit like bad news because I present all the constraints and the challenges. And I say Placer County Library faces constraints and challenges that are common in libraries if we think of them as an industry or a type of agency. And what we're here for is to say, okay, well, how do we reckon with those? And how do we look ahead and work in different ways to think about how to overcome them? Stephanie, over to you.
Thanks, Judah. So I think coming away, it's really important to remember that the current level of staffing for the library is not sufficient to safely and adequately maintain the current number of locations. And if we're thinking about some of the investments that are really necessary that Judah talked about, are not able to move forward with those types of investments. So we really want to spend some time now really exploring those potential paths forward for the county library. And really, in describing these potential paths forward, we considered three key determining factors in relation to services and operations, finances, and governance. Consistency, that we could offer them across the county in our locations. Equity, that people are able to access these services across the county. And sustainability, that we can continue to pay for them. So as we move forward with library service, the options, the paths that we're presenting to you really keep in mind reliable, consistent, and equitable access to quality service across the county at a level that can be continuously funded. So community members, as Jane highlighted, want libraries open for more hours, more days per week, and access to a wider range of resources and materials. So we're also keeping that in mind. So it's really possible for the Placer County Library to optimize in a way that does not bankrupt the system, but it really requires a reset of expectations. So the county, we really have inspirational service goals, but we fund at best at the middle of the pack, as Judah pointed out. So the current level of funding simply does not align with stakeholder expectations, and the vibrant connected service system of library services that are really described in the grand jury reports really require a reset of funding expectations. So the four paths we see that you have in front of you lie on a continuum of kind of less to more service, with maintaining the status quo, offering the least consistent, equitable, and sustainable service, and fully funding the system the most. In our report and in this presentation, we're really going to focus on the two paths in the middle. So that's keeping up with inflation and modifying service, and building toward a steady, consistent investment in the library, is really being the two that bring together the resources at hand and the need. So with each path, we really explored and kept in mind your current assets and your current challenges, and we really feel that these are based on what you can support. So we have to be frank in sharing that the library, without significant investment, can only truly support 5 fully staffed locations, which necessitates moving 4 to some model of self-service. This move to self-service locations does not save money. Rather, it resets your service at the level your current staffing can afford. Self-service locations, outreach, bookmobile service, all of those require staff and funding. So let's take a look at those paths. So let's begin with the two that are the least desirable. So maintaining the status quo, which is typically around a 2.9% annual increase, well below inflation, really represents a continuous erosion in service. So this is what you've been facing. Over the years, funding is not keeping up with basic costs. Resources are squeezed, financial and personnel, until everything is just a step away from crisis. And I think Judah really highlighted that in setting the context for you. So continuing along this path means you'll be looking at additional location closures and additional modifications to service. The greatest challenge to providing consistent, sustainable library service in Placer County is that insufficient staffing. There are simply not enough staff members to physically provide the service that community members expect. And for that fourth option, out at the end, the fully funded library system, we recognize that this comes with the need for a substantial increase in the budget and would really need to be supported through a fundamentally different financial structure. So the report shares some potential ideas on how to handle this. But obviously, moving in this direction requires many millions more than is currently budgeted, with the exact figure really dependent on the menu of services you choose to provide. And so because it represents the heaviest lift, even just planning would be a cost. We really put that one aside too. So as we look at those middle two, I really want to emphasize that the second option, keeping up with inflation, is really about stabilizing the Placer County Library. It's about halting that erosion and right-sizing the library system to function with the resources it currently has, and then supporting that right-sized solution. So you can find a much more detail on what this path to service entails in your full report. So if you have that full report, that starts on page 39 with an in-depth look at page 40. And in this path, really making available the services to our community that we can sustain with our current resources, and it's built on that current dedicated property tax. So as you've heard previously, there are several burdens on the current budget that effectively remove about $2 million of the budgetary capacity. So we're presenting a model that you could afford at the effective budget of about $7 billion as opposed to about $9 million, and reflects very little opportunity for a growth in services as expected by your communities. So this budget and this level of staffing, it would look like that Auburn, Colfax, Granite Bay, Kings Beach, and Rockland move to a 50-hour-a-week service. So this ensures consistent, sustainable weekend and evening hours. Applegate, Forest Hill, Penryn, and Tahoe City will transition to a self-service model, which may or may not require physical library space. So we'll touch on what those models could look like in just a moment. We're recommending tripling support for mobile services, which really ensures the library has a reach throughout the county and really acting as a potential first step for a collaboration with Nevada County, which Susan's going to talk about a little bit more. And then really supporting the review and reshaping of that collection to get closer to that that national benchmark. So we want to note that this option with inflation does require nearly $1 million of additional investment over the next 3 to 4 years just to keep up with inflation, funding the library with the year-to-year increases that are proportionate to the increases in costs for maintaining the current level of service. This, of course, may change as inflation changes, but it is not a path forward to adding hours, services, or programming, and it's not a path forward to maintaining the open, staffed physical spaces we have. What it does do is ensure consistent, equitable, and sustainable service across the Placer County service area with the level of staffing that you are currently funding. So next slide, please. So self-service can look like a lot of things, right? And again, transitioning comes with costs. So the library will need to continue to support the collection, determine what level of programming can be offered and supported, need to keep the space tidy and organized with materials on display, and maintain holds, for example. This all requires staff hours, though substantially less than if the location is always staffed for safety and consistency. And the capital investment in what it would cost to really move to a self-service model will vary depending on what form you choose. So options can really look like a couple of different things. You can install a service such as Bibliotecas Open Plus that allows for individually moderated access to a current facility. So very similar to how if you remember the past, we used to enter those the little booths with our ATM card. So this model is really well tested and incredibly popular in Europe, and it's been implemented in the United States at libraries of various sizes, including here on the West Coast at the King County Library System, in the Fort Vancouver Library System, in Meridian, Ohio, multiple libraries in California, 10 of which received funding as part of the state's Bring Your Library to You grants. And one of those participating libraries in the project is your next door neighbor, Nevada County. Now, it could also look like large capacity vending machines, book vending machines. So this model is, again, long used in Asian countries, really places access to materials where people tend to congregate: train stations, malls, universities, shopping centers. I personally have experience with this model at my former library here in Oregon. Models for indoor and outdoor use, some with very large capacity. So a large capacity outdoor machine that might hold 1,000 items can replace a smaller physical location while providing access to materials 24/7 and facilitating holds pickup. And if it's placed near a park or a plaza, it can really serve as an anchor for outdoor programming and activities. You can also do pickup lockers, and we might be familiar with these. We've seen them installed in retail spaces like Home Depot and Lowe's, Target, or Amazon has used. So those are available too. And so these self-service options would need to be supplemented by mobile outreach, which supports the areas of the county that do not or no longer have access to physical in-person library services. So it's important to remember that in the context of this study, closing locations does not save money. It only allows for the reallocation of resources. If facilities are fully closed, there may be savings in facilities costs, but they may have to be reallocated if we're going to use that space for self-service. The U.S. is very late to come to this model of extending and ensuring access to library service. Physical libraries remain an essential part of comprehensive library service, ensuring access to larger locations and collections, consistent programming, meeting room space, that technology that Judah highlighted, and importantly, staff. But throughout our community engagement, a small number of services consistently rose to the top when we asked what library services were essential to have in our communities. And that was holds pickup, programming for children, and access to Wi-Fi. All of these services can be provided through a self-service model. So particularly post-COVID, where people have, or as we're kind of like reaching out of COVID, I guess, we can't say post, where people have spent kind of years accessing resources in different ways and are especially familiar with no contact methods of service. It's really important that we really start to integrate these into our libraries. So now I'd like to hand it over to Susan to talk a little bit more about what it could look like once we stabilize the library and start to make an investment.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. And here we go with this slide. Thank you very much. We would like to focus with you on this approach because of all the paths we've suggested. We think this is the path of service that is most likely to support a strong system, and it will take a steady, consistent investment. Now, if you'd like to have more information on this, there's detailed information both on page 10 of the executive summary that's included in the board agenda, as well as page 48 in the detailed report. And although the detailed report is quite long, I would just encourage you, board members or your staff, to take a good read there. There is tons of information in there that we're not really able to cover today. So hopefully, please do that. But to achieve this level of service, we've estimated a cost of about $2.5 million overall in total investment. Now, we've suggested that you make this investment over a 6-year period, which would be about $422,000 additional funding dollars per year, a 9% increase in the library's funding each year. This could be implemented over a shorter or longer period of time, but we see it as a steady, dedicated increase in the funding. And you also have to make sure to keep up with the inflationary costs as noted in the previous scenario by Stephanie. So in terms of details on this model, again, we are recommending 5 fully staffed locations, open 7 days a week, including several nights. And including both weekend days, Saturday and Sunday, which are critical to all of our communities to be able to access these facilities. And again, that's Auburn, Rockland, Granite Bay, Colfax, and Kings Beach. We know for sure it's very difficult to have these discussions because people in their communities love their facilities, but we're recommending to you a framework that will provide consistent, equitable, sustainable service for the residents of Placer County. So again, to clarify, Applegate, Forest Hill, Penryn, and Tahoe City, we're recommending transitioning to some kind of a self-service model, which may or may not require physical space, but also could work with partners to provide as much programming, if not more programming, than is going on right now. So we also want to make sure that the staffing in place accounts for regular absences, ensuring that staff do not have to be pulled from other duties to open or staff a library. And we're also planning and recommending expanded programming for children and adults. This plan includes 9 additional staff positions for the 7-day service and 10 additional staff positions, 2 for each of the fully staffed locations for programming and outreach. Providing consistent and robust service at staffed locations is critical for the library's ability to effectively serve county residents. This staffing and service plan would provide a strong foundation for the library's success. Could we have the next slide, please? So again, a little more detail about what we are providing as our recommendation to you. This path includes about $425,000 additional dollars for materials. More content for the public would be provided with this increased materials budget in proportion to the scale of the overall library operating budget in order to reach that 10% target. We would have a system level, more fully staffed approach to outreach and community services, as well as programming. Deploying resources at the community level locations in ways that are carefully tailored to best serve those local needs and are efficient for a system-wide service. This approach would also support development of programming and outreach services on a system-wide level, yet also gives you the ability to support those services to be delivered and tailored for the unique needs of the communities in Placer County. Now, this investment would provide funding on par with Nevada County, allowing Placer County to come to the table at parity for any collaborative endeavors between the 2 library systems, which we're going to address more in our next slide. And I know, having been a Placer County employee, I know that oftentimes we think Nevada County is our poor cousin. But I have to tell you that in terms of library world, library funding, that just isn't the story. We'll talk more about that in a minute. But a truly high-functioning county system has the greatest potential to support a broadly consistent level of service to county residents. A strong county-based system is better positioned to deploy resources at county-level locations in a way that's tailored to those locations, but also provides a strong basic framework at the county level for efficiency for providing administrative and back-of-house support for all kinds of services. So I would also just like to note that the funding for other California libraries that are supported by a dedicated property tax, similar to Placer County, which is always very helpful, and we would never want to risk that. But those county libraries, particularly in our full report, we do a deep dive into Yolo County. Those counties are supplemented by additional funding. In some cases, it's from the cities that they serve. In some cases, they're parcel taxes for specific service areas. So most of the peer libraries that we're looking at have funding in addition to their dedicated property tax. So next slide, please. Okay, there has been much interest in partnering with Nevada County, and you can find much more detailed information on this on page 14 of your executive summary, or also on page 68 of the full report. And here's a quote that we heard. We did engagement with the Placer County Friends, Kings Beach, and Tahoe City. We had a great meeting with folks from Truckee, the town, Nevada County. But I wanted to share this with you. Until Placer County makes a more robust investment in library services and facilities in the Tahoe Basin, it's unlikely that a strong partnership with the Nevada County Library will develop. The partnership with other entities like Nevada County or the town of Truckee really isn't feasible until the county has more to bring to the table. So Nevada County sees a significantly higher per capita revenue invested in their library services than Placer. In FY 2018-19, Nevada County Library's revenue per capita for the library was $51.33, and Placer at the same time was $39.95, about 22% lower Placer than Nevada County. Now, this is partially due to Nevada County's quarter-cent sales tax, which is dedicated to library services, plus they have a matching share of their general fund that they are required to contribute to the library to trigger and work with the sales tax. And that's been going on for, I don't know, at least 10 or 15 years. They've reauthorized, the sales tax was initially an 1/8 cent, and then they bumped it up to a 1/4 cent, and it's been reauthorized by vote several times. But this difference in financial support indicates that there will be a need to work out organizational priority and equity issues for a partnership to be successful, and the responsibility really frankly falls on Placer County's shoulders. But having said this, the Nevada County librarian, a colleague that we're all familiar with, and Nevada County's lucky to have him, he's very positive about potential partnerships with Placer County Library. And some of those could be the following. A first step might be for the two libraries to coordinate together on sharing the costs for a staff member who's dedicated to engaging with community groups. Very similar to a relationship that HHS, the Placer County HHS has with Nevada County up in the Tahoe Basin. Also coordinating on developing some self-service options, working together to determine what would work best, even trying to place the vending machines and some of the other self-service options that that Stephanie has mentioned in and around various regions in the Tahoe Basin, in Nevada, and in Placer County. And finally, exploring a MOU between Placer and Nevada that enables them to share staff between the furthest eastern libraries, because we know that staffing can be critical. And just as a kind of a wonky thing, the libraries use the same online catalog system. They don't share that, but they use the same system so that the staff would be is ready to go in terms of managing these different online platforms. So next slide, please. Okay, there we go. Thank you for moving those slides. I've talked a little bit about this funding discrepancy between libraries in Placer and Nevada County, and there is more information on that on page 15 of your executive summary and page 70 in the full report. But there also has been concern expressed about equitable funding within the communities served by Placer County. The Placer County Library operates as an integrated system and is able to provide some economies of scale with centralized administration and support services. Yet each community values its programs and services that are unique to that community. Also, those communities recognize that their residents provide support to the library through their property taxes. And those residents want to make sure that they are receiving services commensurate with their financial support for the library. So this challenging problem is found in many other libraries in California and other parts of the country, as Stephanie and Judah are well aware. And it's always challenging to strike the balance between funds for centralized administration, for funds at the local branch or neighborhood level. If we were to require absolute return to source, and I'm going to mention that phrase in the next slide, it could really be challenging for the library to provide equitable services. But it's something that we have to consider. So next slide, please. So just again, this return to source discussion has primarily been focused on funding, which has been generated from the Tahoe Basin and library services received in those communities. Depending on how the revenue and costs were determined, if the Tahoe, and there's much analysis that we have to be done for this. We've done some just very general high-level analysis that has shown us that there could be at least a 25 to 30% reduction from the library's operating budget if the Tahoe Basin area was not served by the library. And also the Tahoe Basin would have a number of challenges in establishing a library service structure for themselves. But in light of that discussion, there are several options that could be considered to enhance services in the Tahoe Basin, including looking at a new facility with significantly more space that we've talked a little bit about, also moving the staff at currently Kings Beach and Tahoe City to full-time and share those full-time staff between the two facilities, and also bringing a mobile services unit that is dedicated to the Tahoe Basin service area with staffing in the Tahoe Basin to really begin to do outreach into the communities there that we have identified that have a lot of needs, particularly in the Kings Beach area. The last point I would want to make is that additional analysis of the branch library services areas is critical to be able to look at that what tax is generated, as well as what services are provided, to begin to analyze how the library is spending the money, where we might be able to spend it a bit differently, and because we haven't done that analysis in Western or South Placer either, and I'm sure I would think some of those communities might be interested in it as well. So we're glad to talk about that further or answer questions from the board when we get to that point. So just briefly for the next slide, please. I wanted to make sure everybody knows in the full report, as well as the executive summary, there is a lot of information on facilities. We're really just touching on that facilities information today. So when looking at these great pictures, first of all, we want you to know that none of these pictures represent a facility in Placer County. We would hope that we might be able to have one of these facilities in the future, but many of the implications for facilities are similar across all the past we've presented you with. These pictures show a sampling of what a modern user-friendly facility could be like, and although planning and design was beyond the scope of this study, there are concepts to explore with the community, include places for people to gather for meetings and programs, places for individual work and group collaboration, and lots of space for families to enjoy the library together. As we mentioned previously, the current facilities serving the Tahoe Basin are not meeting the needs of their communities, and optimally, the Tahoe Basin would be served by one well-designed and accessible facility that can provide library services as well as other community services. And Jill Ayers, our consultant, did look at a couple of the properties that the county owns in the Tahoe Basin as possible future library sites. If you are going to provide the kind of full service facility with 50 hours a week and 7 days a week that we're recommending, you need to have a better facility in the Tahoe Basin. Also, the other thing to think about in terms of facility designs is that if you do see need in the future in Western Placer, particularly regarding, I know the college that has been planned for many, many years and many iterations now looks like it may come to be a reality. That's going to create a whole new service area in that part of the county, and it'd be fabulous to have one of these modern facilities there for sure. So I'm going to turn it over to Stephanie now for our conclusion.
Thank you, Susan. So I know that we have just shared a lot of information with you and gone longer than our time than we had hoped, but we really want to return just to this continuum of potential paths forward. Just really emphasize that you as the county have the opportunity to actively build consensus around a vision for what library services can be. And you can use these 4 paths as reference points for a conversation. Each is a distinct service model with relative advantages. Even maintaining the status quo, so doing nothing, arguably has the advantage of containing the local tax burden, even if it yields to the dismantling of the library as a public good. The community stakeholders and leadership really need to decide together what you believe to be the most achievable for the people. It's imperative that we acknowledge the fiscal challenges that the system faces. So notably the historical retirement responsibilities and the lack of growth in the general fund, keeping in mind that as a community there aren't sides, but a perennial challenge to make the most of limited funds. Placer County has an incredible opportunity ahead to rethink and reshape library services. That rethinking has been mandated by the grand jury findings. We believe the best option at this time is to stabilize services as under the keep up with inflation and modify services path in order to help relieve the incredible pressure the library has been functioning under. But we make that recommendation only as the first step on the path to supporting steady, consistent investment in library services. We really feel that this is just the first of many conversations ahead. And thank you. So again, we're here for any questions that we might be able to offer. We know there's a lot that we've just shared, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and you did cover quite a bit. Jane, did you have any other remarks to make, or Sophie?
No, I think we wanted to open it up to public comment and, of course, any board comments on the wealth of information that was just provided.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? Robert?
So you left me with the impression that our level of service, if you think of all of the county's levels of services for all of the different things that we provide, are low. But I'm thinking slide 8, if I can find it. Yep. So you have, actually on 7, you have the graph with the Placer County Library statewide median and the statewide average. So it looks, am I correct in assuming from that well, first of all, are the libraries that we're talking about city libraries plus county libraries? Is that where that data comes from?
Yes, it's inclusive of all libraries in the state of California. So you have the tiniest of the tiny and the really big ones. And the reason we look at the median and the average is because we know the average can be skewed because of those extremes. So we consider both of them together to kind of give you a perspective of sort of where the county library resides relative.
Yes, so I don't know if you can see
the
my
biggest and the
hands,
smallest and the large middle, if that helps you.
Yeah, so if you can see my hands, we've got
that's so funny. Yeah, exactly.
Got the county over here. So of all of the averaged, all the data points, it sounds like in California libraries, there are a lot of libraries with low levels of service and a few libraries with high levels of service. Is that accurate?
Judy, you might want to respond, but I would say, this is Susan, I would say that when you look at, that's why we looked at both the median, because the median says, okay, mostly everybody's doing this. And Placer's either at or below the median. So it's not just a few libraries in California that are like getting all the money, like San Francisco, where I used to work. There are a number of libraries that are better funded than Placer County. And we've taken all this data primarily from the California State Library that annually takes a survey of all kinds of information. Of course, Placer County fulfills that survey every year, and we've based a lot of our analysis on that data.
Robert,
well,
I was just going to follow up on that same line, but go continue and all.
Well, if somebody could get me that data, would be great, just so I could get a better gut feel for that, because I'm looking at this now thinking we have a low level of service, but I'm wondering if in California is it a Prop 13 thing that goes way back to 78, I guess. And so maybe some other information about other library systems out of the state, so you can really look freshly. If we're talking here about really different methods by which we might want to consider elevating our level of service, then the question is, what should that look like? And then for somebody like me, then that gets filtered through all of our other budget priorities. And I'm very interested in having that conversation. I feel like I'm lacking more information than I need. That's my single question.
And I was just going to follow up. That was similar to my question, because you ranked us with 185 libraries, and typically we look at our county governments because they're more similar to the level of services and the demands than a city government and funding streams. And then we also typically look at our rural communities, because those who live in urbanized areas are usually expecting a different level of service in some of those categories than some of the folks that move to our more rural communities. So I'd be interested in seeing that data too. Is it in the full report? Because
it is. I think you'll find we link to the California State Library multiple times, so you can really dig into those individual statistics that you're really interested in. And then, as Jane mentioned, we have a variety of case studies, and I believe all of our case studies are county level case studies, if I'm remembering correctly.
Right, they were all county libraries. Yeah.
All county level. So to really, again, address that kind of level of service expectation and funding.
Yeah, but I would just think the comparisons, we're so used to looking at our county as compared to counties of similar population and similar characteristics, and typically some of these counties don't come up on our other comparisons. So I think that's why you're hearing these questions. We typically look at some of the counties that are more comparable in population, San Luis Obispo versus Santa Clara, or Siskiyou doesn't usually rank in any of our comparisons. So, you know, when we look at our level of services and across everything for all our taxpayers, we typically look at those counties that are the most similar to us, so that we're looking as close as we can to apples. So that's, I think, what Robert's saying too.
In response to Robert's very good question about how do we compare to other states. So California, in terms of other states, I've also worked at the federal level, directing that Institute of Museum and Library Services that we mentioned. California is about middle in the pack of other states in the United States. We have suffered from Prop 13, but we've recovered. And many of the libraries in California have additional funding mechanisms, either parcel taxes or sales taxes. And the other thing in terms of library funding, we have a lot of detail in the report about independent library districts. We're not recommending that because that's a whole different form of government and it takes approval of the voters. But overall, we can say generally that the libraries that are most successful in the United States are the libraries that are independent taxing districts, because they can really manage their own future, if you will. So just as a very general point of view, independent taxing districts are the best funded and best performing in the United States. And in other states, they're much more prevalent than they are in California. We have some in California. Many of them are very small. There's very few that are particularly high performing. So there's a lot of detail in the full report about that, but we didn't recommend it for you.
Thank you. Supervisor Holmes?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I agree with looking at some of the other like counties with the same type of population. But some of those, I'm sure, have universities. We have one community college, but I think some of those larger counties would probably have more than one community college. And I wonder if those college libraries are part of the analysis for what we're doing.
So I'm happy to take a stab at that. So, you know, for us, I think the access to a community college library for members of the general public really varies from college to college. So whether that is viewed as a community resource or not is really dependent on that individual location. So it's very difficult to really use that as a comparison. And I can see we have a lot of questions, I think, about the comparisons that we used in the report. And, you know, we were really looking in some ways for multiple different points of connection. So where are the people who are moving to your county coming from? And what are the expectations for library services that they might have there? Who is similar in size or in structure? And some of those that may seem unusual to you, it's because they're pegged at a point of statistic. So as Judah highlighted, when you look at who's similar to Placer with staffing per 1,000, that opens up a different number of counties that are there for comparison than you might typically be looking at. So for each of those case studies, there's a full case study they have in the appendix. So each of them has a full case study. We really highlight why we chose this as a pertinent case study. So as you're thinking, I wonder why this one's here, I'd like to know a little bit more about that. We really encourage you to look at that full case study to see why we chose it. We really made sure to make that clear.
Thank you.
How many counties, how many libraries are in Nevada County? And are there any in the rural areas, the extreme rural areas? Did anybody look at that?
Boy, that's a good question. If I had my handy statistics, Nevada County has, I don't know, I want to say maybe 5 to 6, and I can see Stephanie's looking it up. And they have one in Nevada City. They have one in Grass Valley. They have a couple. I know they have one in Bear River. They have the one up in Truckee. So they do have libraries in rural areas in Nevada County, and they also in their major cities. I think, you know, this sales tax that they passed a number of years ago has made a huge difference for the funding in the Nevada County Library. It's made a huge difference, and it's allowed them to have a higher level of service, I think, than we're seeing in Placer County.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
the voters have really supported in other areas those sorts of initiatives to supplement. That's true. Did you have another question? Yes, I'm sorry.
You know, I've been dealing with this issue every budget cycle that we go through, and it always comes back to the same thing. We still are underfunded. And so if we do anything, I would propose to do the number 3, the steady, consistent investment in current services, because if we don't, we'll be back here again in the next year or the year after. And so if we can move forward to how that would work with, what is it, 9% over 6 years, I think that would be solve much of our problem. However, I understand that Tahoe City and Kings Beach have some challenges because they actually need a new library. And I have another question about, I'm concerned about Applegate and Penryn libraries. I need to know how the pickup lockers would work, how the vending type machine would work, self-service. I need more robust discussion about that. If there's a pickup lockers or vending, would they be in a facility, a locked facility? Would they be a standalone? I need to know more information about that.
Thank you, Supervisor Holmes. I would invite our consultants who enumerated those different self-service models to describe how they work perhaps in other jurisdictions briefly.
Yeah, so some of that really depends on how you want them to look. There are a lot of different options. So for example, one that might looks at how you would use a current space. So there's the Redmond Ridge Express in King County. So that's in a suburban/rural area of King County. It's very similar. You use your library card to beep in the door. You come in. There are shelves. You can browse the shelves. There are displays. You can directly pick up your holds. There's a computer for you to access, and there's a phone that connects you to the large library nearby. So you can come in and essentially, it's a small footprint. So there's not room to sit and read, but you can come in and access the collection, pick up your holds, access the computer, and gain help. Another option, if you're curious about what that would look like, in the Fort Vancouver Regional Library System, which is in southern Washington. Their Yakult branch, which is in a rural community. It's actually in the former county jail, little tiny brick jail. You use your library card to come in. Very similar. There are bathrooms, there's a water fountain, there's space to sit. There are 2 computers. You can pick up your holds, you can browse shelves, and you can look at displays. So if you imagine your small spaces and you remove the staff and you manage the access to that space using kind of like a beep, like a library card to beep in, then that could be very similar in a footprint space, in a physical space. If we wanted to look at something like what a vending machine might look like, and then I could refer you to the Hillsborough Public Library, which is where I was, where we placed a large capacity vending machine right at our town hall, our city hall, which is across from our county buildings. So on a big plaza where it really did function as kind of an anchor to really activate the plaza. And people were able to access it 24/7 to take out materials, but also could choose to have their holds delivered there to pick up. So at any point, I could walk up to the machine, come in with my library card, and take my hold out. And so again, that's really popular in Asia, where you see them at shopping centers, train stations, places where people gather as easy access. And then I think if you think of the kind of the lowest, and that again, that could replace a physical space, or it could be in conjunction with a physical space. And then I think the lowest kind of cost are those holds pickup lockers, which if you have used them at a store, they tend to look like a big machine with little slots. You walk up to one, you put in your library card number, for example, and it pops open the door for you, where you can pull out the materials that you have on hold, and sometimes, depending on the library, put back in materials to return, or there's a return bin next to it. So that's the lowest amount of footprint, lowest amount of cost, but also the lowest amount of opportunity to really engage with the public. But how that really looks for you would really depend on the service that you're wanting to provide in those self-service communities. What's more important? Is it to be anchored to a physical space? Is it to provide 24-hour access? Is it ease and convenience? As a lower cost option, allow you to place multiple spots where people can pick up holds. Those are really decisions that you and your library administration would need to make about what's really suitable for the communities you're serving.
And I'd also like to add that depending on the facilities you might look at for this kind of service, you could also try to partner with another community organization so you would have some meeting space so that you could provide story hours. So why we've talked about upping the investment in mobile services is that mobile services could come out and provide a special story hour or some adult programming or something like that. So you're not necessarily having a fully staffed facility, but you have room nearby so that you have a gathering space or a program or something like that, whatever that community sees as a priority.
Yeah, and I see another benefit of that model, the self-service model, that could be open 7 days a week, as opposed to a smaller branch that can only be open 2 days a week.
Yeah.
Yep.
Any other comments or questions before we go to the public? I had one. It's probably in the detailed report, but certainly the number of libraries, number of branches impacts budget. And was that comparison done with these peer groups?
So in the full report on page, let me scroll down, page
I don't,
20.
Okay, I don't have the full
26.
report with me.
Yep.
As long as it's there, I will take a
It
look
is,
at
there's
that.
a nice big chart.
Okay.
Yep.
Because I certainly think that is part of the issue for the number of hours we serve. We can't have, especially the two branches in the Tahoe area, often we're unstaffed because of illness or snow conditions or other reasons, and then people can't rely on getting there, so they just quit going. And that's extremely frustrating given how much resources we are devoting and contributing to the budget. So trying to make sure we can deal with that. Okay, let's go to the public. You've all been waiting patiently, and I know you want to address this, so we'll open up public comment on this.
Okay, I have several questions, and I don't expect an answer today, but I have some concerns, and I have a whole bunch of them. Okay, I have a question about this 0.25 staff per 1,000 people. They say...
I'm sorry, we need your name for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Muriel Davis in Penryn.
Thank you, Muriel.
And I am concerned about the Penryn Library.
Yes.
That 0.25 staff per 1,000 people, I didn't hear whether that is for the entire county population or only the unincorporated area of the county, because we have Roseville Library that does Roseville, we have the Lincoln Library that has Lincoln, and we have the Loomis Library that takes care of the people in Loomis. But Placer County is huge, and it has to cover a lot of people. And if you include the population of Roseville and Loomis and Lincoln, it's skewed. The data isn't accurate. The other idea they had that was 25 hours per place per average. Roseville can open longer because they don't have as many libraries. And Placer maybe has lower visits because it's bigger places and more libraries than Roseville has. One of my concerns here, before I forget, is that they mentioned that in the document that the level of service is low, but the circulation is low and the lending is low. So raising the services, how is that going to increase the circulation and the lending if people aren't coming to the library already? The collections, they mentioned the collections and the level of collections, but I've noticed over the years that the library has reduced the number of physical items they have. They've gone to a lot of e-books, and those e-books should not be considered as part of the collection because you have to go to Libby or something like that and get it from some other place. So if they're including those e-books in the collection, then that data is inaccurate. The other question I had here was why are there not more part-time employees? In the past, the library used part-time employees, especially in Penryn, because we were only open Tuesday through Friday, and we were open on Saturdays. But anyway, a part-time person, what's wrong with a part-time person? When you have to have a full-time person, you have to have the pension and the benefits and all this. So part-time person gives jobs to students, gives jobs to retirees. It helps the community. For the county tried to, I wondered if the county had tried to negotiate a lower rate for the Penryn Library rental. I'm speaking for a lot of people. Okay. I'll try and talk faster. I wonder if they tried to negotiate a lower rate for the Penryn Library rental for $550, because the Masons have been very nice to the community, and they might lower a rate, but I haven't heard if they had done any negotiation. And the collection, I mentioned the collection size, that it could not be accurate because of the ebooks that they've gone to a lot, because I've been frustrated trying to find a book with my favorite author because they've gone to ebooks. The 7 days a week doesn't make much sense. The county services, all county services are usually only open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. Everybody's used to Tuesday through Saturday. If you work, you can go in on Saturday, and if you make a reservation, it's probably they're going to be there on Tuesday. And having 7 days a week with all those hours, additional hours, means more staff. More staff won't necessarily mean that the library services are going to be better. The other question I had was I'm so nervous. The Tahoe staffing, they said they have some part-time people there. Well, if they have part-time people there, they could have part-time people in Penryn. And the expansion of Kings Beach and Tahoe City, I'm not sure how necessary it is, because isn't a lot of the population up that area tourism, transients, maybe a transient tax if you need more money for those libraries. And I think one of the things I hadn't heard, which I was surprised, was there was no mention of a new library, local community library for West Placer. That place is growing like crazy. And I think the supervisors need to remember being equitable to the urban communities, because there's kids that have been asking me forever, when is the Penryn Library going to be open? Because they like to walk to the library and browse and get help and talk to the librarian. And that sample self-service, small space with the computer, that's Penryn. We already a self-service. We just need a library, like a part-time person to help and talk to the kids and the people. Thank you.
Consultants want to respond to. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Donna Delno, and thank you for listening again. I'm a Penryn homeowner for 23 years. I helped raise funds for the Penryn Library, or for the Penryn Playground for 5 years. And I have a Penryn Facebook page. It says the Penryn Pages, so I changed the name to Save the Penryn Library, because the people of Penryn are very passionate about not closing our 100-year-old library. So I feel like when we have a $23 billion budget in the state, there's got to be a surplus, $23 billion surplus. And our schools are almost the worst in the nation. We can't take away the library for the little kids of Penryn. The Penryn Library is also used for people job searching, for Wi-Fi. The autistic children, I think, from the county come in and sort books and put things away to help with them too. So I mean, just because Penryn does not have a community center or barely a park, we've got Trailer Ranch and Griffith Quarry and then our little playground, but and the post office, that's pretty much it, besides a few little retail. So I feel like there's got to be a way to, again, I'm speaking on behalf of Penryn, that there's people passionate. We have 831 people here, and for essential services and reasons, we have to find a way to fund the library. We can't take away from the kids. So that's
Thank
my
you.
piece. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Others, I see others out here. Hi.
I'm Judy Cook, and I represent the Friends of the Applegate Library. I've been here before. Some of you might recognize me. And that time I was asking for more money from the county supervisors to save the Applegate Library. We got some more money, thanks, but it wasn't enough, and there weren't funds available to keep the Applegate Library open any reasonable amount of hours. So we wound up with 16 hours on unpredictable days. People were angry. They would go to the library and there was nobody there. So we're going to take a different tack. We've been closed for 2.5 years now. When you take the closure and then the COVID and the end, and I don't know how long that's going to go on. So it's a little different in Applegate because the Applegate Branch Library was built with funds that were raised by the Applegate Civic Center Club. And it was donated to the county along with the parcel of land for use as a branch library. And it was memorialized in a resolution by the supervisors that at the time that it was no longer a viable branch library, that it would revert to the Applegate Civic Center Club. I'm sad to say that after 35 years of existence, since 1987, that the Applegate Library has outlived its usefulness as a functioning branch library. And it's hard, it's a sad thing to say, we want you to close our library, but we do. The truth is that the residents of Applegate and its surrounding I-80 neighborhoods, often known as the drive-through communities, will be better served with reliable, scheduled service from a library van or an alternative delivery of library books. I might mention that it's, I think, 2.5 miles over the hill to go to Meadow Vista, where there is already a library van, but because Meadow Vista has been, designated as rural, but I guess Applegate isn't rural. But we could easily go to Meadow Vista and pick up our books there, and no reason to keep the building in Applegate. You know, we've been coming for 2.5 years to Auburn to get our books, to get programming, and the library system has done the best it could under absolutely horrible circumstances, and we appreciate that. But we're looking for the final closure of the Applegate Branch Library. Change is tough, but we'd be better served.
Keep going, Judy.
Okay. We'd be better served in Applegate and our surrounding I-80 neighborhoods by some other form of delivery. I mean, I haven't discussed this with any of my library board members, but I'm opposed to a lockbox thing or a come in with a library card thing because we're semi-rural and who knows who's going to be in there if you go in. It sounds horribly unsafe to me. So the only open question is the delivery of fast, free internet connection. The library parking lot at all hours of the day and night, there's, you know, the glow of laptop screens. And we can't let that go away with the library. So because the Applegate Civic Center Club and the Placer Hills Fire District have facilities on adjacent parcels, we would be happy to work with the county at any level to provide that free, important, vital even service. And I think there might be some funds coming into the county now that would facilitate the change in that outlet. Let's agree that change can be difficult. This is hard for me to ask for, but I think that it's the best decision for everyone. There are many good memories locked within the walls of the Applegate Library. Believe me, everybody's going to have a story to tell. But the change has happened already, and to try to go back makes little sense. We would prefer to move forward. At the time of the donation of the library parcel, the sitting Board of Supervisors did pass that resolution, and it said that the parcel could come back to the Civic Center Club. In anticipation of this study, which we saw coming down the road, and the fact that we've been closed for 2.5 years, and the fact that the Civic Center Club has been instrumental in Applegate in providing funding for the building of the Placer Fire District facility that's there. We put money, time into the park that's there. We entered into very, very preliminary discussions with the Placer Hills Fire District, and they have indicated to us that they would have an interest in, at first, leasing, acquiring in some way that parcel that the building sits on, and using the building and perhaps eventually taking it down and rebuilding something, and the Civic Center would endorse that and help them to do it. That's a good plan. It provides a greater good to a greater number of people with better fire protection. We look towards new development coming into our area down the road. Development in Placer County in that area is inevitable because we have empty land. So at some point, you're going to need more fire protection there, and this would allow Placer Hills to get in there and get a start. So talks are preliminary. We can go forward with this. We're ready to go forward with it. Full disclosure, I was never elected president of either the Friends of the Applegate Library or the Applegate Civic Center Club, but I'm president of both now because the presidents threw up their hands in horror and ran away. So the only thing that we're waiting for is for the board to decide that the Applegate Civic Center Club can do more good when the library building is closed permanently and comes back to us, and we can move forward and discuss with Placer Hills with some assurance that there will be a building and a parcel there for them to use. And I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any. Otherwise, thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Judy. Appreciate it very much.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Michelle Vass from Rockland. I also am the Vice President of the Rockland Friends, but I definitely am not speaking for them today. I just wanted to thank you for commissioning this study and for providing an opportunity for the presentation today. I appreciate having the opportunity to have been involved in the exercises that went into the the preparation for the services study that was presented. The summary does list some options that are very intriguing for the future of our library system as a whole, and then some that are honestly just unacceptable because, as you said, Supervisor Holmes, we're here every year, and we need to, stop the bathtub and the leak and start filling that tub up with water again. At Placer, we should just never strive for the status quo. We're entering a time when our libraries are needed more than ever. In Rockland alone, we've had over 600 students leave our district, and many have gone to homeschool options. And so having an increased need for access to our library and the resources that these kids need for their educational purposes is vital. And our entire student population, as you know, is still dealing with learning loss from the 2 years of school closures and from learning online. And families need the resources that our libraries provide, along with the knowledgeable staff, not just materials. It is my hope that as discussions proceed in regards to the future of our library, that the different friends groups and community members would be invited to the table for further discussion. And I just want to thank you again for getting the ball rolling on enhancing our services and providing a robust future for our library system and for all of our Placer County residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep, afternoon. Good afternoon. Gary Mappa. I live in Applegate for 31 years, and this is probably the first time I've ever been able to speak about something in Applegate instead of Auburn and Placer County. I agree totally with Judy Cook regarding the Applegate Civic Center, the library, and what goes on up there. We are kind of, even though right on the freeway, we're isolated. We just drive through and nobody knows you're there, and if something is going on at that library building, there's no security, there's no way of knowing. But I'm not up here to talk about it. I want to talk about Truckee, Tahoe, and the discussion of collaboration with Nevada County and Placer County. I don't agree with it. And until you can tell me what the advantage is, I would suggest if we did any collaboration, it would be Tahoe, Truckee, where you drive through Placer and Nevada County probably 10 times because the county line is always changing. So I think there's a specific opportunity to use that as a test ground to see if there's a possibility and any advantage to collaboration between the two counties in other areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. And I think that's exactly what was being discussed, was the Truckee efforts to move forward with the library and doing a joint area up there for service. So, any other comments? We have somebody on Zoom.
Michelle, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Okay, well, good afternoon. Thank you, supervisors, for supporting our libraries and for pursuing this study. I expect that this report will aid in optimizing and making our libraries more accessible. I know that Placer County continues to grow rapidly compared to other areas in the state, so I'm really interested by the prospects that may help our county to better serve our residents and to bring our offerings up to speed with neighboring areas. Because I know we don't strive to be below average, we want to be great. I'm particularly interested in some of the collaborative approaches that have been discussed by others. I really think that if we can work together, we may be better positioned to find creative ways to use our resources and grow and adapt. I'm a member of the Library Advisory Board for District 3. I'm a Rockland resident, and I echo what Michelle mentioned. I think that if you would be willing to hold a stakeholder meeting so that we can discuss and weigh out ideas in a meaningful way, that would be really beneficial. And that's really all I have to say. I just want to thank you again, and I really look forward to seeing where the conversation leads.
Thank you, Michelle. Anyone else on Zoom? Okay. Any other comments from the board, direction to staff? I would just offer that I do think holding public workshops on this at this point, now that the board has seen this and meeting with our various groups, and encouraging in the full report, does it also show those counties that have taken additional measures of voters' support on sales tax in order to fund at those levels?
It does.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right.
So we
There's
can really
information
look
about
at
that.
those and how how we use those dollars. Was there anything else staff wanted to respond to from the public, comments that came up from the public?
You know, I'll defer to our consultant team. I think we heard a lot of good questions on incorporated versus unincorporated, on collection size, on perhaps a new path forward for Applegate, and certainly I think the Rockland interest in public workshops and ensuring that all of the Rockland school kids have access to the resources that they need, particularly those that have perhaps withdrawn from the formal educational system. So I'll open up to our consultants to see if they want to speak to anything. Perhaps the most salient was, did the 0.25 staff per thousand reflect incorporated or unincorporated?
The point, it's just Placer County. It doesn't include the unincorporated. We looked at Placer County Library as a system because we know there are these. Susan, am I wrong?
It includes the service area that Placer County serves, which is some cities and some unincorporated areas, but the denominator, or whatever, if you will, is the total service population of the Placer County Library that does not include Lincoln, Loomis, Roseville, doesn't include that. The other thing I wanted to add, in terms of some of the comments we heard about why would we want a 7-day week operation, I just want the board to know that nationally, probably internationally, but nationally for sure, Sunday is the highest day of use and circulation. When you have public libraries open on Sunday, it is by far the highest use day. Even with usually the limited hours, you often see 1 to 5, not a full day. You get a lot of activity on Sunday.
You often see a full 8 or 12-hour days activity that a library would have during a weekday in the 4 or 5 hours they would have open on a Sunday, because few libraries are open all day Sunday. But in that contracted open hours, it's very popular with the public across the country.
Great.
And I'll just leave by adding, the figures that we reported on were provided to the state library by your county. So they are figures that are reported by Placer County Library to the state, which then get reported nationally. And there are standards to what needs to be included in those, and that you can find out more about what's included. So for example, ebooks are part of a total collection figure. They represent a beloved resource to some, and for some not used, but the IMLS does ask us to count them as part of the collection. And so again, as you dig into those statistics, we really encourage you to look at the California State Library, which, like all states, really provides a very robust access to all of that data that we're collecting on a national level, and that is standardized for collection by the IMLS.
Great, thank you. With that, I think we are concluded for today, but not concluded for today. We're concluded on this item, but I do believe staff will continue to work with our library groups and have more discussion on these items.
Absolutely. Thank you,
Thank
Board
you.
Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It's great to see our Placer County Board of Supervisors. Thank you for
Thank
allowing
you,
us this
Susan and
opportunity.
Jennifer and Judah. Thank you very much. Appreciate all your help. Okay, we'll move on to our final item, which is item 7A on our agenda, Public Works, our sewer maintenance districts 1 and 2 lift station improvement projects.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Gustafson and members of your board. I know it's been a long meeting, so I'll do my best to keep my presentation concise. My name is Brandon Thurber, Senior Civil Engineer with the Department of Public Works, Environmental Engineering Division. I'm here today to discuss the department's next steps for the Sewer Maintenance District 1 and 2 Lift Station Improvements Project. As a quick little background, staff combined 3 sewer lift station rehabilitation projects, Joga Road, Sylvan Glen, and Winterhawk, that have similar scope of work in hopes of obtaining more fiscally responsible construction bids. These sewer lift stations have reached the end of their useful life, and the improvements are intended to bring each station up to current design standards. On January 25th, your board approved the plans and specifications and authorized the solicitation of bids for this project. Since that time, the Department of Public Works has worked with the Procurement Services Division to develop the bid with an engineer's estimate of $476,675. A total of 15 firms accessed these documents, and formal responses were received from 2 firms. Upon evaluation of the bid responses, Procurement Services determined that Clyde G. Stiegel Incorporated was the lowest responsive and responsible bidder with a total bid of $545,285. Therefore, in order to proceed, staff recommends that your board consider taking the following actions. 1, approve the award of competitive bid number 20268 and award the contract to Clyde G. Stiegel Incorporated of Loomis, California for the construction of Sewer Maintenance District 1 and 2 lift station improvement projects in the amount of $545,285. And 2, authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute the contract and to execute change orders to the contract up to $39,764, which is consistent with Public Contract Code Section 20142 and the County Procurement Policy Manual. And last, 3, approve a budget amendment AM 00629 in the amount of $321,337.70 to increase fiscal year 21-22 Environmental Utilities Capital Improvements Fund to increase expenditures for Joga Road Lift Station Project by $75,000 and Sylvan Glen Lift Station Project by $246,300 $337.70. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Questions, board? I'm not seeing any public comment. Sir, did you have any public comment on this? Anybody on Zoom? We've outstayed them all. Okay, I'll accept a motion. I have a motion from Supervisor Holmes.
Second.
And a second from Supervisor Wygant, and this is a roll call vote.
Wygant. Holmes. Jones. Gustafson.
Yes. And now we can stand adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.